Three, two, one. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Ash on Comics, Late Night Comics, with your host RDV and myself. We're here to talk late in the night about some comics this Monday evening. Hope you guys had a good start of your week. RDV, how you doing tonight?
I'm still awake and alive. How are you?
I'm still awake and alive as well. I just cracked open a bottle of beer, so I'm ready for my late night comic stream. How
I
about
love
you?
these I love these Skype calls. I mean, I feel like I'm talking to someone that's in a prison. We got 30 minutes. Then I have to hang up the phone. They're like, because you're in California.
You have a lot of experience talking to people in prison.
Well, usually I'm on the other side of the glass, but
All right
that being
then.
said though,
um,
hey, don't knock it till you try it. Free food and free labor and
sure,
free sex.
sure, sure. Yeah. Let's say hello to some of the early rollers here. We got HR Vocal is HR Goes Vocal, which I want to thank you, HR, for making a name that sounds even more confusing than mine, so people won't harass me. Maranya is also here. We got Skip and Tosh. There's some crazy comic frog in the chat. So welcome, guys, and anyone else who might be lurking in the background that hasn't wanted to text into there. You're welcome as well. Hopefully, you guys have fun tonight, and hopefully, you guys are kicking back with something refreshing, maybe a snack. Yeah, I'm finishing off the last of my Samuel Adams. I'm drinking a. It's called a porch rocker. Sounds a sounds like it could be racist. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just hypersensitive in these days.
But
Maybe it's because I
depends
live
what
in
it
Cal.
is. Is there a black guy in overalls
I
with a
just-
straw hat on a rocket chair?
It's got a white dude on the cover on the
Okay, then you're
label.
good then.
It's got a
Very
white
good.
dude. I don't know. I
It's
just
culture appropriate.
I don't know. I guess I'm sensitive living in California. But yeah, no. Sam Adams is one of my favorite beers. I just saw they had a variety pack at the store, which has my favorite beer. Is the October Samuel Adams Oktoberfest, only available for like 1 month out of the year. So I was like, I gotta finish my beer so I can buy a pack
Samuel
of that.
Adams will get you drunk. All right.
Yeah, I don't do that anymore though. This is interesting. It's got a little bit of lemon to it. It's like
Ew.
I don't know, man. Little
Do you
citrus
like
in your beer.
yellowheads or lemon heads? Do you like those?
Lemon heads? Yeah, I like lemon heads. But this is
See,
like very subtle. It's not like it's lemony. It's not like you're drinking lemonade or anything. It's
the
just,
closest I get to lemon is Mountain Dew. Yes.
oh man. Oh, I love lemon beer. Um, anyways, I guess we're not really here to talk about beer. You said before the stream, you said you had some snacks. What are you snacking on over there?
I got some Snyder's of Hanover brand twisted pretzel sticks. A few weeks ago I bought the nacho cheese dip ones, which were overly seasoned. Wow. It's like imagine if you are going into reaching in the bottom of the bag. It's normally what all the salt and all the seasoning would be at the bottom. No, it was at the top. No matter what piece you got, it was just wow. I just needed water with it because it's just overly
Wow.
seasoned. So I saw they had sour cream and onion. I like sour cream and onion chips, so I figured I'd try it out. And I had a few before we went live, and surprisingly, it wasn't that bad. But my mind is like, that's a pretzel. And I'm like, no, it's a potato chip. It's just it's confusing, but it's a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
That's
I'm
pretty
happy
cool. I
because
do sour cream and onion chips are among my favorites, so I'd be
yeah.
interested to
So,
try those.
but it's like having sour cream and onion chip with a pretzel. It just
Hmm.
doesn't taste weird. It still tastes like a pretzel, but it tastes like a sour cream and onion at the same time. With seasoning, so it's like it's confusing. It's not normal. I guess that's why they call it twisted.
That's very twisted.
Yes.
Ah, man, so you were talking about another behind the scenes thing. You were talking about jail. Or no, it was no. We were just talking about here. I'm getting schizo, man. I feel like
J Lo? No, I wasn't talking
I know how Joe Biden feels. I can tell you from experience.
I've never
But
seen you.
no,
Like,
it
so I can't
reminds
judge.
me. I just finished Cobra Kai season 5. You finished it as
Really?
well, haven't you?
I did a review on it, so you can go watch that now.
Oh, I can watch it. Yeah, that's right. I remember you
TV
did a
show.
thing. I can never watch
Yep.
those because I'm always late to the party and I don't like to be spoiled. But I did get through it. Um, and I don't want to spoil it really here because people didn't come to be spoiled. But just to kind of talk around the spoilers, there's some prison scenes, and that's what kind of put me back in mind of the show. Um, I liked it. I've liked all of Cobra Kai so far, but I was a bit disappointed in this season. What about you?
I thought it was probably the best season since first season.
Really
Yeah,
interesting. Now, don't get
the
me
kids were.
wrong. I was
It was
entertained. It was fun, but the show felt more like it didn't feel like with the original concept, which was all about like Johnny Lawrence, and kind of his
versus Danielson.
story. It
Yeah.
This was really like Daniel. Like it was like a Karate Kid sequel. And
Well, yeah, because it's Terry Silver. That's a Daniel story, so I can see why they're going with the Daniel. Where the previous season before that was still focusing on Johnny with Kreese.
sure, I get that they're bringing that, and I do like that they're doing all that stuff. I just, I don't know. I don't know what you could have done. I would have found it interesting to bring back those characters, but then like have them interact more with Johnny and see like how that goes. But I don't know. I was like, man, this show should be called the Karate Dad. That's what I was thinking. Just like because that's really what this season was, and more than just, I mean, because even Johnny Lawrence too, like his character was a little. They're kind of softening him up, which
Well, yes, he's kind of growing up, which is okay, but he's still. I love what he said about Eagle Claw. It's watermelon piss.
yeah. Oh, the White Claw when he drinks a White Claw,
White
he's
Claw,
like,
whatever.
that
Yeah,
sounds.
White
I'll
Claw.
have a White Claw. That sounds badass. Yeah, that was a cool scene, and I do like. I'm not trying to trash the show. I do find it enjoyable, and scenes like that are the scenes that make me smile and go, this is why I like this show.
I
Um,
like it. Yeah, this season was less focused on the kids and more on the adults, which
yeah,
I thought was actually a
but it
lot
just
better.
felt like I said, it just felt like the show was the Karate Dad more than Cobra Kai. Um, and there were things I liked about it, but there was other things that I was just like kind of rolling my eyes, like how one of the things that kind of is a little bit of an annoyance to me on the show is how people will like join the karate studio and then like within weeks they're like black belt master, like they just you're like you just started karate yesterday and now you kick all sorts of ass, because like this show this season like really ups the stakes. They go beyond the All Valley tournament and stuff, and they're like, oh, we got to have participants in this new competition and stuff, and it's like, oh, who's gonna go to the competition? You kid that barely knows karate, you're our pick. Like you're like, what? You just um
I mean, you can't tell me you did not enjoy the Silver Bullet.
the silver bullet was neat, and it was kind of a reverse of what we normally, like the trope of Daniel always having like the special move that he wins the fight with,
Yeah,
and it was like, oh, the bad guy has the special move this time. That was neat.
but
um
I mean, I did like the one this is actually focused more on adults because the first season was about the adults in the first season. The kids were the backstory. This or the other seasons in between have always been kind of around the kids drama. I love him. No, I love him. This was more focused on the adults again, and that's what the original first season was. It was Daniel versus Johnny. Then it was Daniel versus Kreese, and now it's
yeah.
Danny versus his other villains. So it's always been a Danny centered show.
No, no. First season was Johnny Lawrence. Come on,
Well,
man.
yes, yes, but I'm just saying the original Karate Kid was Danielson.
Oh, sure, sure. The Karate Kid
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
was.
yes.
Right.
All the movies were Johnny.
Absolutely.
So the show,
Well, not the
I
fourth
understand.
movie.
Well, yeah, yeah. We won't talk about the fourth movie.
I don't know. They
That
might bring that in. I'm still waiting to
uh,
see.
apparently Hillary Swank has dodged questions about whether she'll be involved.
Uh,
Uh,
I mean, they've done a really good job at bringing in. I mean, they even brought the girl in from the third movie.
yes.
I didn't
Very.
recognize her. I was like, oh, that's his wife's sister or whatever. And then it was like, holy
Yeah,
shit, that's.
no. Yeah. And
It's like,
that's what I like about this because I don't need to watch the movies. I just get flashbacks, and they do it perfectly, just like Evil Dead, Ash vs. Evil Dead. did the same thing. They showed you, they caught you up to speed of whoever was, and introduced a character. Oh, was that character? So they get their little flashback.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, the actors who played young Terry and young Kreese, they're just phenomenal actors. I like them. And
Yeah, they did a good they did a really good casting job. And they did a really cool that was one thing I really liked. There's a scene where I'm not really going to give the details to avoid spoiling, but there's a scene where Kreese is in a fight, and the actor that plays Kreese is like in his 70s, right, and stuff. And so the way they get around it is they use the young Kreese because they film it in such a way that he's kind of remembering his young self, and so they use that younger actor to do the scenes as sort of like this like memory, like he's thinking about like himself in his prime, and it just worked. It was a really creative way to do it because there's no way that actor can do much, like he just like
you,
chokes people. He just
you cut
that's
you
about
cut
all.
you cut back to, like, they see him as he's beating these people, and then you see him in real life. He's just getting his ass kicked.
um yeah, no, but I mean there were fun stuff. The show has some fun writing, and I like that it makes you think about um just what it's like about it's a good coming of age story, very much like the movies were. I
Yeah.
just this season just felt really fluffy to me, and there was a lot of I don't know. There was just a lot of things that I was like, come on, like I don't know, like I get nitpicky on things like that when I'm like, really, this kid is like he's been at the school for 2 weeks and now he's like your champion. Just come on,
You talking about
things like
Kenny? Kenny had been there for about more than 2 weeks.
no, I'm exaggerating, but they did
Okay,
the
okay.
same thing with the geeky guy who's on the Miyagi,
Eli. Yeah.
Eli's friend. Remember when he, like,
Uh,
learned karate, like, he was just a dork all the time, and
well,
he got bored,
there's
then he came and, like, learned, and all of a sudden, like, within, like, 2 episodes, he was, like, a badass kicking everyone's ass. I was
Are you
like, "Come
talking about
on."
Hawk or
No,
Eli?
Hawk's friend. Eli. I
Yeah,
thought Eli
Eli.
was Hawk.
No, Eli is the nerdy computer kid. He works at
What's
the.
Hawk's real name?
I can't remember.
I thought it was Eli.
No.
Anyways, you know who I'm talking about. Either I'm wrong or you're wrong, but it's the tall, nerdy kid. Um, cool stuff
Yeah.
like that. I like the coming of age stuff. Although another complaint that I'm having about the show is the same complaint I'm having about Stranger Things is character bloat. There's like too many characters now. Do you feel like that at all?
I think they'll probably drop back in some of the characters. They already had one character already leave the show after the first or second season. That Sam's friend, the one that was joined Cobra Kai, and she ended up leaving
Yeah, she
the
left.
show.
But I mean, just think about like
Yeah.
they added Chosen to the show, and now he has a major role, right?
We talked about that. Me and Robert, and as far as the ending stuff, Chosen, he shouldn't come back. He should. What happened to him? That should have been done with Chosen. We're done with. And then the ending is basically Halloween 4 with Kreese.
Yeah, and I like these characters. It's not that the characters are bad. It's just like there's too many to
Yeah.
juggle now, right? And like they keep adding kids to the studio. Like, oh, this kid needs to learn now, and you're like, oh,
I don't
okay,
even
now,
know. There's all these little kids, and I know Peanut's Breath because they say his name. They never say his name, but they call him Peanut's Breath all the time. But
right?
everyone else, the little nerdy kid with glasses, I don't know who the hell it is.
But think about
I
this.
have them.
There are now in the show of the kids, there are 5 champions. That's just the champions. There's 5 of them. That's a lot. Like, you know, with the adult characters that are like major, like adult, there's like 3 protagonists and then like a fourth one that they introduce in this season. Then you've got the bad guy, right? And then his partner. And then now he introduces some like he's got a new partner.
Yeah,
There's
there's
just so
like
many. You got Daniel's wife, and then they introduce you to like his sister, which is the girl from Karate Kid 3, and you're like, so
you
many
got Terry,
characters.
or was it Tori, Sam, Miguel, and Robbie, and then Kenny? Are you trying to say the 5 champions? Because I
There's
mean,
the
or
two
Hawk.
girl there's
Hawk,
the
Hawk.
2 girls and then the 3 guys.
Yeah,
So, um
Sam really isn't a champion. She
Well,
just won
she
that one match. Yeah, it didn't
well,
really.
and she
She
technically
lost
is
all
because of the
Valley.
cheating. Uh, but it's a fun show. Like I didn't walk away like pissed, like oh this is stupid. But it's a show. It's one of my favorites, so I kind of hold it to a higher level. And that first season of Cobra Kai was just so well written. Um, and now I feel like I part of me wonders like, is Netflix giving notes? Is that what's going on? Maybe like before they were like, because remember it started off as a YouTube show.
Mm.
Um, and I'm just wondering now that it's at Netflix if you've got executives going, we want to have a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and so they have to kind of cave to the producers. I don't know, but
You mean
uh,
like what ABC did? Michael Straczynski made him quit leaving Real Ghostbusters because they wanted to make it look. They wanted to make it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't know anything about that, but
Well, I told you about that. We talked about it. Skip. The Real Ghostbusters cartoon. Straczynski, Michael Straczynski was the main writer on it. He left that show, the cartoons, because ABC wanted him to basically make Winston the driver. They wanted basically there's just so many things they wanted. They didn't like how Janine she was kind of mean, so they dumbed her down, turned her into a bimbo, and made her kind and cuddly, and and stuff. And before she's like, "Yeah, what do you want?" Just like she was in the movie in Annie Potts. She was exactly the same character.
hmm.
So it's just yeah. I mean, you can tell when executives get in control of a property, and then you can just see how it's night and day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the most well-known examples that people can all visualize is the Sam Raimi Spider-Man series. Those first two movies, he had a lot of like almost absolute control. And on that third movie, Sony was like, well, hold on. We want you to do certain things, you know, and that movie suffered for it. Um, Marani asked,
Ronnie's yeah.
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was
Oh,
just gonna say, Ronnie's asking about the Cobra Kai series, trading on nostalgia debate that goes along the season. The whole show is pretty much nostalgia. If you're a Karate Kid fan, they're bringing back everybody from all the movies. You had Mike Burns come back. You had the both girls that Daniel and all had a they dated or had a thing for. His villains. I mean, yeah. I mean, if you're a Karate Kid fan, you're gonna like this series. Now, yeah, now true. I understand that there are people like you, Ash, that you'll find things you think it should have done better. I had that argument with Pixel the other day about certain movies. He's like, they only should have done like better like this. You have more of an articulate mind. You're always thinking about what you could do to improve this, and you kind of like you build up that like the expectation, and when they don't do it, kind of sets you back a little bit. So I can understand that a little bit. I mean, I'm assuming that's what it is for you. For me, I can watch right through it. If I like it, I like it. If there's something in there that's really really offensive, then it ruins it for me. Yes, But I didn't see anything like as far as clickbait or hey, remember this show like WandaVision? Yeah, this actually has not just it doesn't rely on nostalgia. It actually has a story, and it actually has actors that actually can act. Now, as far as the fightings, not really. I mean, it could be better, but you could tell it's choreography. It's a lot better than Arrowverse. Give you that much. They're not running, stopping, and then fighting again. Like they're actually running and like drop kicking people. But
yeah, I would say, no, yeah, I agree with you. The show is heavy on nostalgia, but it's more than that because I'm not really a nostalgia guy. I don't, you know,
well, you're not.
I
It's a different channel.
I just like when they did the Ghostbusters Afterlife, I wasn't like, oh, like I don't care about reliving. In fact, oftentimes I find that as a criticism. Sometimes when when shows or movies will try to use the nostalgia to do kind of what Ronnie is questioning. And I go, and some it doesn't work. I think for a good example right now is what Disney is doing with Star Wars. It's just like, hey, remember when that movie had this character in it? Look, they're in this show now. Look, you remember? It's like if anyone's seen the South Park Member Berries episode, was really a whole season, but there was one prime. I mean, the whole it's really I don't like that. I don't like the whole remember when this, that's so annoying to me. If you use nostalgia well, which for the most part Ghostbusters Afterlife did, it went a little overboard in a couple of parts, but in general it was restrained. I can appreciate that. Top Gun: Maverick used nostalgia really well. Like,
Yeah,
when you're not relying on it, when you're trying to recreate something really good, and then you throw in nostalgia kinda like as, like, icing on the cake,
yeah,
it's not the cake itself, it's just like, "Hey, we did something really cool, and we threw in some cool nuggets to be like, hey, and that neat." I can appreciate. Cobra
yeah,
Kai does that astoundingly well, especially, like, that first season is just, like, it's just brilliant. Um, and
yeah.
so
It's not. Yeah,
I
it's not.
really like that. I don't think
It's
it
not
re
like
Go ahead.
I was gonna say it real quickly. It's not like those commercials you'd watch, like for like solid gold hits. Remember when you were younger, you had that boyfriend, you guys were made out in the van to this song. Now you can relive the cool days by buying this collection. It's not fake like that. They
Yeah.
actually they actually have a product, and they stand behind the product, and they actually they add to the lore. They don't just like retcon it and just say like, oh, all right, this is Cobra Kai. We got Johnny and Danny. Wait, now he's gay now. I bet you didn't know about that.
Right.
Now I think
Every
it's yeah,
character
it's a
every character that they bring back, like, has a purpose.
yeah.
Like, I complain, like I said, Chosen is in it, and it's like the character bloat, too many characters. But the thing is they're using Chosen really well. Um, and so it's hard to complain because his character is really developed. Like, that's the thing too, is a lot of these characters that they bring, they were
For one
very,
dimension.
very two-dimensional in the movie, right? Chosen in the Karate Kid 2 was just the bad kid that Danny had to fight. And then the show fleshes him out as a real, human being with, you
Especially
know
this season, yeah. Towards the
yeah,
end, he explains how Danielson changed him. Just like him and Johnny have a conversation. And Johnny's like, "Yeah, it's like before we met Daniel, we really had nothing going in our lives, and if you could tell how he changed us, opened up our eyes and stuff. So I
yeah.
mean, yeah, it seems like it's kind of cool, and especially get to see those two like kind of competing, like well, I did this to him, no, I did this. It's like it's like I still love it. Like even though they're adults, they do act like kids sometimes.
Oh, for
And then
sure.
especially
And I
yeah,
think that was
especially
another one of my
yeah,
criticisms about this particular season, is it felt like it was written to a younger audience. Like, all the characters behave more juvenile, in ways that kids will relate to better, you know? Like you said, they kinda act like kids. They make mistakes without, because 'cause they're not thinking ahead, they're not planning, they're not making mature decisions. They get themselves into scenarios that kids get themselves into, and you're like, "Really? Come on."
oh yeah, that naked battle, the battle scene, and then like it says like Johnny and Chosen, and they're all celebrating, getting drinking, and then one guy comes in all along, and they're like, oh, so they all go to fight Silver, and of course they're plastered, you
Well,
know.
what
I'm just saying
don't get
it
too
makes
much
sense.
into detail. I mean,
I'm just saying it makes sense why they would do that because they're not thinking straight. They're drunk and and then like I said, you get that badass move from Johnny in the fight scene. Like it's just like you get that. You're like, oh my gosh, he turned on his Wolverine factor. Now he's gonna
right.
kick ass. It's like
So, anyways, I enjoy the show. Marani says she is so basically Cobra Kai is a show that you can watch without having seen the Karate Kid movies, but enjoy it
yep,
even more if you have seen the
true.
movies. Correct.
Yeah,
I would say that's correct, judging by the fact that RDV. I think you've only
I
seen the
went
first movie, right?
first. Yeah, I went to see the first movie.
Yeah. So there you go. If you've seen at least the first movie, it will really help because that will give you the foundation of the two main characters, Johnny and Danny, like their rivalry and why they can't stand each other. Knowing that that whole first movie is what it's based on. I mean, the show is really based mostly on that first movie. And then later seasons, they bring elements from the second and third movie in, but the plot line is really just about how Johnny and Danny just hated each other as kids, and now they're fully grown adults, and that rivalry is still kind of there. Their paths cross again, and it makes for an interesting scenario. Um,
Yeah,
but
if you like the first movie, I would go ahead and watch the show. If you're not a fan of the first movie at all, it probably wouldn't be a show for you because it's basically built around that first movie. It
may
is cool to see. They brought back Daniel's mom from that movie though. That was cool.
yeah,
You know,
Maybe
You know,
though. I don't know. I think you could not like the movie, but maybe like the show. Like I said, that first season is just it's more of a drama. The show, especially the first season, because they didn't have a budget. So there was not a lot of fighting and things
it's
like
hard to
that. It was
tell.
really a lot of like character drama and these two kids now who are now like middle-aged adults, both with kids of their own, and their issues kind of coming back as they cross paths, and they do a lot of drama around it, and it's very much an adult kind of written show in that aspect. Later seasons, as the kids start learning karate and things like that, it becomes more like the Karate
Nickelodeon.
Kid movies because it's like, oh, the kids
Yeah,
are going like, but that first season really is an adult drama in my opinion.
it is. Yeah, especially the that's the other thing too. Johnny is a Uber driver this season. Yes, of that alone. If you know Johnny's personality, if you saw him the first season, if you've been seeing this much, watch this, and it's just awesome. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what's going to happen next season on that show. But we're not here to talk about Cobra Kai. We're here to talk about the boys. I feel
Boys.
like we're talking about the wrong people here. I don't care about Danielson and Johnny Lawrence and all those
You
guys.
don't. I love Johnny Lawrence.
I want to talk about me about some Butcher, some Stormfront.
All right. I think that's a subtle hint. I'll take
There were no subtle hits in this comic book.
no,
Unless you
there
wanna unless you wanna talk about our we'll do the book club after, unless you wanna do it first. I mean, it doesn't make a difference to me. We could do the boys first, get people get on that, and then if they stick around, talk about the books that we read. No?
All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get into the boys since I'm reading RDV's signals, trying to be
We
better at this.
well,
Uh
I don't want Skip to say, like, "It's been 40 minutes. Where's the boys?"
the boys come in their own due time. Um let me get the thing up.
Yeah, I was reading it, and, like, I'm actually starting to get more into the book now.
Oh,
Yeah.
you weren't into it
I
before?
was not really fully, but now, like, after I read the last issue, the volume we did tonight, I was gonna go on to issue with 34, I think it is, or 33. Can't remember what it was. We were supposed to stop, and
We did
I was
31
really
through
ready to.
34 tonight.
Yeah, I was about to go on to 35.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to stop myself too. I love this book, but first of all,
And
I can't read way ahead because my memory is not sharp these days. So if I got like way ahead, we'd be like, time to cover it. I'm like, oh, what happened again? I totally forgot.
I
Um,
can read ahead, but what I do is I just kind of scroll back, and look. But
all right, let's see. I'll get that up on screen for you in the background.
Space Cowboy.
There we go. And we got it up on screen for those in the live studio audience. Well, just real quick, a little preface. Part of what we do on Late Night Comics is we have a reading club where we invite comic fans such as yourself to join us in reading through comics that we do every week and we discuss on the show. And part of that purpose is to relive the joy of kind of having a shared experience. Like, one of the things I love about buying new comics as they come out is talking about them and being like, "Oh, did you see what this happened?" That water cooler talk. And when you read old back issues, it's harder to do that because people really aren't reading them with you, and it's like, "Oh, I just read this book, and did you?" And you're like, "Yeah, I read that like 10 years ago." Like, no one's, and so you miss out on that experience. And so having a reading club is a way maybe to help kindle some of that experience back, and share books together. And the primary one that we're working through currently is through all of the boys comics by Dynamite. We're going through one story arc at a time. Typically, it's 4 to 6 issues, not a ton that you have to read. It's less than one issue a day, and so it should be super easy to join us. This was 31 through 34 in the series. I think we're about halfway through, and it's been a really fun pleasure for me. I did not think that I was gonna like this. I way overlooked this book when it came out. I was like, whatever, I don't
It's
care. I'm
well,
not a Garth Ennis fan. This
yeah.
looks dumb. Even when the show came out, I was like, oh, this must be something good if they made a show out of it. But I was like, eh. Then I tried to watch it. I quit halfway through the first season. this is something that really had to grow on me. And then once I got through the show, I got through season 3 of the show, I was like, I really love this show. It's like one of my favorite shows ever. And so I got to read this book. And then now I've fallen in love probably equally with the book. The more I read this, the more I fall in love with it. And so that's what we're doing. Ronnie
Yep.
asks, the boys come in their own good time. Wasn't that the plot of Herogasm last week? Oh, yeah. She went there.
But don't worry, don't worry, Mariah. Tonight there's some love. You'll have some love sausage on the stream.
Ew.
I'm not lying.
I know, but ew. All right. So, why don't we go ahead and kind of, if you don't mind, kind of doing like what we did last week, where you can break down a single issue and then we'll just talk about what each of us liked about it and let the chat chime in as well. Sound good to you?
Sounds good to me. All right, so we got these little superhero guys here. Basically, I forgot they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be like, are they supposed to be like Alpha Flight or something like that?
I
But
don't know
anyway,
if they have an analog, but they're just like a nobody team. They're a bunch of wannabes.
so if I remember correctly, is I read this issue last week. I read all the other ones for first tonight, so I'm gonna vote with you.
Oh,
uh,
see?
you see, if I recall correctly, this is basically they're having a little huddle. They're talking about the whole with the boys and stuff, and they're not sure who called the meeting here, and it's a trap. That's all I gotta say.
There's the thumbnail.
Yes, yes, and they get their ass kicked. The war face ripped off again. Uh, Huey going crazy, going over. He's like, "We're not supposed to kill them, Huey. We're supposed to the same thing." Huey's like, "Oh, my bad."
Right?
This also okay. Now I remember more. We're getting talked by Edgar, who's his vice president. This is the president of the company. This is his underling. We still don't know what his name is. All I know is that he's basically talking to Homelander, and they're talking about there's gonna be some changes. Everybody's getting a new wardrobe. And Homelander's like, freaking kidding me? Is like, it's like he's just pissed. So like he's like, I can see the fuel lossage right there. I could blow it up if I wanted to, the fuel tank. But he's like, and then he just kind of like, whatever, because he's still a coward.
Yeah.
Um, but I love that.
Is
I
he
love that
wait,
character
is he a coward or is he just
biding his time. Who knows?
is he just controlled? Like it's kind of like
Well, he knows if he kills that guy, he loses all the money he has, the fame and all that
I'm
stuff.
relating to the scene like when I was a kid and then I got it to become I was raised by a single mother and
Like a parent telling you what you can do
she
to
was a
do. Yeah.
strong disciplinarian and it got to a point where I was bigger than her and when when she would try to slap me or something cuz I mouthed off or did something wrong or whatever, I could just like grab her hands and like not let her. But I would never like hit her, like I still had this sort of like fear of God in her. Like I could defend
Well,
myself, but I couldn't act against her. And it was just
yeah.
that ingrained psychology of like, I feel like Homelander's kind of like that. It's like he just
This is a
can't.
little. He can't do it because repercussions. He's as far as what he lose everything. Vought is right now. He's the number one hero. He'd lose his spot with the 7. He said all this stuff. He would just be a nobody. He likes the comfort. They take care of him. Just like on the show. Edgar, it put on the show is like, you're nothing without me.
Hmm.
I made you. Kind of that. That's how he feels. Nice. He's frustrated because he can't do anything. Even though he wants to act out, he's a teenager in a sense. He easily could. Just like be. He's warped on the head. He actually probably could do something if he really wanted to, but he's still got that rational part of his mind. He's like, I can't do this, because he's basically. I think he's waiting. He's biding his time before he actually makes his move. Um, but he knows that.
I think
Like, I
he
mean,
wants to. Like he definitely
yeah,
wants to. He just there's like a psychological
yeah,
something or other that gets in the way that he just can't do it. Um,
yeah. And
that's
then
what it
Huey's
seems like to me.
Yeah, so then Huey's hanging out with Annie again. He takes he's like, you ever get the, he's like, he's like, I'm just tired of this job. He says, point is, I don't want to turn into one of them, one of those awful owners, complainers, especially in a town like this. It's like you didn't fancy running away together, do you? No, he just kind of jokes around. He's like, but she thinks he's joking. He's like, seriously, he's like, I would leave in a heartbeat, take away from all this bullshit. Because after with the Herogasm, remember, because that's when this takes place. This is after Herogasm.
Hmm.
Um, which I wish I would have told you in the book, like end of issue 31. It's like check out Herogasm, the 6 issues, and then yeah. But so the female goes, she gets a note where somebody's supposed to get these gangs, and then she runs into Stormfront, and she's like, oh shit, pretty much, it's a trap set by Vought. They get a little scuffle. She takes his eye, but she basically again gets knocked down, and then yeah, this is gross. She pulls his eyeball off. This guy breathes lightning. Now there was some debate as far as he's supposed to be like the evil Nazi Superman, or is he supposed to be like? Because people were saying like, oh, he's Thor because he shoots lightning. I'm like, it comes out of his mouth and his eyes, so I don't know, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
wasn't.
but
I
she,
was undecided as well because Payback is clearly the Avengers,
yeah,
and there is
yes.
no Thor character, so
Well,
he kind
maybe
of
it's
does.
maybe they're not Avengers. Maybe they're like
No, they're the
oh,
Avengers. I mean, their name is Payback. That's
okay.
what Avenger means. Like,
Well, I was
and
I
their
was thinking more
their
like
leader is Captain America.
I was thinking more like Squadron Supreme, but
Squadron Supreme is the
I
Seven.
know. But Hyperion is basically like evil Superman in that sense because he still has the vision comes out. He can fly. He has the strength stuff.
Right, but I
But
mean, the Seven
yeah,
would be that. You know what I'm saying? Like the Squadron Supreme is just meant to be Justice League.
yeah.
So
Like I
it's
said, I look at him not being Thor because I look at him just being Nazi Superman, evil, ever. They get a fight. He basically beats the crap out of her, and that's all you see for this issue. Uh, she's being told she's getting a new costume, and like, here, look at this. It's like string bikini, and she's pissed off. And then even it's kind of see Queen Maeve actually saying something, like kind of looking over. But not only that, look at that's Black Noir making a noise, laughing.
right. Yeah,
That's the first he's done.
he just kind of goes. That's all he does. He just makes this weird,
Yeah,
creepy noise, and you can see that Maeve is not amused, and it's clear like she probably had to go through this hazing when she was new too. So she identifies with Starlight is kind of my impression.
I think Starlight's actually kind of opening up, or trying to, or wearing down her armor.
Hmm.
Seeing what Starlight's going through. Because before she was kind of hardened, she didn't give a crap, but you see that she's actually there's more to her, and I like about this. I give this credit for this. There's character growth. These characters, because they could be just one dimensional. Of course, 'cause everyone else is kind of A Train's still Dick. He hasn't really changed too much. You know. Um. All right, so they're back here. Frenchie shows up. They're like, "What's going on?" And this is the end of the issue. Obviously he's there. We don't see the female, and he's sad. So that's the end of this issue.
Yeah.
Do you have a you have a you have a favorite part from this?
So this whole series of sorry this arc. So I don't want to downplay it, but it wasn't my favorite. Excuse me, it wasn't my favorite. Um, the art is not consistent. Derek Robertson doesn't do all the art, so sometimes some of the characters just didn't look right. But that's just I guess the way things are. I do very much still enjoy the book, but this was kind of a step down for me, because some of the other stories have been so layered and three dimensional and just really
How about
thematic as far as talking about
the
just
movie?
ideas. Here was just more of a straight conflict with the boys versus Payback. And that could be fun. We haven't seen that before, so that was very interesting. And I really liked um, with the female who's just been a complete badass. She's more badass in the comic than she is in the show. Um, and she gets confronts Stormfront, and they have a fight, and you're just like, oh shit, it's on. And she takes out his eye. Like Stormfront is the number two. They talk about him as he's like second only to Homelander. Um,
The other
and
thing I was thinking, is he Black Adam?
oh yeah, that's um yeah. So I mean, for her to cause this kind of damage to him shows how uh how lethal she is. Um, I do, like the stuff about y- trying to get Starlight. With they're trying to put her in the skimpy costume, and they did this in the show as well. Um, and they did it actually earlier in the series. But this thing that you see here on the top right, it's literally just strings. Like it's like the most skimpy costume imaginable, and the 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 boys the male characters of the seven are of course are just complete pigs of they're just written over the top as bad as they can be. I do like that. I like how they're kind of showing you what it's like to be a woman in a man's world type of thing without the way like so many other modern things do it, where it just where it has to be like the way like She-Hulk is trying to do that right now, where it's like you just roll your eyes
Well,
and just be like, really? Like here, you can see like this is a real thing, and you don't feel like you're reading a feminist book. You
well, true,
know?
because it shows you that yes, there's a lot of guys who are discussing and and just pricks,
Right.
but it also shows you that's not the case. Because look at Huey.
Right. Well, and even the boys. I mean,
Yeah,
they're jerks on their own, but they don't disrespect women. They even have one of their members is a woman, and she's
yeah,
super highly respected. And it's nice that there's like a sense of normalcy. It's like, yeah, it sucks to be around like the male characters in the seven. This is what a misogynist actually is.
yeah.
They're actual misogynists. Like not the people that get called misogynists on Twitter because you did I don't like She-Hulk. You're a misogynist. No, that doesn't like that's it's so overused and dumb. Here is real misogyny. She's dealing with it, and guess what? She's not becoming a crazy, spurged out feminist and doing it. She's just a normal human being that goes, "This sucks. I'm dealing with assholes."
And
And you
this
can
isn't
see,
toxic. I would not call this toxic masculinity. I just call it toxic behavior because
yeah,
toxic can be no matter what gender you are. It's called
yeah,
disgusting.
yeah. This is just toxic people. They're just,
There's
yeah.
nothing masculine. There's nothing masculine about this at all.
No, there's not
Belittling
actually.
women, that's a boy thing to do. That's
Right.
that's
Yes.
a guy actually respects women.
Correct. Good. Good.
That's
Good call.
masculinity.
Good call. You remind me when I was new to the show. I think the second season was just coming out, and I was debating in my
Mhm.
head. I was like, "Why is this show called The Boys?" On one hand, you have this group because they never call in the show. I don't believe
Butcher
at
than the
least
boys.
the
No,
but they don't ever
yeah,
call them the boys.
the
And
seven is
so
are the boys. Yes,
I was like, is it they're the boys? Like that's the name of their group, or is it about being like is the seven is the Vought guy? Are they the boys? And
the sex.
it's because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what you're saying, like they behave like boys. This isn't actually
No,
masculine. This is boyish, behavior. And when you put boys and they grow up to have hormones and feelings, but they don't actually
we
grow
look
up
at
to be men, they
the
become like
G-men.
this.
The
Yeah.
G-men, they were
Mhm.
boys.
Yeah, yeah.
They were not men.
And so I think that the term "the boys," even though in the comic books it's clear like Butcher's guys are called they're the boys, I think Garth uses that to be kind of symbolic as the theme of this, like boys being boys and not in a healthy way, in that stunted, you never grew up, you never actually became men, and this is what you get. And it's even worse because not only are you putting boys in a man's body, you're putting boys in a superman's body.
That's why I laugh when Gillette did that commercial. Boys will be boys. Well, yes, they're not men. A man wouldn't do that.
And so this final page, of course, when Frenchie comes through the door, um, you don't know if the female's dead. Like I was like, oh my god, did they kill the female? When I just see his
Right, right.
face, he comes through the door. I'm like, holy shit, they killed her. It's like,
Yeah.
I was like, no way.
Well, we don't know until we turn the page.
Spoiler, she's not dead. We're gonna spoil it here in a second. So, but
Zach tone skip.
Breen's in
You're
the
crazy.
house. Good to see you, Breen. Um, so what about you, man? What stood out about this issue for you?
Uh, uh, I mean, I like seeing. I mean, out of everything, I mean, I did like the part with the Homelander like looking like I can just do it if I want to, but he kind of held back. I
Yeah,
kind of like that because he's supposed to be like the uber bad guy, but he's kind of like he's not in control of everything. So I'm waiting for him to snap and
he's a
just
bit of a
just
boy himself, right?
yeah. But I'm like yeah,
And this
he
Mr.
kept
Blonde
catching me.
guy is his daddy. He
Yes,
can't
I
disobey
yes.
daddy.
I'm waiting for him to have his finally just temper tantrum and just snap and just that guy's gonna get killed. The guy basically tells him what to do. That guy's
Maybe,
gonna go
maybe. Yeah, we'll
eventually.
see.
I mean, I'd be shocked if that guy survives the whole entire series. uh, but the other part is the part with Hugh and Annie. Whenever they have a moment like that, it just brings it back to like, oh my gosh, this comic book actually isn't just all about like
Yes,
sex and yeah, it shows you that Garth Ennis can actually write good stuff. And I sure there might be some books out there that Garth Ennis I probably wouldn't like. He wrote a World War II story, the Eagle, whatever it is. No, but every book I've read by Garth Ennis, I just love it. Now, I mean, I'll probably get the same sense when I start reading the Drew Brubaker books. Garth Ennis has his own style and he sticks to it. I
mhm.
respect him for that. You know,
Yeah,
and
well, I like that Garth has something to say. Like when you
yeah,
read his books, you feel like he's not just writing a simple like, oh, characters fighting bad guys, or it's like there's something to say. Like he's speaking about a myriad of different things in one single story. The fact that we can sit here and talk at length about that, we've talked more about what he's saying than we did actually describing the story. But go ahead. I'm
he's his
sorry, I interrupted.
mouthpiece. He is like his mouthpiece. We're our mouthpiece. It's like and just him venting his frustrations, and then you see she's actually started carrying listening, and then like it just a little humor like there. He's talking about you wouldn't want to run away with me, do you? Basically run away together. And she smiles. She says like, "Don't tempt me." He's like, seriously, I kind of want to. Like
Yeah.
he's kind of done with everything, and the funny thing is, like, the little thing is like they're on opposite sides of the battlefield. They don't know it.
Right.
So I'm still waiting for the hammer that drop where he finds out. Butcher knows.
Yeah.
Butcher hasn't said anything. So I mean, you're gonna see the betrayal where Butcher like you knew this whole time but didn't say anything. It's like, well, and it shows you another side of Butcher. Is Butcher being this to spare Huey, or is it because he's waiting to use it to his advantage? And Butcher isn't without heart. We've seen this before. But then again, if whatever Butcher has, his hatred towards Homelander, will he betray the boys like you saw on the show just to kill Homelander? You know,
We'll
like
see.
I'm waiting to see it, and that's on pins and needles. That's why I'm like, next issue, next issue, next issue.
This particular scene is while this one wasn't one of my favorites just because there's other I appreciate it on the same level you say.
Yeah,
This to me is like my anchor to the books. This what brought me back into the show because when I started watching in the first season of The Boys, Annie's not introduced until towards the end.
yeah,
And Huey doesn't really meet her I think until the end. That first season is so dark, and it was just like I was like, "Man, this is I like some grim stuff, but this is not palatable. I need some light." If you're gonna throw me in the darkness, at least show me a beacon, something I can hold on to. And it wasn't until I forced myself to finish the season and then she got introduced for the same thing, having this spark of like goodness, of like wholesomeness, makes me go, "Oh, okay, here's something that I can
okay.
cheer for." This is worth fighting. It's not just senseless violence and sex all the time. Like it's like, well, what's the
Yeah,
point of that?
yeah.
Um,
Huey being the protagonist, going into a world as the reader, going into a world like this, man. If this was a real world,
mhm.
I think it would be Huey. The point where, but we'd all like to think we'd be Huey.
Yeah,
There's so much temptation in this world, this. And I like how he basically created this world, the worst situations, and puts a guy like Huey in there. And basically, the question is like, maybe I should just give up. Maybe I should just, just go with the flow, or maybe I should just screw it and just go hide away and stuff. And then he meets Annie, and he kind of gets his sense of purpose. You know,
Yeah. And it
they could
also
yeah, they
well, it
combine each
also
other.
serves as a dichotomy to show that not everyone who's got superpowers is just necessarily evil.
True.
It ground
So skip saying, Ash, what you just said about the title and the theme of the boys is absurdity at the heart of what Landis likes to play with. That's how he shines the light on what he considers senseless.
That's a good comment. Yeah. I'm starting to see that. And that's what's making me more of a fan of Garth. Um
Now, when I saw this, I'm like, on the right side, I'm supposed to be sad. On the left side, I'm laughing my ass off. The dog. Just
no one
absurd that she's chasing a dog. We don't know why yet, but we see the cover for that.
right. I mean, yeah, if you've been reading the series and you see this cover, you're like, "Oh no, Terror. Don't you lay a hand on Terror." Um I'm discovering that Robertson is the only person that can draw Terror to my satisfaction. When any other artist draws the dog, I'm just like, it's not the same. He just gives like it's almost like human personality on the face, the way he
I
draws
just
the
Hoover is drawing. I mean, right now, look at the side view of Frenchie. Looks like General Mortis. How old is this guy?
yeah. So
There you
this
go. So
is a
they
different artist. I don't think this is Robertson.
no.
This is where it gets
So this is so basically they're there and she's in a coma. There's a hospital, you know, they're there. There's only one ambulance, you know. You look at it looks kind of like that's a hospital. Then again, this is the boys. Everything's run down. It looks like you're in a third world country. You know, it's supposed to be New York. Then we go over here, and she's got her new costume. The two gay guys are basically the fashion designers. I like that they kept that in the show too. Uh, and they're like, "Here you go." And she's like, "I look like a porn star." And she's like, "No." He's like, "Don't worry. Like, you have a new story now. Is that you were attacked and raped?" She's like, I was attacked and almost raped. You know, and I was raped." She said, "You know." And she's like, "Well, it's more empowering for people, you know, to identify, you know, someone who's been raped to stand up and just now you get that dark kind of mysterious." And I love how Annie's just like, "Shut the hell up." So but yeah, it's a different artist though. You can tell the different panels. There's different artists too. There's like four artists, I think. At
yeah.
least two, and like yeah, two artists, and then two inkers or something like that.
Artist doesn't do a bad job. I mean, it to
No,
be
no. All
fair,
throughout
that
the series, it's I can see what's going on without the word bubbles. You can kind of see the pictures.
it's just some of the characters, especially not the non-main characters. You'd be like, "Who is that again?" Like, "Oh, okay, that's that guy." But I mean, like here, he's doing a fine enough job delivering. They look well enough, and so
There's Sarah down there.
yeah,
You don't like that version?
it's I mean, just it's better than the terror that was in the Hero Gasm. They made that guy.
I am
They made
so
terror
I
look
am
like some gremlin or something.
I am noticing though that in this panel up here on the left hand, you're looking at Butcher throughout this. Butcher looks skinnier. Doesn't have his
Yeah, yeah,
muscles
it's a
like he did.
different artist. That's
Yeah, I think yeah, it's like now I didn't notice that when I was reading this. I didn't wasn't paying attention that much. The details were the dialogue, reading it through. So like basically she's in a coma and then you know and he says like Huey in the bottom left corner. He's like, Christ, you know, they never stops. Does it keeps going around and around. Like we hit them and then he hit back as they hit us. It's like and then you see how Butcher says like, it's big boy rules, chum. You know that, you know. He's like, big boy rules. That girl's in a freaking coma. He's like, what else is written off? You know, with shit like that. 100 people shot to bits and burned alive. Is this big boy rules too? And I love how Huey just calls him out on the bullshit because Butcher just kind of brushing it off. Like, oh, like it's collateral damage, kind of like the thing. Is basically what he's saying. And then you know, and then the bottom corner there, you see with Mother Milk taking his glasses down. You know, he's like, you don't notice that it's kind of quiet. This place. There's like, there's only one car parked outside the front, three nurses downstairs, and a dude at the desk. We came in, or two nurses. Go take a look. You reckon they still be there? So you know, so they're realizing they're not in a hospital as I think they are, or at least something's going on. And then Starlight, basically, you see her, and I love what Marty said. This is basically satire to basically what happened to as far as the '90s bad girls. They do everybody look sexy and stuff.
oh, absolutely,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. So you see how this, and they tell her her origin story. She said, "Screw this, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I am not gonna." She's like basically, she's like, He's like, and she's like, well, I'm not having anything with this. I like you guys leave. You change like, oh, we don't mind, but that about that, sweetie, because they're like, hey, he's like, I mind. And while we're on the subject, I was almost raped, me in real life, and it didn't make me dark, and it didn't make me sexual. It made me want to scream until I died. And she's like, oh, and they're like, okay, off we go. But what about the boob job? She's like, so it's, I didn't tell her about she's gonna have to get implants. So
Yeah.
I kind of like how she just kind of spoke her mind, and told them off. And it
Yeah,
wasn't, and usually in a comic book with this, you'd be like a black woman talking to, yelling off a white person, saying like, "How, oh, you're white privilege, screw you, I ain't gonna fall for that crap." That's the woke agenda. This was actually more empowering to listen to and watch,
oh,
or
right,
read.
yeah. I love
Yeah,
Starlight in the comic.
yeah.
She's an excellently written female character in my opinion. At
She's
least
what
from a
society basically.
male
Yeah,
perspective. I can't speak to how maybe Mirani would take the character, but when I read women, I want women to be feminine, and Starlight is feminine. They don't ever have to write her as like some badass masculine ass kicker or whatever. She's a woman. She has feelings. Like the traits that make her who she is um are feminine traits, and it doesn't make her come across as weaker or anything. Like she has strengths as a character that none of the other characters in the story do, and that's one of the things I love.
yeah. Like I said, it's nice to see that someone actually standing up for what they believe in, damn the consequences, because she could lose her standing in the seven, but she's got that newfound strength. She's got Huey, you know. Before she didn't care. She would have went along with this, but now she's actually realizing that she has a choice. She's they said screw it all. Up and so they're basically the boys. You see this as we told you before. Something was wrong. They decided they're gonna leave. Here it comes. Well, payback. And I
It's a
love you see
it was a trap.
yeah, Butcher's grabbing a brick right there. I
Yeah.
love this. Pay attention where that brick goes.
I love too, like he says right here, dude. Like doesn't mince words or anything. He's just straight in. Just oh, here's an enemy. Just he just meets it head on like a bull.
And go and so does that guy right in the face.
Yeah, he just there's no
uh
pausing. There's no. It's just business with Butcher. I love it.
yep. And then he tackles the Buzz guy, Fly guy. Mother Milk gets in a fight with what's his name, Stormfront. And then you got Soldier Boy going up against Butcher with his shield. Crimson Hollow is going to go after Huey. So basically, they're getting their dance partners now. Meanwhile, the VP, I'll call him Veep, he's on the phone with Edgar right there. We see Edgar down there in the car, and they ask him. It says, "I hope you know what you're doing." He's like, "What?" He's like, "I'm here, like, basically, whatever." He said, "We just lost a G-man on your recommendation. We're now risking our current second highest earners in a direct action against a particularly dangerous group of opponents." You know, and then I love how the Veep guy kind of tries to turn around. He's like, "Well, gee, I got your permission for that," and stuff. Kind of going back and forth. You can see it's basically like it's like if Shane McMahon was talking to Vince McMahon, and they're both not they both hate each other. There you go,
You
wrestling
think they
drama
hate
for
each
today.
other? I don't know if they hate
Well,
each other.
obviously he was trying to do a coup. That's what it seemed like with the other guy, the vice president in Herogasm. Remember, he was trying to, he was doing this. It seemed like he was doing it all behind Edgar's back.
No, I didn't get that impression.
Oh,
Um,
I did,
I think like
but
this is all part of the plan. I think that in my impression, this Edgar character seems a lot more conservative than this guy that we used to call Mr. Blonde, but they keep making his hair
yeah,
darker every issue. Um, but
I have to go
yeah,
back and look to see if he actually was blonde.
in the early issues, it was like a sandy brown kind of. Um,
Either way, buy
but
Mercedes Benz.
if I yeah,
Probably
this
quick.
one was like the artist was like looked up at internet like a shot of a Mercedes and then traced over it. It's like so
It, it,
it's so
it's
detailed.
it's it's Greg Land.
Yeah, it's common for some artists to do this because they don't come up learning how to draw cars per se. But yeah, that's what my take is. The guy in charge, Edgar, is a lot more conservative, and he's just not confident. This guy's taking some risks. But anyways, let's move on.
So Huey doesn't want to fight, and then like Mother Milk is getting his ass kicked a little bit, and then yeah, he's a little fighting there. Frenchie is trying to get the female out there. Yeah. So basically, everything's going great, or it kind of sounds like not as great, but then there's a turning point. Tara jumps in, bites her wrist. You can see Butcher scrapping like only English does.
Well,
Bites
it's
the
not
guy's
going great
nose.
at this point. Like the boys are kind of getting their asses handed to
Well,
them.
well, yes, but I'm saying that's a turning point down there. That
Yeah.
panel down there with Butcher biting the nose, and this is where it gets gross. like, uh, and then like Stormfront gets distracted by that. The guy's screaming, "Oh, he knows!" And then Mother's Milk goes for the junk. It just squeezes and squeezes. You see there's blood there. Something popped.
Uh, yeah, this was painful. Just to this
It's like
this whole fight was just like, oh,
yes. The dog gets run against the wall. Butcher he pulls a Mike Tyson.
oh,
Uh, yeah. Then
gross.
he be
This
yeah.
first panel though, note where Huey says, "Oh no," like
Her wrist is
that's a
exposed. Yeah,
foreshadowing. Go ahead.
yeah. Oh yeah, because basically don't touch his dog.
Don't
They
touch
were
the
told by
dog.
Homelander. Homer said, "Don't fucking touch the dog."
Right.
He originally said that before. But
Yep.
these guys is like, he's like, whatever. No, so and he basically says, he's like, go out, get, and get out, because he Butcher saw that with the whole thing, the dog. He's like, and don't come back here, and don't let Frenchie in either. Basically means Butcher is gonna go badass. He's going Batman.
Yeah, he's like, everyone get out. I'm gonna solo these guys. You're like, what?
it's and you see the dogs there. He's like, "Oh, here you are, doggy," and you see him taking his belt off.
Taking
I'm
his
like,
belt off.
I'm thinking, he's like, is he going for no, no? He's going for killing, and he just snaps her neck. I mean, really snaps her neck.
Well, this scene, yeah,
Oh,
like he comes up because they're in the dark, and she's hunting the dog, and Butcher's hunting her, and then
now at this point, I
this
they saw the
panel.
compound being them.
Oh, obviously, yeah. But look at the panel, like just how he wraps it around her neck, and then like heaves her over his back. It's just it's so visceral.
Now this guy, we learned that this guy, he's a telepath, the guy with the red, yellow, and green, basically Mexican
He's
flag, I
a
guess. I don't
mind
know.
droid, I think is his name,
Well,
mind droid.
yeah, 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 and the fly guy. And they're talking like, they can't locate him, and then Frenchie's like, Frenchie basically like, here, it's like, where Huey says, he's in there on his own, and there's five of them bastards, and he's like, Frenchie's like, we is like, it's like, Palaville Bebek, I almost feel sorry for them. They are stuck in here with him. It's like, I love how Frenchie's like, basically like, and you see Huey's face, like, oh shit, they are right. He's stuck in there with
Yeah,
him.
because yeah, he's worried. He's like, oh man, Butcher's stuck in there with five of them, and then like Frenchie's basically like, no, they're stuck with him. Like,
Because
oh,
well, remember Huey saw the dog, but he didn't know what was gonna go on. He was like, he was like, but yeah, look at her neck; it's just completely this turned. Ugh. And I love how like she's like put a little side dialogue we're in there.
yeah.
And then there's a whole thing, and you have a little pep speech. He's like, "Come on, guys," it's like, well, maybe we should just kind of leave. And he's like, and I love how Stormfront basically kind of wants to stay there. He's like, no, we're gonna do this job. Oh. So yeah,
In the
this is
final,
basically.
in the final panel,
I
when
know.
it is, you just see off your next cunts.
Yeah, he's getting a mental rating here. He's like, it's very faint. It's oh shit. It's like
So,
yeah.
um, all right, what
Butcher is
was
like that. I was gonna say, if you're like you had to like if you live up in like you grew up in like in a suburb, you had that one kid you hang out with, the one who was like he was the one that would basically like, beat up everybody else, the one who basically didn't care if he went to jail or guy whatever. That's Butcher. I loved about that. Cause remember, it's all about the boys, group of friends hanging out, kind of like the
yeah?
Sandlot.
What was your favorite What stood out about this issue to you?
Oh, like I said, I mean, I like the fact that Starlight stood up for herself in this. Kind of lays into him. She actually,
Mhm.
because I wasn't sure. Obviously they got her in the costume. I'm shocked they even got her into the costume. Uh, but after that, the whole, I guess you could say like the fight scene. I mean, the straight in, the brick, man. You're
Yeah.
getting to see this. That's always my favorite part when you actually see the boys fighting.
It was pretty
You know?
cool because up to this point, you haven't really I mean, you've seen the boys beat on some people,
Yeah.
but it was more of a beating than an actual fight.
They didn't get a chance to beat up the G-men. We were basically not allowed to see that.
Well, even when they
They
beat the, what was it, the G Wiz?
Yeah.
Like, every the times where they've gotten in altercations, it's usually they're just delivering a beating. It wasn't like an actual fight. This is the first time where you're like, "Oh, this is a fight." Like, the boys are like, "Here, this 2 pages here." I mean, they're getting their asses handed to them. Mother's Milk's getting his face smashed into a wall, like Frenchie's
Ranger
having
sitting.
to escape out the window with the
Yeah.
female, and they're 2 men down. And you're like, oh shit. Um, then the tide does turn, but in the you're it's a real fight, and I found that interesting myself. Like, I was like, oh,
So
this is something we haven't seen before.
I just want to point out to Rhaegar is saying like glad they call them mother's milk, not daddy's milk to be awkward. Well, I mean, I hope they don't go with Homelander basically with the drinking the mother's milk. Just think about that. I always thought that was weird in the show too. It's like
And that was
it's
pretty
called
gross.
mother's milk. And then you had Homelander his like breast milk fetish. I was like, I want to change my name then. It's like- but no, way different. Soldier Boy was supposed to be like he was supposed. Remember, he was the leader of the team. And then you had Crimson Call was basically like his lover, or he thought. So I love what they did with Soldier Boy in the show. I love that they changed him. But
Yeah, I mean,
Stormfront,
for the
Stormfront was
soldier boy,
great. Yeah,
in the
go ahead.
show has to be different for the story that they're doing in the show.
Yeah,
Like, yeah, the soldier boy that's in the comic wouldn't have made much sense, and he wouldn't have had the impact. Um,
no.
and they already
Um,
and same thing with Stormfront. They really had to change Stormfront.
like I said, Stormfront just comes off as a big tough bad guy, just like Homelander. But you want Homelander to be the big bad guy, so I have Homelander and Stormfront be keeping Stormfront as a male. That'd be really weird. So I liked how they basically the show turned Stormfront into a woman
Right.
and subverted everybody's expectations about the character, especially the normies who don't know anything about the book. Ah, it's a strong female woman. Yeah, it's great and everything. She's a Nazi.
Yeah. No. The right. No.
So great.
The gender swap of Stormfront in the show is an example of how to do it well. They did it for a purpose, not just to be like, well, we need more representation. Like,
No,
they did it was like, oh, we're gonna have a relationship like of uh Homelander and Stormfront, and
but it,
this
but
idea
me,
of being like the ultimate power couple, and you can't do that with the Stormfront that's in the comic book. It's a different
but
character.
it was a double whammy though. I mean because as we remember, people who read this book were complaining about, oh, they gender swapped her and all blah blah. So the Black Pills were upset about that, and then
Hmm.
the SJW was like, oh, look at, yeah, she's our, and then they turned out to both to be like, you could tell neither one of them had ever read the comic books.
Right.
So when she turned out to be a Nazi, they're like, oh, I guess I shouldn't complain, but still, she shouldn't be a woman. Who cares, bro? It's an evil character. It's like
Right. Yeah. It was like when all the
now,
SJWs got pissed off when Daenerys turned out to be like the ultimate SJW killer. Like you're just like, see, this is what you are.
right?
Like, no. Anyways, so
Live long enough to become the villain.
yeah, so yeah,
Actually, I
I
take it
like
back.
how
I take it back. The Mercedes Benz is the best part of the comic.
no, I like the Starlight scene. It gives her she's one of my favorite characters. So um, there's not a lot that happens other than the fight. I mean, this comic book really seems to feature the fight, and I think it was fun to see it, and I really enjoyed it. I think with the comments I was making earlier about why this is one of my lesser favorite story arcs, isn't because I didn't enjoy it. I think that this was just a much more straightforward
Sure.
story, and
It
I
was
don't fault
yeah,
it. I don't fault it. I just think that
there was 2 stories going on. That's what it is. Instead of being a multi-layered, like you got with the mother milk, looking for the girl's father, you know.
mhm,
That's remember that story? I forgot what that was. I think that was the last one you did before Herogasm. That story. I think it was that one with the
right.
G-Men. Then Mother Milk was also going, looking up and then trying to get justice for this guy.
Right, yeah.
But
I'm
yeah,
just used to Garth writing lots of different threads and exploring different things.
yeah,
Like even Herogasm had so much going on. This was just
sure.
a more basic by the numbers, and I'm not trying
Well,
to tear it down. I'm just trying to explain why it didn't raise to the levels of some of the
to be
previous stories
fair,
to me.
we don't know what's going to go on in the next volume. Maybe
Oh,
it sets
sure.
up for it's going to
I'm
get
not
much better.
complaining. I'm not
Yeah,
complaining.
so
Like this is
and
just
it's not a filler episode. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah,
It's not a
it's just
filler.
not everything can be a home run. Sometimes you just need a more basic and that and so someone else might have totally loved it. I don't know.
I totally loved it because it was that
Yeah,
just
see
short
there
and
you
to the
go. That's a
point.
perfect example.
I didn't need like like 5 minutes to read the book. The issue I like it was like I can read it in like 2 minutes, get it done with. You know,
I like not having to blow through it in 2 minutes.
like
Um
for example, Walking Dead. There's just enough text to basically tell you, about some dialogue. But by the sequencing, you can tell what's happening. Sequential art, when you can actually tell what's going to happen by
mhm.
just by looking at the art. You don't need any text. I like that. And
Yeah.
this kind of felt a little bit like that a little bit, but this also had a lot more uh, just dialogue
Right.
and it's very trope dialogue. You think about it, the
Oh, for
Nazi
sure.
being a Nazi, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, there's enough dialogue there, but if any of so I can understand why you didn't like as much, as much as I did. You probably would have wanted more, yeah, more stuff. But to me, it
I'm
just
just saying,
enough to
yeah,
basically a book and goodbye.
there's more complexity in his other ones, and
Yeah,
I like that. This one was more simple, and I'm just trying to be clear that I'm not trying to say
yeah.
demean the book by saying that.
No, no, no. It's
Just
just
that
that
that's what it is
you
what it
re-
is.
you read much more I guess let's say sophisticated books like your Sender, I don't or whatever it is, your Sender or whatever this book are. And some of your other ones probably
Ascender's
have
actually not very sophisticated. It's straight up like
really.
Star Wars adventure. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
oh,
very
okay.
um but I
But you know what I mean, though.
yeah, I'm trying to think of what I do read that's
You like
sophisticated.
books that stimulate your mind. Oh,
Yes, I do.
like
And I
encyclopedias.
well, I just like books that they don't even necessarily have to be complicated. I think
No,
on the surface of Garth Ennis books, these are just simply enjoyable. But I like books that have more than is just what's on the surface. I like it's same thing with like movies and everything. I like when there's multiple layers that you can peel and dig into. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is The Matrix. And you can watch The Matrix and just see sci-fi kung fu and enjoy the hell out of that movie and it's fantastic. And you can watch it over and over and then get into the themes of like are we living in a simulation, what is it like, what does reality actually mean, and all these themes that the Wachowskis are exploring that are there. That's not required to enjoy the movie, but if you want to dig deeper you can. And one of the things I like about The Boys is it's kind of like one of those books. On the surface it's just a fun story about a group of boys and they have to take control the superheroes who are out of control. Like it's all, but there's layers deeper in there that I think that I see that maybe others do or do not. I don't know. Can't, but that make it even more appealing to me because I feel like there's just more to mine out of the book than. So that's all I'm trying to get at. I don't want to sound too much of a snob.
too late. Haha.
Too late. Cat's out of the bag. Um,
Dad's dead. He's been in the bag too long.
How long is the series in full, says Rhaegar? I know it's in the 70s at least. I saw some issues that were like 70 something. So I think we're like halfway through. I don't think the
There's
series
also
is over. I think that they're still
no,
making they just
Dear
had
Becky.
yeah, Dear
Yeah,
Becky just came out. I think it just finished earlier this year.
last year I think.
Yeah, it was pretty recent that it wrapped up. So, and I suspect we'll probably see more boys in the future as well. It's not like at this point, it's not like a monthly ongoing. It's kind of more when Garth and Derek decide to get back together and do a story. Is what it seems like.
For a book that's all about debauchery and sex, pretty sure it wraps up pretty nicely with protection.
All right. So here we get a new artist, changing the look of the book a little
Yay,
bit.
he no longer looks old. Wait, no,
And
he's
not a
got
bad
skin.
artist, but just
Oh,
very makes
you could
just
tell. You go back and look at Stormfront's face in that last panel. Look at this. It's like
oh, for
he
sure.
got shine. He got look at
This
it. It
is
went from Stallone to like some guy with.
yeah, and but it just kind of some of the characters that are like side characters become a little less recognizable, but
Dude, I'm
it's
looking. I'm looking at look, Soldier Boy up there on that top right panel, the right page. You see him up there. It looks like Marvel Zombies.
yeah. Well,
uh,
to me he looks like Red Skull.
yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's kind of on purpose.
Well,
Like
I
if
don't know,
that's
but the whole,
Garth doing a
yeah,
little twist on things like, "Oh, look, Captain America's been turned
he
into
does
Red Skull."
now. He does, yeah. Now you look down there, but on the top part though, he looks like a Marvel Zombie. Where they always have the dark faces and they come out of the shadow.
Mhm.
So anyway, so basically, they're all into the construction site here over here. They led there, and you see Spacey telling them to shut up. You know, I'm in charge here, Stormfronts. If you guys want to leave, you know, if this is what you want, you'd rather continue being laughed at permanently. You know, second best and making these wretched debating attempts to join the Seven, and residing forever in a file marked almost but not quite. And he says then leave. They're like, and then he says, "I'm going to stay because it's our opportunity that I will not let pass." So then you get Butcher, so he's like, "Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough," or whatever the tune's supposed to be. But he's got a
Right.
handful. We saw before when he was still there talking, he was crunching out glass with a brick. He's got a hand. So he's got pocket glass or a handful of glass, and he's got the pickaxe. And then we learn over here we see Homelander is watching World War II History Channel. That's what it looks like. I think he's watching the History Channel or World War II in HD or whatever. And then A Train's like, "Do you hear about what's Starlight whatever it is? She's out. She's refusing to wear the costume. You know that's not right." And he's like, "I don't care." He's like, "But you said before. It's like it's like I thought you'd want I mean." You'd like to make sure people toe the line, kind of, and kind of stay on message. He's like, "Oh, is that what I'm here for?" Silly me. I thought I was a superhero. Time you left. And then you see how they kind of piss. Then he goes back to Butcher, basically taking him out one by yeah. You see Butcher's just kind of sitting, he's just kind of like, calls him over. And then you see Pocket Sand. Just kidding. It's actually glass. But I get that whole Gerald Gribble thing from King of the Hill. And he's blind now because there's only one eye. Has now has glass, and the other one had a patch on it from female taking his eye out. And he's like, I cannot be blind. He panics and flies out. Off the roof. And like he's like, you lot still fancy your chances then? Because he basically Butcher's like, you're gonna
Right.
die now.
The-
It's like,
I love this scene too because it just a few panel or a few pages back, basically Stormlander's just chastising him because they're just like, "Oh fuck, we got to get out of here," blah blah blah, and he's just like, "Look, you can go. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. I'm not passing this up. Like you know, I'm gonna take care of business, you know." And then the first thing that happens, Butcher just like he's like, "I'm out of here," because Butcher blinds him with the the crunched up glass. Like it's just, oh my god, you can see it in his eye too. You're like, oh my gosh. And so
uh,
now he looks at the rest and like, fancy your chances. Just a great scene. And then I love how Garth just he cuts. He always knows when to cut at the right time, at the height of the act. Like it just, oh, what's gonna happen next? You gotta wait. We're gonna cut to a different scene now. You're like, damn
and
it.
we see kind of Edgar and the other guy basically now has brown hair, but it's now it's lighter brown hair instead of being dark brown. Are basically talking to each other again, and this is what it was this issue basically where they were talking about it was they're talking about little Nina, the whole Russian incident, and just basically just like, and then Edgar's like, "Do you have me on speaker?" And he's like, "Yes." He's like, He's like, well, could you take me off it, please? Certainly, because and now I'm thinking here Edgar's gonna freaking yell at him, scold at him, but it's not the case. And so you see here how the guy's like, well, I had no idea that you were concerned with my performance. As you clearly are. He's giving him a little attitude. He's like, I can, if you want to, I can just draft my resignation. He's like, no one's talking about resignation. As a matter of fact, I was speaking to anyone else. I would assume that to be nothing but petulance. Basically, he's like saying like the whole Edgar thing is like Edgar doesn't want him to quit, but Edgar also, but your before, with your point before, Ash, you said how Edgar basically is a conservative. So he's like not conservative, but like as far as Republican, but he's basically doesn't want to take any necessary
Right.
risks.
He,
Yeah,
he takes less risk. He wants to
yeah.
make sure everything is
He's in the
safe
business to
and
make money.
right.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And this is the scene where I was kind of hinting at too about why I don't think that they hate each other. Like I see Edgar really respects him, as his right hand
I
man
think
because he's like, I'll
I
offer my
think.
resignation. He's like, no one's talking about resignation.
Well, the reason I say because I go back to Kiergaز when the guy was kissing his ass, he says, "Oh hi, can I like oh you look up to Edgar, your boss, and he kind of like, oh you're doing so well, when
No,
the
I
guy was
just
turning
think that
brown.
scene was more indicative of that. I'm going to call him Mr. Blonde because he's back to being blonde again. Mr. Blonde saw that dude as a kiss ass, and he's like, didn't he was saying you were doing so well until you started sucking up to me. Like he doesn't abide ass kissers. Um,
And
and that's
so
kind of what
who's
I see here.
who's Edgar supposed to be in this situation? Look at his face. What celebrity that comes to mind right away? I'm getting like one of the Baldwin brothers.
I don't know. I'm not sure if there's.
He looks like a famous celebrity or actor.
It's hard to say. This is a guest artist, so I don't even. I'm not even going to try to read into that.
Oh, you know what it is? It's Jim Belushi, according to Jim. But anyway, continue. All right, these three are kind of like thinking a plan and we're gonna do. And while they do that, Buzzboy is disappeared. He's gone. So those two are by themselves. They're like Swaddle. His name's yeah. They're like, oh crap, And I love how Terry just kind of runs away. Their guy's like, oh my god. He's like they basically don't follow it. So basically, Terry serves as a distraction. So that's kind of cool. Um, Now I love this. Butcher starts talking to him. It's like, now when I was a kid, what me and my mates loved more than anything else in the world. Next page.
I have to say real quick before moving on, this was really hard to read because they they write how Soldier Boy is talking with his nose cut off.
Yeah, it's exactly.
So he has this part where he's like, where he says like, if got by doth, and I was like, what is he saying? And it actually, when you say it out loud, it actually helps when you actually try to pronounce it. You're like, oh, he was saying, oh, he got my nose. He's got my nose, is what he's saying. But it's like, I really had to like stop for a second each time he talked. I was like, what is he saying?
Because you look forward, his nose is in the hand. That's why you see it on the left page, panel. He's holding a nose. You look over, and they're like his the dog obviously
Yeah,
went past him
he
again.
grabs it right.
Yeah. And then he's like, so basically Butcher says like, when I was afraid if everything to do was playing on building sites, you could you could hide down in the foundations, you could climb up the walls, you could play in the plasma sand, you could make Stein guns, uh, out of the nails and wood and run around playing army. Spend all day there. It was fucking ace. It was. So Butcher's at home,
Yeah. And then they
and
come
I
around
love
the corner and they see the fly guy or whatever his name is.
this is like if Batman was like a killer. He just kill people.
Right. It just
He
totally
decides to.
is.
Oh, he found. Oh crap! He killed him.
Just imagine coming out and seeing your buddy like that's just horrid. Like and they're you just the panic in their eyes.
Right. One by one. Yeah, they're freaking out. They're just running around. Frenchie, they finally drove the ambulance to another real hospital. You go in there, and Huey's like, "Why don't you go in there?" He's like, "Well, no, I can't. He goes, and they talked about he's like, "Bet that cracker motherfucker," till he shits and or he basically says he wants. He's like, "Fuck, I do." He's like, I want to beat that cracker motherfucker till he basically shits is on his own hand. That's what I fucking need to do, you know, because he doesn't want to go in there. So he basically, I think Mother Milk just hates hospitals. I
That
mean,
wouldn't surprise me.
and I think he's a former soldier. I'm not. He was in the show. He was. I'm not sure about in this. I think he was one as well too. And then you see up there, they're kind of like freaking out. They're kind of hiding. And then here comes Mr. Shovel. Mr.
Yeah,
Shovel
this
comes out to play.
scene this
The
comes
pitch
out of
black.
nowhere too. Like, yeah, they're in the dark, and it's like they're just talking to one another, and boom, it just gets hitting the side of the head with a shovel. Like that, just ah,
Yeah. And then he hits the other guy in the face, and then he's like, "No more, bro." It's like, "Oh crap!" And he was like, "Wait, fucking wait! I'm just a dude, okay? I'm telepathic. I'm not a robot. I'm a dude in a suit. I don't come to pieces or anything that stupid shit." He's like, "Yeah, I know." You see his skull.
oh,
It's
this, yeah, that was nasty.
you know this takes me back to Shaun of the Dead. Remember the shovels?
Yeah, except that these aren't zombies.
I know.
This is this
And then
is
you
this is the most violent story we've read so far.
and I love that you see Soldier Boy coming up and it's just like he can't speak whatsoever, and Butcher's like, "You never fought in a civil war, you cunt, and you're a fucking insult to the lads that did." And then it cut back to Maeve. With the little like this just cuts away from the
Right,
so
yeah, you're just like, what's gonna happen next? Oh, you gotta wait.
no. And then they're in there, and then basically Starlight is basically in there are talking, arguing with Beck with A Train. He's like, "Oh, he basically, but you bet." He's like, "It's like I don't care what you say. You can't make me do it anyways." He's like, "Oh, I bet I wouldn't be too sure about you." So he's like, "Meaning?" He's like, "Meaning, keep pushing your luck, Starlight, please, please." And then the Deep's like, "Jack is wearing his new costume. Why can't you?" It's like, and she's like, "Jack isn't wearing a vicinity expedition. And what are you? And what are you going to do? A Train come charging me with your floppy little penis, hanging out again? Listen, he's like, she's like, because it didn't work out too well the first time, or the last time, as I recall. Like just Black Noir pops up holding the thing. She's like, "Oh no, no!" And then this is cool right here. Uh, and the Deep Twist tells these guys like shit's gonna go down, and like so they run out. And he's like, "Eh." Next panel, you see Queen Maeve just pops up in front of him, and he kind of backs away. Yeah. So I mean, this is a different side that the Maeve we haven't seen. I
I
guess they call her Princess Maeve, or is she Queen Maeve in this?
I think she's
I can't
queen.
remember. Yeah, but so we get basically the back over into the ambulance right there, and I forget what he says. He's like, yeah, he's like, well, they're gonna try and call in reinforcements. Like, it's like he's like, he's like, I need to call the man in the middle of a shit show.
Yeah, basically Huey's like,
Yeah, yeah,
you checking the
yeah,
butcher, and he's like, I'm not gonna call a guy in the middle of a fight. Like, what?
yeah. Paylick's one thing. Stormfront's something else, again. And he's like, and so Frenchie comes in. He's like, she's stable, but she'll not make it. You speak of Stormfront. He's like, you see the green spit. I was like, oh, what is he eating? It's like, ah, he's like, and mother makes me say this. He's like, always telling you get current with these motherfuckers. It's like, yeah, you keep it up on who the seven got right now. Last I checked, I will. And like, they're like, Stormfront's a Nazi. Genuine, yeah. It's basically Huey learns about what Stormfront is, that he actually is a Nazi and everything.
Yeah,
When
they're
his uncle
basically
is
saying
dead.
like
Yeah,
he's not like a Vought. This guy actually was from World War
yeah.
II. He's a
He is.
genuine like Nazi, like
Scum.
the pre Vought, like the scientists that Vought stole to like do their shit. This was their secret experiments, and so Stormfront
Yeah.
is one of the originals.
But yeah,
Um,
so he says like he came out of Germany with a Vogelbaum, the guy who created the VOT, so the V program. No, in 1938, the only product of the Third Reich's V program, just a boy, but already infected by Hitler's filthy poison, those speeches, and whatever hatred and whatever. He's like, Vogel could see all this too well and recommended that Vought destroy him. Instead, they raised him as their own. And if you can train a cur once rabies courses through the veins, you know, or he
yeah.
says as if you can, yeah, basically. So that's the end of this issue.
So
Um,
yeah, so
but
again, being Huey being our lens into the world, this is us learning that Stormfront's different than all the
yeah,
other heroes we've seen before. So a lot because remember the other heroes, there's only a few they talked about like that got the real dose, and most of them are on the 7, and that mean the real dose of V. The rest of the heroes that they kind of made afterwards, they made like lighter versions, and that's why they're not invulnerable and stuff like that. And the boys can handle them a lot easier. But Stormfront is a real deal, and he wasn't even made by Vought. He was made by the Nazis, and he's
yep.
been around all these years.
Because
Um,
Vogelbaum actually worked for the Nazis. He was a
right.
scientist.
So, and that's of course that like put you into a perspective like, oh shit, like this guy's you're not effing around. This guy's no clown like the rest of the guys that they've been fighting. So, what stood out to you about this issue?
I'd say the whole fight scene right there where he's crushing the glass. I was like, what is he doing with the glass? He kicked the window, and then you see
Yeah.
him taking the bricks. I'm like, what is he doing? Oh, he's crushing glass. I'm like, okay, doing something. Is he gonna have like something with glass in it and throw it at people? I never expected it to be in his hand and to throw at the guy.
Yeah. This whole scene would just the way it shook down, and it makes him. I mean, you already knew Butcher's a badass, but this one made him scary. I like the sequence of events. I like how he just handles Stormfront right here, throwing the glass in his eye. He's like Butcher's like always prepared.
Yep.
Um, that was some of my favorite stuff. That scene here with Buzz or whatever his name is, just really it was really well done. Like I came to this and
Uh,
you go from the low, if you were
Otto.
not seeing the panels ahead of time, like you were just seeing one page at a time, and you get down to this panel, you're like, oh, what are they looking at? And you turn the page. Oh, such a great panel reveal. Um,
Splato was his name.
yeah, it might have been. Yeah,
Yeah. Well, now he is now.
yeah, for sure. We still don't know what happened to Soldier Boy because they cut off. And this was my one of my favorite scenes too. When Black Noir steps in front of her, she's telling off A Train because A Train and Jupiter are just a bunch of fucking punks, and she's like, "Well, they're giving him some lip," and she's like, "Ah, listen, you," and then Noir just steps in, and she's like, "Oh," and you can tell she's intimidated. She's just like, what do I do?" And then Maeve steps in, and I was like, "Oh, shit," and they all back down from her. And this is where I was saying, like, I think that Maeve has some empathy for her because I believe it's very likely that Maeve went through similar things in the beginning.
Yep. And she stood her ground. I was thinking I try to do it all together with this girl because this girl's weak willed. Maybe it's just sick of all the misogyny. She's surrounded by guys all the time. She's
Right,
got to get so freaking annoyed. So she sees this girl having her. It's like, no, we're not doing this shit.
right,
Now that especially she sees that Annie is actually really caring. She's not fake.
right.
So now she can actually someone she can actually trust.
I
Before
also
she
think
didn't
that she
trust anybody.
respects Annie. When Annie stands up for herself, it feels like
Yep.
Maeve kind of respects her. Um,
Yep.
Rhaegar agrees with me. He says that he is doing that because the Red Skull also has no nose. And he says that the thing that Homelander's watching on TV is Ancient Aliens.
No, it wasn't. It's just
I
their
forgot
planes
what that
fighting.
was. Um,
It's
and
quarterback.
then he also says, I must say, speakerphone is genuinely annoying. A, you usually can't hear the people as well, and there's a cacophony of noises in the background. And B, the echo created from other devices that people have around.
True.
And also that people can listen into your call. That's what's annoying to me.
If that's the case, then why was Edgar wearing with those Bluetooth things with a good convertible? You can't hear shit. That's all you hear is on the other guy's side, because that's all you hear is the air.
Then he says, "Is the Black Noir again?" Were you
Is
trying
this
to say who is Black Noir again? I don't
he said is this Black Noir again? I'm assuming that's what he's meaning. Is that or is
I don't
I don't
know.
know
I don't know what that we have to
typo?
rephrase that question, Rhaegar, because I'm not sure exactly what you're asking. Um,
Well, the last time we saw Black Noir was Herogasm, where he basically molested Huey. So I see him again going. I'm thinking like, is he some kind of zombie guy? What's going on here? No, either way though, Derek Robertson's original inks for the cover, the 34 on the right side. That's cool.
so here we are in the final issue of
It looks like a freaking manga. like Robertson draws it in the black and white.
oh yeah, because of the Zipatone.
Yep.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
facial features, and then yeah, there's the flames and all stuff, and there's the clouds. Like yeah.
Rhaegar's asking, who is Black Noir a parody or satire of?
Oh,
It,
we've seen it as Batman or Black Panther. It's basically what he's been described as. At least as I've
I
come
think
across.
he's Batman. I mean, the Seven are clearly the Justice League, so he's got to be Batman
He's
to
not
some
Wolverine.
degree.
He's not gonna. All right.
All right, issue 34, Self
30.
Preservation Society conclusion.
Yes. Voicemail again. So they keep meet each other. He's like no joy. No. But he said he was gonna his way to. I told him where we are. So yep. I phone him back and tell him that get his skates on. And this is supposed to be Payback's crib, basically where they live. And of course, it's a trap because here comes Stormfront. He's like, I love it. You see him flying in the sky down there, in the bottom left panel. There.
Yeah.
Yeah, the middle page. He's like, oh fuck me. He's just see the. Then here it comes out of his eyes, the lightning out his eyes. This is where I get Superman from. That part. Before it was out his mouth, which is really weird. But I mean, it's a
Is
typical.
it out of his eyes? I can't really tell.
It's two separate arcs.
Yeah, but he did that before when he out of his mouth. He'd have like many arcs come out. I'm not gonna go
Out of
back
his
and find.
mouth.
Yeah.
I don't remember that, but because only has one eye. So I mean, but at least his eye patches off. See, so maybe he's coming out of his eyes still. I don't know. Regardless, though, I love Butcher's just like, come on, you goose stepping Jerry bastard. I'm the one you're after. Come on. And basically, everyone's knocked out because of the car explosion, so he's basically buying time. Then we see let me see, the guy is basically talking to yes, some kind of doctor. He's like, "Hello again, doctor. I still haven't been able to reach the family, so I'm afraid the situation is not clear. So I'm not sure what person they're talking about. Do you know of any idea?
Um.
Someone
No,
had a heart attack. Yeah.
I was thinking it might have to do with Vic the Veep
Oh, wait. Could be the president. Remember the president? Or come
or
out,
the
he's gonna die.
president. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's
Robert.
some of
Yeah.
the open threads going on, but they don't
Dakota.
really tell you here.
I'm thinking it's Dakota Bob. Because the whole point was it says Dakota Bob's gonna die in a year, and then the whole year guys said, "The Veep, you're gonna be president. You're gonna do what we want to do."
Yeah, they definitely have some sort of plot going on.
All right, so Butcher is basically doing what he can. He tells Tara to leave. Tara's kind of like knows it's not a good idea. He doesn't want to leave him because he knows he senses danger. Butcher does his best thing to basically shove the crowbar into his mouth. Oh, this is really gross. And the guy shook him, and then he basically kicks him out. He's like, Englander. All right. Next page. All right. Huey starts waking up. And he's like, "Wake up here!" He's like, "Oh, here I'm." Oh, fucking hell! He's like, the whole Nazi starts going. He's like, "Do you lay your hands on, lay your mongrel hands on me? I will end you." He's like, "Oh, bollocks!" Just love it. The whole the whole just kind of like it's like John Constantine getting a fight with the Super. That's what it reminds me of when I read this dialogue. He's doing his
Yeah.
he doesn't he doesn't stand a chance, but he's doing his best by time.
And the kicker here, though, is that when Huey's lying down, someone's talking to him. We don't know who this is. So someone's
Yeah,
saying, "Wake up, Huey! I am here." It's not the butcher. Butcher's off.
yeah,
He ran away. That was the whole thing. Like he led
yeah. Led
terror
away from
away, and they're
yeah.
fighting. So someone has shown up, um, and we don't. And it's kind of a mystery at this point. So then yeah, fighting Stormfront and sends
And
terror away.
I love that he sees the little speech here going there. He's like it's like because here he basically says like the Stormfront says they're very explicit to killers do not touch him. He's like, but I don't give a shit about that. You talk about the war, you Anglo-Saxon vermin. You could never have beaten us on your own. And Bella Butcher says like, well, maybe not. But we hung on long enough for the Yanks to join in. You know, it's like he's like, what? Here comes Mother Milk with the bat. The Yanks. You know, he's like, you black piece of fucking oil. He's like, and Butcher's like, don't forget about the free French. So or Mother Milk says, "I had some bad motherfuckers right there," and then it's Huey or not Huey, but a Frenchie coming in. the allies, remember?
Yep.
And and then he's like, ah, you fuckers, you worthless rebel, subhuman swine, I'll kill you all. You don't add up to a fucking print break. I kill 1,000 of you. And of course, there was the other one, the lads that went all the way to Berlin. Oh, what the hell? He started saying, all of this love sausage. The Russians come to help too. So I love the little like the whole World War II reference, and it ties
Yeah.
back into what like I said before. Homelander was watching History Channel with the dogfights, World War II dogfights. So he wasn't watching Aliens. I think Rager was trying to be funny, but no. Uh, so and like yeah, and I love that they all just basically like curb stomp him, and then it gets gross. His head goes, his brain pops out. He's like I am right now. So then we get a random phone call from Annie, basically, and she's like, do you think I need a boob job?" He's like, those horrible silicone lumpy things? They look like they're bloody diabolical." It's like, and I mean, all right, I could see if you had hideous tits to begin with, but they looked like bananas or something, but yours are lovely. When I heard you talk, were you about that out then? She's like, oh, just be crazy. But I love how she gets a resurging from him because he's the obviously she felt self conscious, probably
Mm-hmm.
for the boob job comment.
For sure.
Yeah,
Women absolutely do. Like
yeah.
it sucks. I think as as guys we're just like whatever. We just we're lucky to take showers some days or whatever. Like women are constantly hammered by society about their looks, and I think a famous comedian who I don't remember the name of once said in their bit about how women don't dress to impress men; they dress to impress other women. And that's something that's stuck with me as I grow up and just in life and see like it is so true. Like women, if you only understood how much I mean men want you to look nice, like have hygiene and take care of yourself, but most of the things that
Women,
women do, you
yeah,
don't need to do. And I remember in fact I in the same vein to this, I just saw on Twitter like a couple days ago about someone they posted some feminist nonsense about like how like oh in a man's world you wear the same thing like over and over and over, but a woman like can't wear a dress like more than once or twice or something.
you'll be
And
made
then
fun of. You looked at yeah.
some guy like responded and was like, no, you only do that for other women. No guy on the planet gives a shit if you wear a dress more than 2 times." Like, and I was like, "Yeah, that's so true. Like, if you have a nice dress, you look good in it, like, wear it all the time. Like, no man cares." Like, such a dumb thing, but it's a societal thing, and I could totally see her getting caught up into this, right? She's
I
surrounded
can
by
see.
people.
Remember the whole social things like you see a woman come in and she's wearing the same dress she was wearing last night. Oh, you got lucky.
Yeah, no,
Pull
no,
all nighter. Yeah, Yeah,
But
yeah.
they're talking about like the high
I-
society thing where you go and buy
no,
a
no,
nice
no.
fancy dress and you can only wear it
Yes.
once. That is a
Yeah,
total Hollywood thing.
yeah. And I understand, that women are much more. It's the hen house. You never want to be in a hen house because that's basically what
Yep.
society has basically taught women,
Mm-hmm.
that they are constantly competing with other women.
Yep.
It's the whole Mean Girls.
Yep.
Never ends. It
And the
never
thing is,
ends.
it's women teaching women that. So
Yeah.
women don't know. Like, I almost feel like as a man that I want to free women from that. I'm like, let me get you out of the clutches of other women because they're poisoning your brain. Like, that's not how men think. You don't need to be that way. It's um, but that's a whole nother topic.
Yes. Yes.
Let's get back to the book.
When we talk about the girls, that'll be our next subject. Anyway, so still you're basically still that's going on, Fritz Corner, and then it says not a peep powder. You're talking about that. And it's like, and the Russians basically says like, she'll be fine. You don't have to worry about it. She's like, and Huey's like, oh, French is gonna be heartbroken, and he's like, and he's and I love how the Russian guys are like, he's like, he wouldn't give alone, and, and then basically they're frank, basically telling Butcher's like, thank you again for your help on that, doing what I've done without you. And you hear that, and he's like, oh, it's not the comrades. He hits them both. They're both sore. So he hits them in the back. Another trope. And he's like, and then so then the Russian gets really serious. Like, besides, it was a chance to deal with justice, decent Western super teams, running dogs, servants of capitalist masters. Inglorious 5-year plan, we fought for the good of all. Fuck like payback, just in for what they can't get, boys. Care nothing for the people. Only want only to climb another step up pole. In Stormfront, poof, I I never pass up opportunity to kick some rectum, yes? And like Butcher's like, rectum? Just laugh. Like the whole joke. And like, oh, but he comes like, that's the oldest book, that's the oldest joke in the world. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. And he's like, and he questions about Frenchie, and then Frenchie comes out, so then Huey decides to go in there while they're talking. And I love this is like my favorite part of the whole entire issue is this. Even we come next to we'll get this we'll obviously see Starlight basically in her old costume, and like it's like, and the guy's like, isn't she supposed to be in her, like he's like, no idea. The Homelander doesn't give a shit. Whatever. And then so basically he was like, oh, she's not working, and like, she's like, he's basically, hey, wake up, you're the best part of this group here. I thought it was horrible, and then I realized, someone I've only met for so long. You really affected my life. You know. And so then he goes, ooh, what are these? Chocolate limes, and also his hand gets grabbed. He's like, oh crap! She broke his arm. Look at on the bottom, because she loves the
Just look on
chocolate
this.
limes.
Look on that fourth panel. You can just see it
Yeah.
snapping. You're like, ah,
But you see it more on the end, the bottom, the corner.
yeah,
But I love that scene. It's like that's what got her out. Never take a woman's food.
yeah, that's true.
A candy dish.
Don't take a woman's candy.
That's how you die. uh, so then we get a little moment at the bottom in the next page. It says Mother's Mug says like, yeah, I'm pretty much fucked, and plus, both of us are too old for this shit. So he's like, and Butcher's like, oh, we'll kind of reassuring him, we'll last long enough. And then
Yeah,
so
they're
the
basically
question's like,
questioning if
yeah,
Huey's gonna this
yeah,
whole Huey thing is gonna take care of itself because
yeah,
Huey's not in on it for sure, and
yeah,
and he's worried about that. So
yeah,
Butcher says he's got to take care of something.
yeah. And then you see it, Soldier Boy. Oof, this looks worse and worse when I see them. Ugh. That's how it ends. That's how I was like, I saw this, I was like, dude, I gotta go read the next one.
Yeah, but the next one's a different story.
I know. With the there you go. Now, Rager, now you can say Lizzo. Since you like to bring it up every freaking time we have a live stream.
So that is the end. That's the conclusion of the story. What stood out to you, or anything you liked about this book?
I love the whole World War II reference. How they always came in like England was in
Yeah.
trouble, and then they rally up, they beat up the crap the Nazi, and then that whole thing, the last bit at the end with Huey get his arm broken.
Yeah, I really the World War II thing was really cool. It was one of those things as I was reading it, I was like, "Holy shit. There is
And the fact,
a French and an Englishman and an American." I was like,
yes,
"Is this like Garth like had this plan all along?" Because then I started thinking like how Garth likes writing war stories. Like that's kind of
yes,
his background. I'm like, "Dude, like again, it's
yeah.
like those layers of the onion." I'm like, "How many other things are planted in here that I haven't seen?" Um, yeah, it was really cool.
The other thing, and also that the whole reference ties back to what Homeland was watching in the issue before. He was watching the World War II planes on the History Channel, doing the dogfights.
I have to say too when Love Sausage shows up,
Yeah,
he just
it,
it's another one of those great like page reveals where you have a page and he's like, "Huh? What's going on?" And you turn and it's like, "Suck the love sausage, German pig." It's just like
yeah.
I totally did not see that coming. Um so it was a pretty cool cuz you knew that they called someone. I just I had no idea it was going to be him.
They
Maybe
called
you
someone. They got voicemail for Sarah or whatever it was what they called someone, and they got a voicemail.
yeah.
But,
Well, no, even before a couple issues ago when they were
yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah,
ambulance, he's like, "I got to call
yeah.
someone."
And then
Um,
I love how he just gets Hitler was a queer. Just butchers it.
all
Just
right.
very,
How he taunts him. Yeah.
you know. Till you realize like, oh shit, this is. He's like, leg it, mate.
This
He's
is such
giving
a
chair.
we talk about how like the boys, right? Like how they are boys. This is such a boy-ish thing to do too. He's like, "Hitler was a
Yeah,
queer. Come on, you
yo,
goosed up and Jerry Bastard. After you. Come on, you think?" And he's flipping him off, and then it's like,
then runs
"All right,
away.
let's leg it." Like run, and it's like it's like taunting the bully, right?
Yeah,
Um, and
it,
he's gonna get chased, and then uh, yeah, and then he's all tired here. Uh, there's so much like the book can be really deep and it can be dramatic and it can talk about hard topics, but then it can also just have really good like tongue-in-cheek humor. And
it's like
I love that mix.
like I said, I'm trying to look at Stormfront now. The way he acts, how he's superior mirror, I keep thinking of Black Adam. Black Adam is such a freaking arrogant piece of shit.
Yeah. He does kind of have the same personality as like Black Adam.
Yeah,
He could be a mix. I mean, it's not like Garth just created exact clones cuz like even in the 7 we know it's Justice League. Black Noir is vaguely Batmanish because he's dark and scary, but obviously he's not a Bat character. Certain characters like
no,
Homelander and the Deep, we know who those. I mean, that's clear. Other characters are less obvious. So that's my take. I'm guessing that Homeland or that Stormfront is supposed to take the place of the Thor part of the Avengers, but was also inspired by probably I think you were probably on the nose with Black Adam and
uh,
the
evil
Nazi
Superman.
what was it Uberman was the
Yeah,
Nazi Superman?
Ultraman. Was it Ultraman?
No, it's like Uberman or Ubermensch or
Might have been Uberman, but I thought it was Ultraman or it was Ultraman's
no I
manga.
know Uber was in the name. It was Uber
Yeah.
because he's in the Freedom Fighters. Um,
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about not that. I'm talking about the DC multiverse, Crime Syndicate, Superman.
oh no, I'm talking about the actual Nazi
Yeah.
Superman
Oh, but yeah, that's I mean,
that's
yeah,
from
because
Freedom Fighters.
he was well, yeah, the Freedom Fighter's comic book, but he was also he said he was also part of the Crime Syndicate too. Uberman, yeah, the U instead of the S.
No, that is that's different. That is I think his name is like Ultraman.
But Earth, but the Nazi, but the actual Nazi one, yes, when he had the double S's on it.
Yeah.
He's from Earth X. Uberman's
So
kind of like,
let's see what people had to say.
see,
Uh,
that's Marty says Uberman you're thinking of is from the Saturday Night Live skit. Yeah.
no, from the Freedom Fighters comic, the DC comic Freedom Fighters. The Nazis um have Superman, and they raise him up to be like their super weapon. Um, let's see. Ronnie says someone who is well endowed. I honestly think that women who go past D, if that large, are freaking insane. Backaches plus being unable to find stuff is hard. As a guy, I don't understand it. I I think I think there's such a thing as too big. So
If I was a
I
guy, I wouldn't get it, Ash. Just say the way you are.
I just I think I don't know. I think it's just an example of women being pushed by societal things. And I think some women are so self conscious and b- so brainwashed into thinking that their looks are so important and that they
Overman is his name. That's what it was. Overman.
overmen.
Yeah,
Okay,
Uberman. Uberman would be the
I
guy
thought
who
I had
drives the car.
Uber. No, you know Uber's a real word. That
Yes, I know.
what's uh yeah. Anyways, yeah, I feel bad for this woman. I but they got it. They're not going to listen. Women who are making those decisions, they're really far gone, in my opinion. Rhaegar says, "Oh, Lizzo annoys you? Challenge accepted." You open that can of worms yourself, RDB.
Yeah. I'll just say this, and all what you do with your body is your choice. But man, doctors also shouldn't cater to people who who people are OCD and have like 30 to 60 different surgeries to fix something. They have OCD because they have a mental problem. Those are
Oh
the doctors I
yeah,
don't like. Yeah,
you're talking about there's like a syndrome I think that they
yeah.
actually coined after
They,
that. Like people who get plastic surgery,
if
they
they do
can't
it,
stop
yeah.
cutting. They just keep going back and back. Like Michael Jackson had it, right? Remember he did like his
Yep,
original surgery, and then he just kept
yep.
going under the knife again and again and again.
Plato. Yep.
Oh, oh, don't do it. Don't ever. I mean, if you get in a car accident and you become disfigured, that's what plastic surgery is for. Like, make yourself look normal, right?
Or you go live underneath a stage and you put a mask on your face and you pretend to be the
Or you could do
Phantom of the
that.
Opera. Yeah.
But these people that do it for vanity, they go get like the collagen implants in their lips and do all this stuff. I'm telling you, man. But I wish I could tell every woman this. They never look good. You will come across looking like a space alien, and not only that, but as you age, it's just gonna get worse. You see these women that get plastic surgery, it every single day after not the day after the surgery, obviously, because there's like
Well,
that healing
there's a
time, but the day
yeah.
after you look like the way it's supposed to, every single day afterwards, it just gets worse and worse and worse because your body was not meant to grow that way, and you just don't do it.
There's a
You will look.
there's a yeah. There's a reason why these people are being forced to go out to third world countries because the doctors won't do it. But I'm sure there's are a few doctors that, hey, you know what, you got money, I'll do it. You
Oh, there's
know.
plenty. I mean, I just
Yeah.
look at all the celebrities that you're just seeing here,
Well,
just
there's a one
horribly
celebrity
disfigured.
I like watching. Was it Botched? Yeah. And you just see how the people basically like ruin themselves and thinking like, now I'd make my kids watch this. That's what I do. If I had kids, be like, watch this.
Yeah,
This is why you never go trust a doctor and go under that stuff. You know, you just
never. Yeah, and this is. I
It's
think this is just an
like
indicative of
scared
a.
straight.
It's indicative of a broken society. We don't have, most marriages end in divorce, or kids come through single parent households. So a lot of women are being raised today without fathers, right? And I think girls need to grow up in wholesome homes where mom doesn't have to go out and cut her body up to impress dad,
That's
and they
not
can
true. They have two fathers.
they need to see that what normality is like and feel comfortable like that. And I think we get women, that are growing up without dad, and they're seeing like, oh, well, dad left mom, and my husband's gonna leave me, and just these terrible things, and I do not understand plastic surgery. Like I said, I get the whole like you're disfigured, or or whatever, something happened and we need to put it back to normal. That's different. The I'm talking about the elective one, the vanity surgeries. They
If you
never look good. Never.
if you lost your thumb, would you get your toe on your as in your thumb, or would you just leave it?
I don't know, maybe because thumb is like really important. Like you need to grab things.
Or would you get the prosthetic where like they have now they can just like you kind of like move it like a fake thumb? They
Oh, I
gotta
mean,
have something
I would
weird.
explore the options, but I could see having a toe. Like it'd be gross, but like being able to grab
Give me.
things is
I'd be like, can I get that chimpanzee's hands?
um yeah. So just don't do it. Don't please women. No, not that any women are listening to this other than Maranya, but
Oh, we're having a cadaver's thumb. Somebody else's thumb is now your thumb. Just came in fresh. Ugh.
can I wonder if they can do that? Can they
If they
transplant
can,
limbs?
if they can put your toe onto your like your thumb,
But that's
they should
your
be.
toe.
Yeah, but like somebody else's, I wonder though.
I don't know.
Toe
Pretty s- pretty
thumbs.
s-
Yeah.
pretty soon though, they're gonna just be able to grow you stuff because they're
Well,
already
that's what they're
growing.
trying.
They're already growing food in a
Well,
test
no,
tube.
they said they're trying to do is revealed they're actually trying to raise embryos for parts and stuff. I'm like, oh, it's the island. Remember
Oh yeah,
where they had the
I
clones
I
of the
can I
island,
can distinctly remember when cloning. Remember like in the '90s when cloning was a thing,
the sheep.
and yeah, the
Or
sheep.
sheep, yeah.
And then they
Yeah.
found out that they were like cloning like human embryos, and there was this huge like, oh my god, you can't. That's you can't clone human. And now it's like, oh, we're actually growing humans in test tubes. Like now it's like no one cares. Like there's no outrage. It's just, yay, we're about to give birth to a baby
Uh,
that never was conceived by humans. I'm like, what?
personally, because I have a faith in God, I don't think they'll ever actually make the actual human actually walk around and copy you because it has no soul. It needs, it needs God's touch in order to basically actually create human life. They can mimic it, but they'll never be able to get like another like person walk around and go, "Hey, it's my clone." You'll never get that.
Oh, but now I
Like,
guess what they're doing though is they're actually because the clones I guess from before were still done through like sperm and egg
sure,
conception. But I guess now what I've just heard recently is that they're actually are growing human embryos without from not having a fertilized eggs.
yeah.
Like
Huh.
actually, I was like, what? You're doing? We're anyways. I'm not going to go off on that huge tangent, but wow.
Like I said, wait till they start altering the DNA. Like, I get
Oh,
pinpoint if they find it. Yeah,
they
like
already are. That's a
you
COVID
want the
vaccine.
you want the
COVID
perfect
vaccine
human.
already alters your DNA.
No, but I mean, as far as from a cell, they can and then they figure out where they see if they find like the person who has this. They basically create the perfect human being that
Oh
doesn't
yeah.
have all these. If you want blue eyes, we'll give you blue eyes. That's freaky.
Yeah,
I'm
that
sure they've
is.
already figured it out, but but anyway, that's it for this. But we'll talk about the boys next week. But now we're gonna go on to our little read club as far as books we had to read.
Reading club.
Take
Excellent.
take a look. It's in a book.
All right. So one of the other things that RDV and I do, we pick a book for the other person to read. Um,
Butter goats are real. No, don't tell me
and
that.
my book for RDV this week for him to read
Was Pro Black Hat.
was Superman for the Animals. And
Yes. Creative though. This felt like a Roger Stern. I had to look at it again. I was like, oh, it's Mark Miller. Mark Millar.
yeah, so this one was special to me because, well, I like
This was
Superman. A,
this
I
was
also really
2000 or 2001. I think it's right around there.
I really love animals, and I'm a big Mark Millar fan. So
So
I was like, wow. And then this is not the Mark Millar that has the reputation. A lot of people think I
no,
think of
no,
Mark
this is Mark
Millar.
Millar basically running a character. Is it? And this time, Superman was still part of the post-crisis stuff. Basically he was still Clark Kent who he was. Superman was his work. You know, and I love that Mark Millar he wrote some of the Superman animated cartoon comic books. Some of the volumes. And but I read of those are fun. So reading this was like, oh, this is kind of cool. I still pre 52 Superman,
Yeah, it's
and
older.
you could tell the difference. Oh my gosh, it's uplifting.
You can
It felt
tell
like a Roger Stern.
you can tell the age just from this first ad. Look at
Yes,
that
yeah.
screen. You're like, oh, whoa, wow, this has been a long time.
Is this Netscape Navigator?
I don't know what that this looks like old school Macintosh, like 90s Macintosh. I don't because I don't
Document
recognize that
one
interface.
loading or gateway. But now this is now this is the part I don't like. Gladly they went away with this. I hate cursive writing in comic books, but then I realized, wait, they're not all the same font. Turns out there's different people writing into Superman asking for help. There's a guy, a World War II veteran, it basically, you can do anything and you can help a poor old soldier. And then there's people who are like in a third world country need help, and just when you see him sitting in his, and it's just right here. This is the powerful thing. This is a guy. He's a god sitting in a chair reading fan mail. You know, deciding. It's like I got. Remember what I thought me of? I thought Bruce Almighty.
I
Remember
don't
that where
think of
he's
him
doing.
necessarily as a god on
No, no,
that
no,
level,
but
but
no. But I mean, as far as answering people's stuff, their prayers or answers off. And then he talks to Lois. He's like, you gonna come to bed? He's like, oh, I'll be there. Don't worry, I got some stuff to do. Like, I'll be there at least for the 15 minutes before you have to get up and go to work. We have to leave. This shows that back then Superman didn't have to go to bed and sleep. At
what I want to
least
know is how does Superman get mail?
I imagine get through the Daily Planet, or maybe he has a PO box. Who knows?
Yeah, but how do you register for a PO box? You
He's
need some sort of
Superman.
identity.
He's Superman. He's got connections. Or they right or maybe like I said, maybe Superman said, if you want to get a hold of me, you go through Lois Lane, and I'll answer your letters that way.
Perhaps
He's the
I'm being
yeah.
a little bit.
I don't know, but regardless, though,
I'm,
it's a
I don't.
heartwarming story.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't
Like it's not.
yeah.
That's really not the point. Like I'm kind of being stupid, but it's just one of those things. Like if you think about it too hard, you're like, wait a minute. Um, it's not really the point of the story. The point of the story is to
So
have.
so the main story is about this kid called Tom Delaney. Now I had to look up. I was like, Tom Delaney, is that the name of the artist? Well, it's someone else's. I think it's Tom Mulligan or something. Anyway, this kid talks about how he moved. His dad works for this nuclear place, and he moved to this little town here in Springfield, whatever it was, and he makes new friends. Turns out they're not really nice. One kid is what's the kid's name is Bar or something, Balzer or Baller or whatever, and
Baller.
yeah, he hates animals apparently, and stuff. And this kid's like basic peer pressure, basically what it is.
Mm-hmm.
He so he's giving into it, and they shoot a dog, and like at first I'm like, is it a BB gun? Like, oh no, that's an actual real gun. That's a rifle. So they run away. Like, oh, the junk. This guy was basically in junk. Apparently, the kid said like, oh, the dog bit me last time. I was, it's payback. Then he finds out his dad's talking to the guy, and neighbor. He's like, oh, what's going on? He's oh, some jackass, shot the dog. He's like, oh, and his dad's like, the kid's dad's like, what kind of person, would shoot another man's basically another man's pet. And it says like, oh yeah, well, it's like it told me there's been a rash of attacks of animals lately. A couple cats found hanging in the woods. Labrador just up the road, roasted alive in its kennel. And he says like, I blame for this garbage? Parents of these sick little freaks, and he feels so guilty. The dog lost its leg because the kid shot it.
Yeah.
Like,
And the
oh my
dad,
god,
the thing is that the dad saying who I blame is the kids for the parents of this. But
yeah,
the whole time he's basically blaming himself. He doesn't know it yet because
yeah,
his own son is like part of this.
yes.
Go ahead.
And then yeah, so then he basically talks about story ball. He basically tries to tell he was tell his dad, but then he's like, I can't do that. My dad look at me dude, I'm one of those freaks he's talking about. The jerks. Like I try to explain to the counselor there, but the counselor didn't give a shit. Then they have the science teacher who was the last one they showed there. He has his pet squirrel in there. No, he's like, oh, it's like, Mr. Gwell, science teacher with the squirrel. It was the only one I figured I could understand. But then I thought I would get into trouble because I was there when the dog got shot, and so I wimped out. This basically really captures how kids are. that age.
Yeah.
I
And the
really
one
like that.
thing to notice here is after this scene where the kid is listening to his dad say, "I blame the parents of these freaks," it starts off, there's like a letter being written. That so the narration becomes this letter.
Yeah.
Um, or basically it's like a narration. Yeah, you find out that it's this whole yellow text. It's all a letter that's being written. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry
Uh,
to interrupt.
well, Mariah's asking what is going to. I think it's called Superman Saved Animals.
Yeah, I'll get to the questions at the.
Yeah, whatever. So basically, he basically felt like my friends are going to hurt animals. I figured maybe I could talk some sense into him. He's going to try on his own. He's like, so afraid to talk to tell anybody. He doesn't want to be a snitch. So well, maybe I could talk him into this. Finally, till they bait a cat. First of all, cat wouldn't be that dumb. Cat would see them and run away. He's skittish. If it's stray,
Yeah,
but if it's
it's a
hungry enough,
comic book.
they'll go
it's a
bad.
comic book. Don't think too hard.
And I'm just doing
So
what you do, okay?
you're doing what I did. You're
All right, so they're like, oh, you gonna drown him in the river? Toss him in the river? He's like, no, I'm gonna throw him off the freeway. You're like, oh, that's genius, great. And he's like, oh, here. He's like, you don't have to do this. It's cruel. He's like, I'm here to have fun. He's like, hey, where'd he go? He's like, come back here, you with my cat. I'm like, it's not your cat. You kidnapped the cat, you jerk. He's all angry. I love how the kid boy's like, talk about cats having 9 lives. See now pause right here. Go back to that case. The Superman's holding that cat. This is why I say it's pro black, evil black cat. The dog lost its leg. The cat gets saved and rescued. He's fine whatsoever. Not only that, the next panel, continue the story. Superman puts out the chemical plant where his dad worked. This kid's dad works. Gets on fire. Superman goes in there. He saves everybody. He puts us up, and he basically gets a story about how the whole town was there to take pictures of videos. He's like, honestly, I'd have done the same too. You know, is that if the accident wasn't at the chemical plant, my dirt back, it's like you got just about everybody else out there safely except for my dad. Why couldn't you find my dad? Someone told me there had been an explosion that released a cloud of gas that could have wiped out half the state unless you worked fast. They said you might be faster than a speeding bullet and more powerful than a locomotive, but that didn't mean everyone else you could save everyone. I guess even a Superman has his limits. And I'm like right there. I'm like, oh my gosh, the kid, did his dad die? I'm like, oh no. Next panel. He's like, and then he says, like, you were lucky you didn't reach that limit that day. He's like, oh my gosh, like his dad's alive. Still, Superman did it. Well, with the cat. He takes the cat away from the fireman, and then the kid goes and confronts the bullies. He sees them; they're gonna drown the guy, the teacher's squirrel, science teacher squirrel, and he feels so bad. Like he's like, oh, he's like, of course, he finds the squirrel dead. They go back to the kids. They run away because they don't want to get caught. He follows the kids back to the one kid's house. Gets in his face. He's like, you threatened me, Boy Scout. He's like, Boy Scout. It was the same thing he called you, Superman, when you saved that cat. And he's like, yeah. He's like, he basically gets his Steve Rogers moment right here. I love this. And he punches the kid in the face. But then he gets his ass kicked. He's like, and then, I'll kill you for that morning. And then they find all the collars, and the kids realize collars, pet collars. There's gonna be like hundreds of these. He's like, no, don't touch my stuff. Turns out the little freak's been killing tons and tons of animals. So all of a sudden, all their friends are like, well, we want to be around him. I'm like, really? Okay, holding off logic. And he's like, basically they stick up for the kid. Turns out later on, like I guess the kid after they tell him the kid, he admits they go, what's going on, what they do is wrong. He still makes out with he still has a friend in there. He basically works out by working at a vet place, and then he said he talks about how he made new friends, with more people, and then you see him with the cat. He adopted the cat, and he's basically wants to say is like, you showed me that being a hero isn't about being tough or throwing your weight around. It's about standing up for things you believe in.
Right, and
And
it's
yeah,
all being told through this letter
yeah,
that he's
help,
wrote
yeah,
to
help the
Superman.
yeah, yeah, help those who can't fight for themselves, basically. Yeah, it's and he's like, you see, he's like, Superman standing there. He's like, "Oh, well done, Tommy. I'm proud of you, son." He's like, "What?" No. So then after this, Superman went to go fight the Klan.
Uh,
Look, there's a little sketch right there. Look at that. Look, I love that little. See that? That is so old school. Look how Superman looks.
yep.
Now look at what Superman is today in the comic books. His arms are not that big. His like he's not jacked anymore.
So back to Marania's question. This is the comic, so you can see the cover here. It's called Superman for the Animals. It's a one-shot issue. Um, you can just look for that.
That was like really
Apparently,
Reagan.
apparently it was done for like a special like charity. I think this was like a charity book because I think at the end, let me get back here. Yeah, they have like a coloring contest, and you can fill out this thing like how would I help animals if I had superpowers, and they were giving away prizes and things. And then here's what you're supposed to color. Um, and I
Yeah,
miss comics doing these things, by the way. Like, look at this. This is for readers 8 to 12. Like, this is like back in a healthier time of comics. Nowadays, this would all be written for 40-year-olds, and it'd be all nihilistic. and
you
just,
look. Well, look at the logo. That's how you know super the comics were great back then. The DC logo right there. They don't read. They still do your favorite thing, the giant number one.
right.
But I mean, as far as
All right.
the circle logo, that's the old school '90s logo. So
All right.
that's
So let me
a,
ask you, what did you think about Superman for the Animals?
at first I saw that for the animals. I'm like, oh no, this is gonna be a PETA thing. Kind of is a little bit in the sense, but it actually was written well. Like he could have phoned it in and be like, oh, killing evils is bad, blah blah blah, and the most evil kid, and it's like it's like Toy Story. Remember he had Sid who broke the toys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Millar took the time to actually create a good story. He didn't just throw in like a preaching virtue signaling crap. You could tell he actually put actual effort into the book. And the art, I forgot who did the art is. I think it's Tom something, but or
Um,
I can't read the names.
Let me see if
Tom
I.
Grummett, Grummett,
Oh yeah, Tom Grummett.
Grummett. Yeah, I've never heard of that artist before, but I
He's an
love that.
older. He's an older from like the '80s and
Look at that. Look at that pose though. That the physique. That is what Superman's supposed to be.
right.
Look how
I
small
agree.
Lois is comparison. That's Superman. That's why he's super. He's freaking farmhouse boy. The whole joke
Yep.
is like, oh, they don't raise. Oh, they must raise you. They raise you right in Smallville. They don't have. They don't raise them like they raised in Smallville, tall, big, and strong. That's why Cat Grant in the John Byrne series went after him. She's like, he's polite and he's freaking tall and handsome. You know, that's what women want.
Well, let me tell you what
Go
I
ahead.
like about the book and why I recommended it to you. I knew you like
Yeah, go for it.
Superman, so you've been reading through a ton of
Yeah, yeah,
different Superman stuff, and you're probably more well versed in Superman books than I am. But I figured this was a one-shot book that was not in the main continuity line, so it's not collected in something or anything, so you probably didn't come across this. Also, I know
no, yeah,
that you're not really you haven't read a lot of Mark Millar stuff. So I was like, okay, so here's an example of a Mark Millar book. He probably hasn't read it. I know he likes Superman. I like animals. So when I read this book, I was really, I mean, I wasn't surprised that I liked it, but I liked that it told, I think Mark Miller, first of all, understood Superman the way I understand Superman, which of course makes it good for me. But what I like about Superman stories are not about Superman kicking ass. What I like about Superman stories is about Superman inspiring other people or Superman making the decisions and sacrifices needed to do that don't require being the most powerful being on the planet. Like because he can like lift a mountain, that I already know that. And I guess sometimes it's fun to see, but what I like about Superman is like when he has to make decisions and it's like, look, I could take the easy route. I have all these superpowers and I could just make things happen my way, but he doesn't ever do that. That willpower to
yes,
restrain,
that's
like that is one thing I like. But the second thing I like is what I was saying about is the inspiration, what he serves to do. This whole story is about this kid Tommy, I think is his name. Um, and he deals with these other kids and the main bully kid Baller. He's and m many of you guys out there, I don't know if I'm alone on this, but I knew kids like this. Like, not
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
not as extreme as Baller, but I knew
No.
kids who would be like, "Oh, yeah, let's go hunt animals." I mean,
Let's go play fire.
yeah, but you're right, and just, up to no good, and I think it's because kids, there's a natural cruelty in kids, not because
Well,
kids
no,
are
there
evil,
was
but because they lack empathy because 'cause they're young and they don't understand their actions, and so they do like these really horrific, cruel things, but in their mind, they're not being cruel. To them, it's just like even this kid, they talk about Baller, he's like, "Animals don't have souls, it's no big deal. Like, I'm not really hurting anything." And that's why the other
yeah,
kid sticks up for him when he
yeah,
was
towards
gonna
the
take
end,
a
yeah,
bat. He's like,
yeah.
"What? Did you do humans now? Like, humans have souls." Um,
I will point this out. At least the kids were out having fun. They were doing stuff. They weren't sitting in front of TV watching, TV or playing video games.
yeah, yeah.
There was no internet. There
S
was no streaming.
so I liked that
Yeah.
you never saw Superman beating up anyone. You never saw Superman just kicking ass. Like, that to me is a boring Superman. This was a story
That,
about
that,
why this kid, his life was changed because of his inspiration, and he talks about how Superman saved his dad, and I thought this was an exceptional page turn here where he's like, "They said that, you might be faster than blah, 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 but that didn't mean that you could save everyone. I
the
guess
only
even
thing
Superman has limits." And then he
the
turns the
only thing
page
that's
and he's like,
missing
"We're lucky that you didn't reach them that day." And,
the
I
only
thought that was a really
the,
cool thing because 'cause you're like, "Oh my god, his dad died? What's going on?" Um,
the only
but
thing missing at the end is that Superman reading this thing, it shows him reading and then having a little tear coming down his face.
that would have been a
Which is
little on the nose.
that
But it was cool, like, you're getting the story of Superman through this child's eyes. Right? And so you're
this is
seeing the heroism. The kid is
yes.
like the viewpoint. Like, why is
This is what
Superman a
Man of
hero?
Steel.
Because how this kid sees him. And then Superman's getting this letter from this kid. I just thought it was a really creative story.
Well, yeah, and it will make the inspiration. This is what man I wanted from Man of Steel. This is what the whole thing was. Clark Kent was who Superman was. Superman was his mask.
Right.
He's the opposite of Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne's the mask. Batman's who he is. Superman's a mask. Clark Kent is. So that's why I love the Pre-52 because they actually understood the character, made him so much inspirational. And then afterwards, I mean, I don't care what anybody says about. I think Jeff Johns was writing too. I don't give a crap. This is what I liked because you actually had him going around. He had to stop and think. He's like, you know what? Should I do this? If I do this, it could put these other people in danger. I got to make a decision. He's like, I love the fact that he was actually like, he could be tempted. I could do the easy route. I could just do this. I could just use my powers, whatever I want to use. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do it the harder way because that's what's right. That's what my dad. They would draw back. That's what they'll do like a flashback sometimes. They're like, this is what my plot taught me to do this. I love the fact that they actually made him human. I hate the whole so where he's human's a mask. He's Kryptonian all the way. No, I love how they did that with the whole Kryptonian thing. Kryptonians were basically heartless people. You know, except for his parents, even his parents. His parents were they actually the exception on their planet apparently in the Pre-52 because
I guess
yeah.
we're
But the
getting a
whole thing,
little
the
we're
whole
getting a little off
I'm
topic on
just
it.
saying. I'm just saying. That's why I love Pre-52 because stories like this wouldn't exist without Pre-52. You would not find this in a story today of Superman,
Well, sure. I mean,
regardless of virtue signaling or not, because the fact that they want to do, oh, he's Kryptonian. No,
uh, I don't know. The Tomasi rebirth was different. It was really Bendis came along and steered everything off course. So, but before Bendis, Superman was pretty aces. I just thought this was a really quaint story. Um, with and the kid. I mean, just getting to view Superman through a child's eyes, having this kid be affected. I mean, because in the end, this kid is the hero of the story, right?
yes,
And
he
he
is.
he does he does some bad things, and he has to learn to take accountability for these bad things. And he does, and he owns up on it, and like makes his life better because of it. And it's all because he had inspiration from Superman. And I
Plot
just think that
twist. This is actually Streaky, Supergirl's cat.
So, so did you like it? Did it
Yeah,
impress you?
no, I just said, I said I've never really, I don't really, I look at Mark Millar, I look at Jupiter's Legacy and stuff like that, you know.
Right. Yeah. A lot of
So,
people think like
well,
that.
and I think, like you said, this is written at a time when DC actually cared about Superman's reputation, and everything like that. They're still carrying the Pre-52 stuff stories, so it makes sense why Millar would write it the way it is. But and it just proves that Millar, when editorial, actually like tells him, "Hey, they want to do this," he can not only does he doesn't phone it in, he can actually create a good story, just like many of the other talents, like Roger Stern, you know, would do those heart wrenching, like those annual stories or special issues of Superman or Adventures of Superman. Say, same with Jerry Ordway. And you look at how the world is now, and how that's affected the comic books. Oh my gosh, you'll never get a heart wrenching like this. The heart wrenching story that is like, oh, Superman saved the little black boy from the Ku Klux Klan member wearing a MAGA hat. What? No. Sorry. Is Jupiter Legacy good? That sounds like Ingleteen video.
Yes, Jupiter's Legacy is outstanding. It's my favorite thing that Mark Miller has ever done. But only not only, but there's a caveat to it. There's 5 volumes of Jupiter's Legacy. Originally it was Jupiter's Legacy, the original miniseries that was called Jupiter's Legacy. Then they did a sequel called Jupiter's Circle. Then they did another sequel called Jupiter's Circle 2. Then they did Jupiter's Legacy 2. And then finally, there's the one that's in the middle of coming out called Jupiter's Requiem. But for whatever dumb reason, he renamed everything in the trades and called it all just Jupiter's Legacy Volume 1 through 5, and then he reordered the position. So the original Jupiter's Legacy is now Volume 3 in the trades, where it was actually the first one. And the 2 sequels,
You,
Jupiter Circle, which do take place, they're actually prequels. They take place chronologically beforehand. Those are volumes 1 and 2, but I don't think that they work that way. It's kind of like I tell people like Star Wars. Yes, the prequels take place before the original Star Wars trilogy, but if you're introducing someone to Star Wars, just start with the original A New Hope movie with Luke Skywalker. Like don't start off with episode 1. Like
if I
that
was
I
a
just
fan of Venice, I would have never watched anything ever again, Star Wars, because I just after the second one, I was just like, I'm done. But
so it
but that's only because I watched the 4, 5, and 6, and I realized, wow,
yeah. So just
these are
because
shit.
something chronologically happens beforehand doesn't mean that that's the way you're supposed to experience it. So I've even told Mark Millar to like directly. I was like, you should not have done this, but
And then
whatever.
Mark said,
So
"It's creeping away from me."
get the no.
And they
He
carried
is
away.
actually cool. He's cool on Twitter. I've talked to him a couple times, but
Oh,
he he. So anyways, if you ever want to try it, remember the original Jupiter's Legacy, the new version. It's Volume 3 with Frank Quietly. That's how you'll know is the artist Frank Quietly. And then Jupiter's Legacy 2, which is actually Volume 4. Uh, that one is also Frank Quietly. That is my favorite. Um, if you like those, you could then read the rest as well. And I think it's like, again, it's like the Star Wars. I like the prequels of Star Wars only because I like the original trilogy. If there were only the prequels, they'd be okay. But anyways, so yes,
rumor has it that Frank Quaglio is going to do an Instagram stream where he's going to draw, and a lot of people were confused because they turned the volume up and they couldn't hear him. He was just drawing real quietly.
oh my goodness.
There's their Zach joke for the night. Good night.
So yes. So anyways, that's a long-winded answer. I just want to say that because I do really like Jupiter's Legacy so much that I want it to be represented as best as possible.
All right.
So
Now, I want to tell people right now before we get into this book. I want to know what you guys think is better, the one we just showed you, Superman, or this book. Let us know afterwards.
well, they haven't read either one, so it's going to be
Well, no,
difficult.
but they're gonna see the pages going through though. You're talking
Yeah, but
about it.
you need to read it to really. I mean,
I
I
look at
guess
that
you
as
could say
Superman
which one
art.
sounds better. But
Yeah,
I
the
think you have to
pitch.
experience it to
Superman.
know.
I'll just say I saw Superman art. It could be written most horrible dialogue, but I love those panels.
Yeah. I
Right.
to me, I found the Superman for the Animals, like, that was really touch I felt really it just hit me in the
It,
feels.
it's kind of hard to compare this book to that one too because of
Oh, these are
different.
different animals completely.
Yeah,
No pun
and
intended.
the art, I really it grew on me after while reading this. So I
The
wasn't a
art
fan
in
of the
this
art.
book was serviceable. So this was, Venkman's pick for me to read. I guess before we start, tell me why you picked this book for me.
You like a lot of the crime stuff. You like a lot of the Brubaker stuff. This was kind of like espionage, kind of like not crime, but basically like a guy on the run. But it had more than just to that. A plot twist. So when I read it, because I was like, oh, okay, you see the guy on the cover, but like the cool question, who's Jake Ellis? So I'm thinking, is Jake this guy on the cover on the left here, or is this guy on the right? How this gonna? It's only 5 issues, and this is from 2011. I was going through Image, just like going browsing through titles on Lead Comic Geeks, and I came across this. I'd never heard of Nathan Edmondson before. So and I was like, I was reading the synopsis for it. I was like, this sounds pretty kind of cool. So I was like, it's only 5 issues for the first volume. Second volume is Where is Jake Ellis? Which I actually own both now. I was able to find out. I was like really happy. I think I'm only missing a couple of issues. Either way though, this is a short book, and it's kind of I don't know if you I'd say it more straight to the point almost a little bit, but it's also got a little bit of mystery to it. So I figured you'd probably like this, but who knows? I'll find out.
All right.
It's older. Yeah, go ahead.
So I knew nothing about this book
Neither
when
did I.
when Venkman recommended to me. I was like, "What the hell is this? Who is Jake Ellis?" I was like, I don't know who Nathan Edmondson is. I have never heard of this." I went in completely blind. I didn't look anything up or anything. I just like, okay, I'm just gonna open a page, start reading. I have no idea what I'm getting into. I started reading, and it opens up in Barcelona, Spain, and we get a main character who you can see here in the front with the glasses, and he's doing some sort of deal, and he's talking, um, and they're like, we need to, we have that expectations, and he's like, don't worry, I'm handling it. They're like, you're handling it. What's going like? And then he pulls out a gun and he shoots uh through this liquor and causes a big fireball. And I thought that was a pretty cool scene. I've never seen anyone do that before.
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. And he's running, and I noticed something initially when I was reading this. I was like, this is kind of weird. Like his dialogue doesn't seem to match
Yeah.
the
There's.
dialogue of what's going on. Cause he's like, exactly what are you handling? He's like, don't worry, I won't. And I'm like, what do you mean, don't worry, I won't? This doesn't make sense. And then he's like, shoots him. He's like, I'm moving quickly. And I'm like, who the fuck is he talking to? What's going on?
Exactly.
And then he's running away, and we get this shot where the bullet goes over his head, and he's like, "Are you sure?" And he jumps over, and then it's like, "Stop." And I was like, "Okay, I like this. This is a tropey thing. I've seen it before, but I wasn't expecting it, so it worked." It's like 15 seconds ago. And then as soon as I got back, it like rewinds, like you're like, "Oh." And then now it's the same exact pages, except you have new word balloons that you'll see
Yep.
here. And now you hear he was having a conversation with someone else, and that was kind of what I was thinking. I was like, oh yeah, that's what it was. And so you get to hear what was happening, and it repeats real quick, just a couple pages, and he dives off the boat, and we get to the scene. Really cool opener. Like this got me hooked. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
what's going on? And then we go 2 days later, and the character's talking, and he's got this sort of like image. Now, no one can see this guy. This guy that he's talking to, this is Jake Ellis.
You
The
see the
character,
Bluetooth on his ear though?
yeah. Yeah.
That helps out.
Yeah, yeah. So people think he's talking on the phone, but he's really talking to Jake. Now no one can see him, but that's just a visual aid for us, the reader.
Yes.
And this Jake Ellis character is able, if you've seen The Matrix, what it reminded me of is in The Matrix when they're trying to get Thomas Anderson out of the Matrix, and he's at work, and Morpheus is on the phone, and he's like, "Okay, stop here. Okay, now move." And Jake Ellis is this sort of being in his head that can talk. What was the name of the main character again? I forgot. I'm blanking on his name.
Is it
Uh,
Nathan or
Mr.
Nate?
Moore. It's something
They'll say
more.
they'll still say it's
They'll say it somewhere, but so the Mr. Moore character,
John. John. Yeah, his name's
John, yeah,
John.
John Moore. So John Moore is the physical being character here, and then Jake Ellis is kind of like in his head. So this Jake Ellis can talk to John and advise him of things like, oh, you got people coming at you. Okay, stop here. And sort of what's really cool is it enables him to do things that a person couldn't do on their own. Just like how uh Thomas Anderson, Neo could not escape his work
Mhm.
on his own. Like that would have not been possible without Morpheus on the phone, like looking at the Matrix and telling him every move he need to make. It has that similar aspect here, and it works out to be almost like a superpower. In fact, they reference that in the book um, at some point about him being like having superhero powers because of that. So the character's on the run, and of course, he's a guy, he's a womanizer, and he's hooks up with that chick at that here. But he gets into trouble, and it's very James Bondish. The action, the pacing. This book is on the move. When Marvel talks about things like nonstop Spider-Man or nonstop Avengers, whatever, I roll my eyes because whatever. This book was literally nonstop.
Yep.
But it wasn't meaningless. The whole time I was hooked into like the plot of like what is going on? Like who is this guy? Um and this Jake Ellis, he's just sort of a figment of his imagination, you think. You're not really sure who he is, so that's kind of interesting. You're like, why does this guy exist?
But
So he's
because
on the
John's not.
run.
Yeah.
He's on the run. You think it's the guys that he was on the ship with, like, oh, they've been following him. And as the story goes on, he's getting away. Then it turns out it's like, well, wait, is it the Americans? Oh shit. Okay, no, maybe it's not those guys. It's the Americans are after us. Like, well, now what are we gonna do? Like, they got more resources. I don't know. And so he's constantly on the run. More people are after him. There's like breaks in the flow where they like think they're safe for a little bit, and now they're gonna get on a train and go. And then it turns out they're being followed. And I read all 5 issues. I'm not going to cover all 5 issues for the
Yeah,
sake
and
of
I'm
brevity here
either.
tonight, but I didn't just stop at the one. You go on to find out that he was part of this experiment in something, and he needed to be brought out. And at one point, he meets up, like he captures like a CIA guy, and the guy's like talking to him, and he's like, "Why are you after me?" And it's like, "We're not after you. Like, we're trying to bring you back in." Because he thought that the experiment, the secret experiment lab that he broke out of was like a CIA thing. Because John works for the CIA, he's a CIA analyst. He thought that it was an American. It turns out that no, the Americans weren't running this. This was like a rogue thing. You were captured. You're the only one who got out, and we're trying to get you back home. But he doesn't. But John doesn't know who to trust. Like, is that guy telling the truth or not? And the book works so well at keeping you guessing. And there's more than one like antagonist, if you will. So like
Yes.
John, like it's you got like the Spaniards, like they call them the Spaniards, or so the people on the boat that he's like doing the deal and like screws him over, like they're after him. The CIA's after him because of this story that you hear about. Then you've got the actual lab, which is it an American lab or is it not an American lab? Who's running it? Why? Like they're after him. He doesn't know why. He's questioning who's this Jake Ellis person who's in my head. Like, was that like an experiment in the lab? They did something on me. Like, is
Are
this
you
Jake
me?
Ellis? Is this is yeah? Is Jake Ellis part of me, or is he like a real person? And the whole thing, the story comes about where Jake has basically talks to John at I think in issue 2 or 3, where it's like, look, we need to go find the lab. Like the lab, the original lab is gone, but he's like, there's like another one. And so the whole time, like Jake Ellis has been working to help keep John alive, but now Jake is like asserting himself as his own like personality. Is like, look, we need to do something for me. Essentially, we need to go to the lab, and he convinces John to go. And the story
Still
goes
still
on from there.
hoping
I'm
for
not
them.
going to spoil
But
everything, but
I would say this is the book if you want to do your lullaby thing, you read books again. This would be the
yeah,
series to do it.
this is a really good. This was really intense book. It's a great binge read.
I never even knew about this. I just came across it. I said I read the synopsis, and I did the same thing. I read the first issue, and I was like, okay, I'll read the
Yeah,
next one.
you'll know if you want to read more just on the first issue. Like, and it's a pretty quick read. There's a lot of pages of just action with not
Where is it? Where is this movie? All the
um
movies I could have watched. Oh, where is this? No.
yeah, this would be a really good movie. The premise of this is great. Like I said, it has the feeling of a James Bond or a Mission Impossible, but yet being different. The whole idea of a voice in your head that tells you what you need to know. It's kind of like it's like having eyes in the sky, but not exactly. It's hard to explain, but it gives this John character the edge. And so it makes for some really interesting scenarios. And sometimes John doesn't even know what's going on. He's just listening to Jake. Jake's telling him like, do this, now do this. Like, and he's like, okay. And he's just learned to trust Jake because Jake's got him out of all these troubles. But Jake has limitations too. Like he can't tell the future stuff. He only has awareness of the proximity, reasonably close proximity around John.
So,
So,
um,
so they do have to
little weird.
physically go to places
Yeah,
to
yeah. Little
investigate
there's
things.
comedy, action, suspense, and just like nonstop. Uh, this would be a good movie. If they ever did a movie, but
This would be an
um,
excellent
so
movie. Really,
so
I really enjoyed the pacing of this. Like it just starts off at a bang and just never slows down. That was something that kind of impressed. It's hard to do.
yeah.
Um,
So little tidbits about well Nathan Emerson. The other things he wrote around this time, wrote after was he wrote a stint on the Punisher, Black Widow, like 2014. Another wrote another book called The Activity, which I'm actually going to try to find. It went for 4 years. The Image Comics, 19 issues.
I've heard of Activity.
Yeah. He wrote Deathlock, Grifter, Red Wolf was for Marvel. For then he had The Dream Merchant was another Image book he did for only one for 6 issues. Dancer, another 6 issues. Adventures of Superman, 2013 to 2014. So he had 4 issues of that. Ultimates Comics Iron Man. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Echoes. Yeah, Batman Black and White back in 1996. He had 2 stories or 2 issues. Let's see here. He did A Force Presents for Marvel. That Punisher Max 2004 to 2009. That series we only did 1 issue of that though, but he did it. So I have to read that one. Original Sin for Marvel. Untold Tales of the Punisher Max and True Believers Women of Marvel. He had an issue in that too. So The Ride, which is a Southern Gothic, which is a issue for 12, 1 issue for a 12 gauge comic. So the guy's been at least a couple different publishers, but that's what I said. I was like, I never heard of this. I just saw the synopsis. And I was just like I'll read you the actual synopsis I saw. I looked up. Says John Moores is the most sought after spy for hire in Europe's criminal world. This is because Jake Ellis is a psychic man who is invisible to everyone except Moore. When a deal goes bad, the only one who can predict more from the Europe's most dangerous criminals is Jake Ellis. No one but Moore can see Jake Ellis, but Jake Ellis can see everything. I was like, this actually looks pretty good. 32 pages, man. 2.99 back in the day. Crazy.
Yeah, the art
Uh,
is not the greatest, but it's very serviceable for this type of story. This book is really served by the plot and the pacing. So it's a completely different animal than Superman and the Animals, no pun intended. Even way different than the boys. This is not really exploring, themes of life and human nature, things like this is just a straight up, action adventure espionage type of, like you get with Mission Impossible. And just like those type of movies, they succeed and fail on the action and the pacing. Like if you can just keep the audience on the edge of their seat and wanting to see where the next scene goes, um, those they're going to succeed. And this book does that very thing. Like every scene leads to the next, and you're just constantly like, oh, where's it going? Where's it going? Got it. And it never gets dull. There's not a moment where I was like, oh, move on. What's this? There's no fluff. Constantly, and it's through 5 issues. Now, if I were to complain about anything about the book, I do think that the final issue of this was not quite as exciting. Like the ending was not quite as exciting as the whole
Well,
book led up
for
to be.
this volume, volume two, which is Where Is It Goes, picks up, and I think it really just continues the pace. So
Well, that's really cool. Like knowing that there's continuation actually helps because if this was it and that's the end of the story, like I'd be like,
yeah,
but there's more. Oh, okay, cool. It's one of those type of things where it's like, oh, I hope this is not the end. But since it's not the end, but I will say, and again, that has more to do not with the ending being bad, but just that the buildup was so great, right? And that's a trouble I think sometimes books of this nature have is that when they're so exciting and such a thrill ride that it's really hard to make a landing that can compete with that. You're like, oh,
yeah,
I was expecting, the most crazy ending ever, and I just got like a good ending. I was like, oh, so again, it's still absolutely worth the read, and I'm gonna look forward to reading the next book because I was excited. I was like, is there more to this? Like, um,
yep.
and I found out there's another volume. So I would recommend anyone if you like those type of stories, James Bond, Mission Impossible, Jason Bourne type of stuff. This would be right up your alley. And like I said, it's just fun. It never bores you with nonsense. There's no people standing around eating and talking about their feelings or anything.
Yeah,
It's all about getting to business. So
yeah.
yeah, good recommendation, man.
No
Absolutely
problem.
like this.
Like I said, I one night I was trying to figure out what book I was talking to Skip with. I couldn't remember what book it was. So I spent like 2 hours going through League of Comic Geeks for each publisher, just trying to figure out what the book was. And along the way, I built up my wish list on the League of Comic Geeks as far as books I want to collect and read. So
Yeah, this is
this
cool.
is
I'm
one
gonna
of
I'm
them.
gonna look for more Nathan Edmondson. I did not know who this guy was beforehand. So this impressed me. I'm I
Yeah, for
and
being a
I'm
Marvel writer
you
too.
know me, I'm a snobby guy. Like this was a very fun read.
Very fast paced, which I liked about it. I was like,
Super
they
fast
keep
paced. I almost like I had to like slow myself down because I was just burnt. I was like, okay, I'm gonna miss out on the details of what's happening because I'm just like that's such a page turner. Um, Rhaegar
the
says it's
dial.
like remote viewing. Yes, it's very much like remote viewing. In fact, they use the term exactly in the book.
You know, I
Okay.
could see them. I could see them doing this today. It'd be like Ryan Reynolds because it's comedy. Because they can't get anybody else to do comedy unless they try to bring Brad Pitt in.
I didn't think it was that much comedy. Um,
Situational. Where
I could see
basically,
Brad Pitt. I could totally see this as a Brad Pitt.
you know,
Um,
and then you have the other guy who's basically like the straight face, kind of like Tom Brad Pitt, and John Malkovich. Funny. No, um, Bruce Willis and Brad Pitt
yeah, I could see Bruce Willis as Jake.
is Jake. Yep.
I think if you were to make a movie of this, whoever played Jake, I think would just have to have a really good voice, right?
Morgan
Like
Freeman
yeah, that works so well like in the Matrix
yeah,
with
with Morpheus.
Morpheus. Just yeah,
Yep.
whoever it is that need to be a character, someone that you just listen to, because that's the thing is you're listening to Jake the whole time. Um, and
If
then
you guys
whoever
don't see
plays
him, yeah,
John would need to have that sort of charisma that you like watching. I think Brad Pitt could pull it off. I mean,
I
he
would
looks
love
kind of
that.
like him anyway.
The way this opens up, I could just see him rewinding everything. Go back here,
Yeah.
15 minutes. When I saw that and I was reading, it, I was like, I'm hooked right there, because I've never seen that done in comic book form.
Oh, I've seen it done. Not the way this one did it. Like I appreciated that it did something that I've seen quite a bit, but in a fresh way.
Yep.
Um, so
Don't worry,
yep,
I got more books I found that you might like.
good,
Like I said,
good,
you
good.
guys, I was going through all the crime stuff, like and just like just other heists and stuff. I love heist stories, crime stories, comedy, whatever, suspense, action. So I'm trying to. I was going through looking at all the other books before, like I get into Brubaker because I have a feeling like Brubaker is like once you go Brubaker, you don't go back. It's like because his quality of writing, it's just top notch.
Yeah, Brubaker is he's just on another level. Um, the criminal books I read them and I'm just like
Not really,
no one
it's
is
not really
writing.
that. I'd say that's part of it, but I think the other part is the fact that he's not pandering.
Well, they're
He's
yeah,
he's our old school writer. What we want. He's a glimpse
yes,
for us older.
no
Basically,
no
this.
good writer panders. Like pandering is
Yeah,
just not something that is a quality of writing. If you're pandering, it's precisely because you're not a good writer. Um, so no good writer panders. However, even among good writers, Bread Ed Brubaker, I was about to say Bread Brubaker. Ed Brubaker, he's just on another level. When I read criminal, I'm just like, there's just no writers in the business right now. Even the good ones, like like a Robert Menditti or whatever. I'm like, this is you're a top notch. You're an A list. Yeah, if you think of like the rating system, like the good writers are all A. Ed Brubaker is S level. Like
yeah,
he's
tier. I'd
S
say Jeremy
tier.
Adams is at least about A tier.
You know,
Compared,
um,
yeah,
and there's
Cage
just
Smalley.
very very few that just reach that sort of level. And I just feel like when I read every time I read a criminal book, I'm like, yeah, this is just it's on another league. It's like college level versus pro sports. Like it's just, you know, um
It's
E-
gamer versus pro gamer.
Ed yeah, Ed is just one of those guys. But the thing about Ed though is I do believe he's able to do that because he writes when he writes within what he knows. Like I don't think Ed is
He's also his own editor too. He's not having people coming in and telling him like you can't do this. This will be offensive.
well, that's
He's not
true.
not held to write. He's basically writing what he wants to write, and that's great. When you're able to build yourself, he built himself through Marvel, doing Winter Soldier and all this stuff, and then he wrote some stuff for DC, but then he broke away and he proved that he basically, you know what, I don't need you guys. I People love me. People will follow you because he can write.
Yeah.
That's so hard. It's very rare these days. People that can break away, write a book, and people will follow him over, leave Marvel and DC because there's so many hive mind people that
Well,
will
if you
stay
have
with
the
Marvel and DC, and then there's
yeah,
also people who basically left the hobby because, well, there's nothing out there for me. I left the hobby for 9 years. There was nothing that I was enjoying. I'm kind of mad that I passed up on Image. Image has a lot of cool titles that was going on in the mid 2000s that I like. They said that was Jake Ellis. I would
well,
have
that's
bought
why
that right off
that's
the
why I'm
shelf.
such an advocate for independent books because
Yeah,
unfortunately, they don't have the brand name recognition. Like, Batman is gonna sell just because it's Batman. Doesn't matter who you put on the book. People are gonna buy
the
it because it's Batman. But
established figure.
independent
Yeah,
books, I wouldn't
and
pick up who is Jake Ellis. I look at that and go, why the fuck should I care about this book? I only read it because you recommended, like and that's the whole point of the reading club thing, right? Is to be exposed because but then that's the problem with independent books, and I just try to spread the word because
yes,
there's really great stuff out there that we
there's
don't
not enough exposure.
we don't
Expose
read.
yourselves.
Yeah, we don't read it because we just don't know. And if you have to
I mean,
experience
I
it,
I could be guilty of that because I won't read an X-Men by Ray Byrne or what it's called.
you won't read an X-Men? Why not?
It just doesn't look like my cup of tea. I've never actually sat and looked it open, but just for the
Hmm.
cover alone, I'm guilty of it. So
Oh
one of these
yeah.
days I'll crack it open. They're only like $1.
X-Men is totally fun. I mean,
But
it's John Byrne doing his independent take on an X-Men book.
so I'm excited to go back with my my comic book store and go to the dollar bins because they have a lot of like quarter bin young bloods. And if like Jack saying they're like somewhere 15 to $20, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Well, the
Try to
early
see if I
ones,
yeah, see if
the first ones out of the gate, those, yeah. People, I
yeah.
mean, if you're a Rob Liefeld fan, people want that stuff,
I wonder
and
if they just did they recently just go up in price? They've been for a while now.
they're 30-year-old books now.
Yeah,
You know,
because they've been sitting. There's a lot of these have been sitting in the dollar bin boxes for like 3 or 4 years now. They never
and now
rotate their stock.
keep in mind they're worth money at like mint condition. Typically,
Yes.
books that are in the dollar bin, they may be like very good condition,
Well, I want to
but
read them just to see what's so special about them that people think they're that worth
the,
it.
the comics aren't valuable because of necessarily for quality. So
Yeah.
don't get Youngblood expecting them to be great comics. They're really not. But if you're a Liefeld fan, and Youngblood, I believe, was it Youngblood or was it Spawn? I'm trying to remember what the first Image book was.
Was it Wetworks?
No,
That
it
was
was either Youngblood or Spawn. I want to say it was Youngblood, but one of I forget which one came out of the gates first. But either way, Youngblood and Spawn were like the original Image books. So that was a big deal. Like in comic history, it's kind of like saying this is the first DC comic ever made, right? So there's there's value in that aspect. The fact that Rob Liefeld has a lot of fans, there's value in that aspect. I would not get them and think like, oh, these are going to be great comics. They're fun comics. I mean, Rob Liefeld is popular for a reason, but they're just
Yes.
silly, you know. They're
It's just
silly.
funny. It's just funny how you can see like there's people who absolutely hate Rob Liefeld just for no reason. But then there's people like, who actually read his stuff and like actually appreciate it. Like the whole feed thing, it's like that's become such a freaking like fad. It's like but yeah, people will rip on him, but the same breath we're like, oh, I don't care about Riley Rossmo. It's like
Yeah, I
why?
mean,
Yeah, like why does Liefeld? Because Liefeld drew someone back in the day. He drew outlandish stuff. There's so many other people that have written stuff like not written but drawn characters looking wonky, but for whatever
Liefeld is
reason,
a
but
Liefeld is a victim of his own success,
yeah,
right? It's like Avatar, right? The movie Avatar. You don't like it. A lot of people make fun of Avatar. I love it. But the fact that it's the most successful movie in the world is puts it under a microscope. If Avatar was a total bomb, right? People would just forget about it and move on. But because it's huge and it has a lot of its fans, then it also makes the naysayers that have something, to criticize it about like that much louder. And at the
be
time,
fair,
Rob Liefeld was once upon a time like one of the hottest artists in comics. And he took New Mutants into the stratosphere. Like New Mutants was an okay book and it sold well because it was tied to X-Men, but it was whatever. Rob Liefeld got on it and it's made it a million copy seller book. And they gave him his own book, made X-Force. Like Rob Liefeld was huge. And so when you get that sort of popularity, you get other people looking at him and going, really? That guy? That
I like
guy
Hawk
is
and
the
Dove.
most popular? Like he can't even draw feet, and it becomes
I
a
like,
thing.
yeah, him and I think it was him and Carl Kessel, and that did Hawk and Dove that first series. Loved it.
Yeah, I never read DC stuff. I kind of wish like to go back and check those out for history's sake.
Well, now you're old
Um,
enough. Now you can go read all the stuff you didn't read.
yeah, it's true. I will tell you honestly, I was not a Rob Liefeld fan. When he came on and when he's doing the New Mutants books and stuff, and he was popular, I was one of those people that, like, really,
Yeah.
Rob Liefeld, like he can't draw, he sucks. Like I was one of those people. It wasn't until many years later, and I got to reflect on it and like ignore the hype and just look back and say, you know what? Yes, he's got a lot of flaws. He's terrible at anatomy. Can't draw feet. Okay, fine.
But he's
But the
great at interacting with the fans.
but the things that he could do well was one of the things he did really well is he brought a lot of energy to the page. Right? You look at if you open a Rob Liefeld book, it's not as I think he's actually gotten worse. His anatomy's a lot better today, but his stuff is boring. Old Rob Liefeld drew some weird janky ass shit, and you'd be like, "This anatomy looks stupid," but every page, like the pictures popped off the page. Every everything he drew was just so much energy. It was like just extreme, like that's what Rob Liefeld did, is he brought that. There was no
I I
boringness to it.
I have to disagree though. Deadpool Bad Blood, which is a trade he wrote in 2017, and it had the same energy as he did back then. So
Oh,
I
okay.
mean,
I haven't read
but
that, so
as far as what he's doing now, I don't. I mean, I mean, they're releasing the book that was a trade and actually into like floppies now. Which is weird. It's backwards, but I'm reading it from issue to issue. I could read the whole entire trade if I want to. I think it's like 6 issues, 6 or 8, whatever. But I don't know. I liked it. But so before we go further into the weeds, talking about our love for Rob Liefeld, uh, let's talk about what we're here now. It's on the screen. These are the books coming out this week. Usually over the Geeky Pup Show, me, Zach, and I, and then occasionally Skip, we'll talk about our top 5 books of the week. That being their favorite books from our pull list, we think we're going to do the best, what we're going to enjoy the most. Here on Ash's channel, we're negative. We talk about the books we're going to hate the most.
we're not negative. We're this is this is our attempt to save you a couple dollars.
Yes.
It's not about hate. It's about love of our fellow comic book fans and
So you get fistful of dollars.
steering you clear of open manholes. We don't want you to fall into open manholes.
Why are they manholes, not women holes? Why is everything going to be manholes? Sexist.
Well, I mean,
Do
I
you imagine it
suppose
going straight? They're not called woman holes. What?
they could be woman holes, but first you
Unisex
have to know
holes,
what
no?
you have to know what a woman is.
A hole
So
is a hole.
we're getting way into too deep of that. Marania says Youngblood was
Whoa, too
before
deep into that. Well,
Youngblood was before Spawn. Youngblood first appeared in 1987 as a backup in Ram #1. Spawn first appeared Spawn #1 in 1992. Um, that is a cool little piece of trivia there. However, just one point of clarification. What I was talking about is what came first in Image. What was the first Image book? Did Youngblood debut at Image, or was Spawn debuted at Image? I think it was Youngblood, but I could be wrong. All right, so we got up on the screen here a list of comics that are coming out into a day or two, and we just want to make sure that you don't fall prey to certain ones. RDV, do you have any picks? Any landmines that need to be
ooh,
avoided?
wow. I can't really judge Tom Taylor's Nightwing. I haven't been reading it. There's been people who said they actually like some of the issues, and then they've gone. So I mean, I can't really choose that. Maybe you can choose if you want. But that's not gonna be my first choice, though. But
I want to say one thing about this book. I don't like Tom Taylor as a writer. I don't think he's really good. But I think people at this point know what they're getting into. Like you're gonna if you don't agree with me, then you're gonna buy Nightwing and get what you like. One thing that Nightwing seems to be doing, at least interesting if not cool, is by artist Bruno Redondo. He's doing some really cool experimental art in these books. And when I say experimental art, I don't mean like he's doing really abstract weird stuff, but he's doing experimental storytelling. One of these Nightwing issues, I'm not even sure which one it is, but it's within this run. The entire book was one panel, one extended. You could take now you'd have to chop the book up to really do it, but people have you can find images of it online where you take the book and like tear all the pages and put them side by side and it's one giant long panel. I think things like that are very interesting. Sometimes they're gimmicks and you can't do it all the time, but from what I've seen in this, I think it's cool. is Tom Taylor delivering on this experiment? I don't know. I'm not a fan of his, but like I said, I think people know enough about Tom Taylor to be whether like, okay, this is for me or not for me. So I'm not going to hate on the book. I do think it's actually interesting. I would actually recommend at least flipping through it and seeing the art stuff because I do think there's some cool ideas that are at least being presented here from the art side.
Alright. Well, I'll go with one, and I'll go the opposite, the obvious one. I'm gonna go with the other one. It's called Harley Quinn 30th Anniversary Issue 1.
Uh, is that down?
Think so?
How far down? Oh,
There it
here
is.
we go.
Right there. Look how far down it is.
Oh my goodness.
100-page special anniversary. Right after a Batman Day, now she has her own anniversary thing.
$10 Harley Quinn book.
96 pages for $10. Actually, it's pretty cool. But if we had better writers,
Well,
Cecil
you do have
Castellucci,
Jim Palmiotti.
yeah.
I mean, he may be a total complete raging SJW, but he's a solid writer.
All right.
Cecil
Uh,
Castellucci is not a she's
I love how
um
quick you change too.
Stephanie Phillips no, so much. I don't know how okay, so
I've never heard of Cami Garcia, Mindy Lee, Rob Williams, never Sam Humphries, Raphael,
oh, you've heard of
Raphael's.
Sam Humphries. He's
What
actually
is he?
been Sam Humphries used to be the Harley Quinn writer for a while, like back in the Rebirth era.
Oh, really? I had
Um,
to read. I had to read Birth.
um, was it him that wrote the Comicsgate issue? I can't remember,
Um,
but yeah,
I don't know,
he's
but look at Rachel Johnson's on there. So is Riley
look
Rossmo.
at his names on this book. Jesus,
Gila March is doing art on here too as well. There's a variant cover by Adam Hughes.
this is why DC is going under. Look at how many people are getting a paycheck
Paul
for this
Dini
book.
is on there.
How many people
Amanda
are getting a
Connor
pay?
is J. Scott Campbell. Those are all variant cover artists. Look down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My God.
Oh yeah, look at all the
There's
covers
12.
for.
There's like 12 or 11 variant artists.
There's so many. This
Look at the covers, man. There's like surprising there are like 30 covers.
look at this ugly cover.
Is that the Adam Hughes cover?
That's Stepan Sajic. Like he's a
Oh
good
yeah.
artist, but this just
Joker's
the
puppet.
composition
Yeah.
of this is I don't know, something's off to me.
It's she's a marionette. Very
Yeah.
cute for
It doesn't look like Harley Quinn. It just looks like a cosplay. Like it looks like a illustration of cosplay. It's like not even
yeah.
if this were a photo, I'd be like, oh, okay, I guess the best they could do with the
I
costume,
thought
but
she was wearing a onesie at first, and I realized, oh, she's it's not.
Paul Dini.
Yep, Paul Dini does here. There's his variant.
Oh, that's kind of cute, I guess.
All the different Harleys over the years. Arkham.
This is a good, like, especially for an anniversary issue. Like, I like when they reflect back on that. And then this just looks nice.
That's what it should look like if she was normal. I guess.
But it's all, I mean, it's well rendered. It's very pretty
But
art, but
she
it's
doesn't look
so
crazy though.
bland. It's just so,
She'd have a creepy like smile on her face
I just,
with a
modern,
tooth missing and blood.
yeah, modern comics are so like, look, here's a picture of a person
Down there.
standing here. Just
I think that's Archum.
no energy.
That was Archum you're on. The other
Where's
one.
Tim? That might be the one I would get, but I wouldn't get a Harley Quinn book.
That's Stanley Archum with the classic animated series.
Yeah, this is pretty cool to see Art Germ altering his style to fit um the animated series like that. That's pretty cool actually.
I'm always tempted to get that cover. Just of the cover.
Yeah.
And then below him I think was Dodson on the carousel.
J. Scott Campbell.
Yep. That's gonna be worth money.
Uh You
It's
know, I
Frank
just
Campbell.
I don't know.
I love Dodson's art though.
Yeah, Dotson's okay. Uh,
Not sure who this is.
this
It's not
is
Roswell.
Ivan
Ivan
Tao.
Tao.
Too many
Riley,
covers.
Riley
Uh,
Rossmo is possibly right there. That one, yeah, it's
no,
Rossmo probably.
it's not Rosmo. There's no Rosmo. This is Rose Besh.
Right,
Very
yes. Oh,
anime looking.
oh no, that means Rossmo is working with Stephanie Myers or Stephanie Miller, whatever her name is, Sophie Phillips in the interior. That's why I saw because I saw Rossmo's name. Like, what is he doing? Like, oh, he's on the freaking interior.
Oh, there's a Frank Cho glow in the dark variant.
See, freaking Frank Cho, man. I almost got all the Invincible Red Sonias for the Frank Cho covers, man. I debate about if I was gonna keep buying them, but I was like, no, that's a lot of
Oh,
money
the
to.
Adam Hughes cover is 1 in 100.
Yes.
This is the cover I would want, but
Right
not
click
the one
save
in a
as,
hundred.
Ash. Right click save as. Printed on photo paper.
No, I don't actually care enough about. I actually hate DC's Harley Quinn, but I appreciate this as a cover, and I like Adam Hughes in general. Um, although this is almost like photorealistic faces. Looks like Uncanny
Yeah.
Valley. It's like, ugh.
So it looks like
Um,
kind of looks like it's Power Girl. I'm choosing my Power Girl. Had a kind of weird face like that. For the 2019, I believe it was, or 2009, one of the series. The 2009 series was Power Girl. So
Jerome Pena.
this is Jerome.
I
Suicide
just
Squad.
I just miss. I guess it's an anniversary, so I'm a little bit more forgiving. But I miss comics having a cover that almost like the cover should tell a story of it in itself to some
Oh,
extent.
him. Mariah says everybody newbie gets their own promos for anniversaries with Harley Quinn. Guess who's not? Hawkman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that's the Dodson art. See, that's what Adam Hughes looks like. I was like, is that Dodson?
Now the
I saw the.
Dodsons are like poor man's Adam Hughes.
Is that what it is? Because that's what Adam Hughes cover looked like. Poor man's.
No, Adam Hughes he's next level. This is a weird cover for him, but yeah, he's one of the all-time greats. But I just every cover these days, it just is like characters just standing around posing. Like they're just poses. And I like comics. Like comics as a storytelling medium, and in comic covers, all the great comic covers that you can think of generally are telling you a story. When you see
Look at
the
the main.
cover, there's something
Look at
going
the.
on.
Go to the main cover. And for example, yeah. Well, not that one. Go down. Go down. Right there. Those the first two covers there. With the cake and Batman. Go up.
Hey, come Batman.
Right there. See right
Oh,
there. Look at that. It's like, oh, that's funny. Look at Batman's in a traveling got cake on him. Look at it. It's like, really? She's a bad girl. She's gonna cut the cake, and Batman's helpless.
this is a little closer to what I'm talking about. Yeah, there is like a story going on here, right? The art's hideous, but at
She's got
least
the
yeah,
Mad Hatter hat on.
they
Yeah.
are telling you, and I just miss that.
Why would
Uh,
Selena be? Yeah, yeah. Why would Selena? Selena's like his girlfriend. I don't know. That's just weird.
anyways, this Harley Quinn. I don't care about Harley Quinn.
Leaving
But
on too long.
$10 can be yours. I would say agree with you. Save your $10.
The other most offensive book on here I saw was Dark Crisis, Young Justice, right there, underneath Darth Vader.
Underneath Darth Vader. Oh, here.
Yeah, Megan Fitzhartman, whatever it is.
Oh,
Oh,
Fitzmartin.
Fitz. No,
Oof.
I was almost there. I almost remembered the name. Yes. Oh,
Dark
no.
Crisis, Young Justice versus everyone.
This is from a woman who doesn't understand the whole entire what characters are. What did she click on her name? What else has she freaking written? I know she's supposed to be writing like Tim Robin, but what has she written before this? Nothing. She's a brand new. Detective Comics. She wrote an issue apparently somewhere, probably recently. Oh, Future State. There you go. Future State. Justice League right there. Presents DC Future State Nation there. Pride special. Ugh. Yep, she's a diversity hire. If what's the name gets control of comic books, I hope he fires her.
Yeah, she's pretty
Apparently,
terrible.
yeah.
This is the kind of book you only get if you really want an example of some of the worst writing. Yeah, you're just buying it to hate by.
I mean, I like the cover, but then I look at Superboy's head. He just looks deformed in the head. Connor looks deformed. No, sorry, the artist is. Ugh. I love the fact they got Impulse on there. We got, the original in like the '90s too, the early 2000s stuff. I was like, oh, it's great for superheroes. Um, Next book, Exterminators #1. Leah Williams.
Oh my
But,
goodness.
but look, it's Wolverine and Dazzler and
It's
Jubilee.
Dazzler and Jubilee.
Yeah, bro. And then is that supposed to be magic on the bottom?
I have no. Oh, Boom Boom. Apparently.
Boom, boom. Yes, girl power
Enter the
for the.
grindhouse of X when Jubilee and Boom Boom agree to take Dazzler out for a night on the town to console her after her nasty breakup. They have no idea they're about to be kidnapped and put into elaborate death traps for their efforts. What are three girls with the power to blow things up to do? Leah Williams and Carlos Gomez put the X in exploitation in this tale of blood, sweat, and revenge. Tee. Look at all these covers. Like, what the? No one wants this book.
Is that jailbait? Hold is Jubilee in this?
Oh, she's got a kid. They've
But
totally
is that
aged
is
up these characters.
I'm just
Jubilee,
saying, is that the current plot line for this version?
I have no,
Because
no,
remember,
yeah. Part of the Hickman, Jonathan. She's got a kid. Like that was the whole thing. Is she was
well, yeah,
running
is it is
around
it
with adventures while with her baby.
is this spawning out of the Hickman thing?
Yeah, this whole trade dress with the X. That's part of the
Oh,
Hickman
okay, okay.
reboot.
Not that it's like it's something else.
I mean, he's gone, so he doesn't have any like credit to this. Like whatever nonsense they're doing, you can't blame on him. But it is
Yeah,
part of the seed that he planted.
yeah. Because the X-Men '92 book they had her, she was picked being like 15 again. So and that's even
Well,
more cringy.
because in X-Men '92,
Yeah,
that would be
yeah,
in the '90s. That's what because yeah,
yeah,
she was a teenager.
yeah.
This
Now
is
it's even cringier if she's older. She's like a mom now in her 30s. I'm gonna wear my clothes from when I was a teenager. Dazzler,
it's just
Blue Harlot.
retarded. Like Marvel just doesn't pay attention to age. They just set the characters at whatever age they want.
I'm
Like
surprised they remembered who Boom Boom is. Like
um,
Boom Boom was popular back in the day, and then she just kind of went away.
yeah, I guess she's yeah, I don't know. It-
I mean, I like the lineup, kind of cool, but I hate the premise.
the
I wish
premise.
it was X-23 still, not Wolverine, and I wish it wasn't like Slice of Life with Danger. That's what She-Hulk has become, Slice of Life.
This book is I I don't even have words. Like I don't know who is wanting this book. Who listens to
Um,
that pitch and goes, "Oh, that
let's
sounds great."
let's go to your pitch now. What's your choice?
Let me see who this one is. Okay, here we go. For the low
Hey,
price of $7.99, you can
it's
get
not Tom King.
Batman
Look at the,
One Bad Day, Two-Face, #1, one of 8 number ones, and apparently it's 8 bad days, not just one. But here, this time, instead of Tom King, we're getting Mariko Tamaki. So there's sure to be lots of eating and sitting around talking. Um,
Not true. That wasn't the case in her Detective Comic runs. Was there was like one issue where she was They had him sitting down eating.
I just think
So
I think you're numb to it and you just don't know, like you just breeze
no,
over it and
no,
don't even notice it.
believe me. No, I've seen it. Yeah, in early stuffs. I am not Starfire and all that crap. Detective Comics run. He broke the trope.
I don't know,
The
man.
eating.
I asked you when we had that conversation. I said, what page?" I asked you about. It. I was like, what page?" And we opened up the newest issue, and sure enough, like on page 2, someone was eating.
That was the only thing, dude. And it was she's not. I'm sure. Think about this. She's not the first person to have people eating in the book.
No, she's not. She just it's a
No,
trope of
no.
hers. Like she
Yes.
does it all the time. Um,
She's the only one in current right now. It
she
has
was
yeah. Where
worse at Marvel. Like
yes,
when uh, yeah, I couldn't believe that DC hired her, to be honest.
I
The
think
shit that
yeah.
she did, she wrote look, the bar is already low, but when you write the worst X20, it wasn't X-23, it was female Wolverine. She wrote that. Dude, she's just awful. I mean, and she's the writer of I'm Not Starfire.
I gotta say though, I'm liking her Detective Comics so far more than I'm liking Ram V's.
No
Sorry, Skip.
way. No way. No
I there's only been
way.
2 issues of Ram V's, and I'm kind of like I'm more excited to read Zdarsky's than I am Ram V's, and that's not what I really want. You know?
Well, they're two different books, and I think
Yeah.
they're both really good,
But because
but
because he's because Zdarsky or Ram V's style, he's turned into more of a gothic and all, which is kind of like I really don't like Gotham by Gaslight, so I'm trying to stick through with it. I'm liking certain things,
well, I can
but
understand. I don't
but the reason I like Tamaki is better because you had all the Bat family in there like helping out and doing stuff while Batman was away. Those 12 issues they had, Shadow of the Bat, where it was.
I
That's why.
I
Oh yeah,
I don't imagine like when I think of comics I would recommend to you, honestly, I would not normally pick like a Round V book because you have certain tastes and that's fine. And I just don't think the style of writer that Rom V is
but
what you like.
I
And
do
when
like
you
her
said you
diesel.
like the Chip Zdarsky book, that makes a lot more sense because what Chip's doing in his Batman book right now is a lot more
Is like
close to what
the
that
Daredevil.
the Jake Ellis book I read. It's
Yeah,
all about pacing and action and it's flowing. Rom V is much more just I don't want to say cerebral, but he's more he just more
he's
like
for
he writes about ideas and
he's
things.
for
It's just
smarter people. Duh.
no,
That's
it's not about smarter. It's just it's people like different things when they read books. Like for example, I'm a huge character person. Like I love character development. I believe Skip is not. I think we had a conversation once, and I think Skip likes ideas and themes and things like that, and doesn't necessarily care as much about the characters. But I really dig that. If you can write good, so like slice of life, I don't necessarily have a problem with slice of
Yeah.
life.
No.
I have a problem when you turn comics that aren't supposed to be slice of life into it.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. By She-Hulk should I understand it's a girl's book, but they forget that it's actually was meant for boys, but they're turning it into basically girls only.
Mhm.
It's like My Little Pony now. I don't mind
So
romance in a book, but if that's all your book is about romance, it has nothing to do with actually like fighting and doing that stuff.
yeah,
Where's my? I have no interest in.
yeah. So I do, and again, I'm not a slice
You have
of
like
life fan, but slice of life can appeal to me in the sense that if you're a really good writer that understands
true.
characters and development, then I'll get sucked into it. And that's one of the things I love about The Boys so much. Not that it's a slice of life book, but Garth Ennis is so good at writing these characters that I care about them. And once you care about, in my opinion, once I care about a character, you can have them doing nonsense, and I'll be along with you on the ride. Um, but other people aren't into that. Some people just they want different things, and that's fine. You don't need to, I guess, defend that. And if you don't like Rom V,
No,
you don't need to feel bad about it.
I don't hate Ryan V. I'm just not excited to read the next issue. I mean, I'm gonna continue reading it because it's still enjoyable. But I'm more of the action comedy stuff. I've always liked I love Army of Darkness books. You know, that's my cup of tea. That's my go-to right
Mm-hmm.
there. Comfort book.
Sure.
Uh, stepping out, going into like as far as Ram V, Paradiso. I had no idea what to expect, but then once I started reading it, I was like, it's a fun book. It's out of my wheelhouse. So I'm gonna continue with the Ram V stuff. You know, that's because I loved Ram V on Catwoman because that was but this feels a little more heavy, a little more darker because it's Batman. It's not as lighthearted as Catwoman was. So I'm not used to this. Like I said,
Yeah.
I love Ram V's Catwoman. I love Paradiso. Paradiso is actually more serious than yeah some of the other books I read by him.
I
But
like what Skip says here. He's like, um, if you're choosing Miss Tortilla Tamaki over Rom, I'm the best writer in comics V for Batman. I hope you like mukbang comics.
yeah,
I,
uh,
I
and
I don't
even
always
Black Felt
agree with Skip, but
even Black
Tamaki,
Cat's pretentious. I'm thinking he was talking about you.
yes, he was. I think he was actually talking about Rom V when I was trying to
Yeah.
describe what
Wow.
his writing style was, and I would not say Rom V is pretentious because pretentious means that you're writing like you're highbrow, but you're not actually.
True.
And
Also,
the perfect pretentious illustration would be Tom King. If you
there and
that
also
is a
yeah,
pretentious writer.
I want to point out though also that Skip's not a Cape fan. So and Ram V doesn't really write Cape books. He started to, but he
Hmm.
started off writing all these indie stuff. So that's why Skip's followed him into this because he likes Ram V. He
Oh
likes
yeah.
it. It's like Brubaker. Brubaker can write both, you know? And Ronnie's saying She-Hulk was never meant to be a girl's book. It was meant to be a strong female character for everyone. What She-Hulk is now is not getting appealing to me at all. Alleged target audience. Ronnie, you're not in the audience. They're going for like people who just it's not they don't even have a target audience. It's all about the message. That's where Disney is right now with a lot of their stuff. There is no targeted audience at all. Their audience is basically like the new readers coming in who've never read the older stuff. They may be like, you know what, they don't know any better. So they're like, oh, this is what comic books are. They may stick in and be like, oh, I kind of like this. And the other ones will just kind of like leave, And I mean, my nephew, he loves the Batman movies, but will not pick up a Batman comic book. I was like, really? So how can you? I sound like, how can you like? What the heck is that? What is that? No, Christopher Priest. I told you, Skip. Michael B. Jordan.
I just want to say drink it in. Just drink it
Is
in.
that Power Man?
This is White Adam. Just drink
No.
just drink it in. The smugness. Look at the smugness on his face. Just anyways,
It's
I
like
got nothing. I just present that to you with no commentary. Just
All right, so there is one more book. Oh yeah, the idea to click on it. Shane O'Connor. Let's get.
I don't know what
That's
the
Girl
hell.
from
I don't
Tinker.
even know what the hell I'm looking at.
That's Tinko, right?
No, this is Avengers. This is Marvel.
I know, but this reminds me of Tinker. But the
Tank Girl.
actress.
Tank Girl is actually cool. Whatever I'm looking at is not cool. Apparently, Avengers Forever contains no males. Like, is there a male anywhere on here? It's all female. Even Iron Man is a female.
Is this what? Let me look back and is this the Carol Corpse? Multiverse Avengers. Assembling from every corner of the creation, everyone a world war is looming. When there's a war, is known for calling the corpse, the Kale Corpse. Yes, or core. Sorry, this isn't the first time they've had the Kale Core in comic books before. It's just look who's writing it though. It's Jason Aaron. Yeah,
I do
the
not.
most
I do
hard
not
hitting
understand the
book.
appeal of Jason Aaron. I remember having an argument with Jimmy about him, and being told that Jason was metal. And I was like, I don't know what people think metal means, but Jason Aaron is the opposite. This is the opposite of metal. This is so
You know,
this is
metal
so
is
soy like
metal's
induced.
anarchists. They're all about being free to do what they want to do.
Metal is badass. Like metal is like what Johnny
Yeah,
Lawrence would be into. That's how you can tell. If you look at a comic book and go, Johnny Lawrence would read this, that's metal. This
let's
is
put
something
Jason
he would
McCarthy
piss
there.
on. He would wipe
I don't
his
think I don't
ass
think I
with.
don't think I don't think he'd even read comic books. He's like, he's like, this is gay. I ain't gonna read this stuff. You're looking for chicks, looking at books.
Correct. I know, but
But
that
he said if he talked about heroes, I'm sure there's a few he'd probably say are awesome. It's like Wolverine, he can just freaking cut through anything. Yeah, he's metal. You know, and like Thor, he's like gay, long blonde hair.
Ay, ay, ay.
I don't know, whatever. My book. Oh, let's see here. Let's keep scrolling so fast, bro.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll slow down.
Is go down, keep going down. X-Men Legends by no, I was kidding. uh,
Gotta look at the
I think
cool cover because it's my boy Kari.
he does both, doesn't he? There's these two covers.
Um, yeah.
Is that him doing the second one? Oh, it's
No,
Jim Rod.
no. It's
Either
like
way, I
it's
don't.
supposed to be like someone drew it on a notebook. It's all pencil colored.
Well, and that's
It's
kind of what the Moon Knight was. Moon Knight had a cover like this. It was on a notepad someone drew. But I don't know. Wolverine's not supposed to look like the Hulk. Why is he so freaking like? Look at his backbone. He looks so freaking huge, like a hunchback.
Wolverine's supposed to be ripped. Remember, he's only
Yeah,
5'3", so
I un-
Wolverine, his
I understand,
physique,
but look
he's supposed to
the bo-
like
I
he's
understand, but the
supposed to
body
have like a
proportions.
lot of his body mass. Because when you're short, it's like bodybuilders. Like they look bigger than they are because they're really small. Um,
It just looks like
whatever.
he's got like grandma's going to pop on his back.
Yep, that's comics.
And I hate the curved claws. The curved freaking claws. I don't like that.
Oh,
Look like
tough.
freaking dinosaur.
That's how they used to be.
I know. Glad I went away with that.
Yeah. Now they're dumb. Now they're bone.
You know what? Yeah, because they got rid of the heat claws.
They never did heat claws. I think that was Marvel trolling. But the bone,
No, no, they did do heat. Their heat claws was a thing.
I don't know. Wolverine
Around your,
Wolverine was ruined when they gave him bone claws. He's never the same since.
uh,
We've
yeah, the
got
Jane Foster.
more Jane Foster Thor.
That's what I was looking for. At least they got a Norwegian person or Swedish person to write it. You know,
Poor Beta Thor has to be saved by his
it's Ryan Stegman.
mommy girlfriend. So, so just oh, poor Thor calling Jane Foster to help you again. Oh,
Actually, short, Thor, say Thor.
so
They're
stupid.
one.
Just I just feel so bad for our. God. See, Thor should be metal. This is not metal.
The original Norwegian Thor was metal, Man of War. If there's any other cringe in here.
This is not really. I mean, for this week is pretty safe. The minefield is
Oh, there it is. There it is. Draculina. Ooh, 20th Century Man #2's out. I'll think of that.
Draculina.
Yes. Unless Christopher Priest gives me an actual age of the girl that she's inhabiting, the body, it looks like Kitty.
Hmm. All right. Well, Venkman knows his cheesecake book, so I would take his word for that. I will avoid it at all costs.
I'm just avoiding all of Christopher Priest stuff now because just put him back in Black Panther. Or put him back on what was the other one he was doing that was really awesome? He was doing with that was Deathstroke. Shirtless Bear Fighter should be on this list too as well as far as bad books of the week.
Why?
I don't know. It's just this seems
You're just
so.
judging a book by its cover.
No, I saw the first one. issue one.
You didn't read it though. I'm gonna make you read it.
You know what? Then I'll make you read Jason Aaron. I'll find a book that I like by Jason Aaron just to
You
make you
but
read it.
you're assuming that it's bad. You haven't read it.
I never said it was bad. Just joking with you. Koenig. I don't know. If I
I don't
really want to get on your, if I really want to get on your case, it's you like Samurai Doggy.
you can't threaten me with Jason Aaron and tell me it's a joke.
Fine, I'll threaten you with
That's
Bendis or Vita.
them's fighting words.
You know, if you want to go on this path, we will.
So
We'll,
I,
we'll talk. We'll review bad books and then talk about
dude,
bad books you should be getting.
shirtless bear fighter's funny. You might enjoy it. Um Bloodshot Unleashed. I just wanted to point this one out because this is written by Denise Camp, who is the writer. Up, fail. Who is
Just
the
like your
writer of 20th Century Men?
yes. I'm still waiting for
So,
that live stream. We were supposed to do one. Remember? I couldn't pick it.
what are you talking about?
You and I and Skip were supposed to do a review of this.
Of 20th Century Men?
Yeah. Either there or Paradiso, one of the two books.
Yeah, Paradiso.
Either way.
We had mentioned the possibility, but I hadn't really heard much feedback from either of you about it. So
Look at Skip. Shuri's Beard Fighter's awesome. I got the first one! Exclamation mark times two. Yeah. Evil Black Cat
I
saying
can't.
down about the claws. The
I
claws are
think
curved for his or her pleasure.
I think Skip might be trolling.
Why would he do that to you?
I don't know.
You know what? The most painful thing to look up at there is, well, I'll tell you this one that was really gonna hurt me the most. I'm almost tempted to buy. It's at the very top, the very first row. There's a book up there that look at next to the Flash. There's a Black Widow with Hawkeye. I love Black Widow stories, but I'm looking at that. I'm like, ah, it's Mark Russell.
It's Mark Russell. It's fail. This
It's
is
like
this
I can deal with
is
Greg Lanart. I can
this
care.
is
I don't care if he traces.
this is dead on arrival. Avoid Mark Russell at all cost.
But I was like, it's Natasha. Like, you get Luke Cage stuff. Yeah.
Uh, God, this is just like the house of no ideas. This is like, hey, we could just do an alternate cover. It's like a fighting game screen where you select your character. It just looks
90s,
so
bro.
bad.
Is it 90s here?
Yeah, it's like trying to do some background that's like kind of 90s, but not really.
They say 80s, it's
I
90,
just
early
don't.
90s. Say that, yeah.
Yeah, it says uh, what the.
All it's missing is like, that's radical. Tubular. But I'm
Yeah,
just
it's
saying, I mean, I care about storyline, but I mean, every time I see Widow and Hawkeye in the same thing, like, I just kind of want to read it. But I'm like, oh, it's Mark Russell. Guess I'll have to borrow somebody's copy. Same with Fantastic Four. I mean, Fantastic Four should be great. It should be your number one selling book, Marvel. You know, that should be awesome. But then you put crappy people on there. I think it's Ryan North writing it now. And
Skip
then,
says, "No, I really do have it. My ex-girlfriend's brother let me borrow it, and I let him borrow my unworthy Thor books."
oh no.
Hmm. I think you might have got a win on that deal.
I don't know. Is Unworthy Books Cup and sale at all? Going price?
He says it's Jason Aaron Thor, but it's good. I don't know, man. That's hard for me to believe.
What, Shirtless Bear Fighter? That's good.
No, Jason Aaron Thor. Um, Shirtless
There's
Bear Fighter. The thing
no,
about Shirtless Bear Fighter is it's exactly what it presents itself as. It's
I mean,
it's a dude who looks like this, who fights bears. It
so it's basically like a depowered Hercules.
Yeah, it's this is a book of absurdity. If you can appreciate absurd humor, then you can enjoy this book. It knows very much what it is. It's not a serious comic. This is fun. This is about a dude who's shirtless and he fights bears. Like there's one point where he fights these giant gummy bears. So when he beats them up, like they fall into like they turn into like gummy gel, like it's just gross. But it's gummy, so it's not really gross. Um, anyways, yeah, I think it might this might be worth trying out. It's like I said, it's a fun book.
We
It's
can read
just
it online on the lullaby.
oh,
Read
look
with
at
the
that.
lullabies.
Look, he's got Winnie the Pooh. He's about to
Kill,
smash
kill,
Winnie the
kill.
Pooh. Ah,
Crush Winnie the Pooh.
sometimes you just need to have a good, fun, silly book. Not everything needs to be serious. Um, let's see.
Well,
Skip.
I said I would love to read more Fantastic Four, but I'll have to go back and read some of the Kirby and Stan Lee stuff because I am not. I mean, I love the art design. Look at the cover. I like the cover for Fantastic Four, but I know it's going to be shit writing.
Oh, this one. Oh,
Yeah, the
this is
cover.
not the real Fantastic Four though. This is
No,
Axe.
but the cover looks great though,
Yeah, it's a good
and
cover.
it's yeah. But I'm like,
Because
ah,
that's the only thing that Marvel pays for is cover art talent, and then
I
they
know.
put bottom of the barrel on everything else. It's like
Juan Cabal, he's gonna be the interior, and then
just they just keep hiring. Who the fuck is David
oh no
Pepos?
no, is it Dominatrix down there? Elite Midas, exterminate. Ugh. Does Reed Richards still have the beard? I
I
hate the
have no
beard.
idea. I
That was
don't
a 90,
care.
that was late '90s. They did a beard thing, and then they got rid of it because
I'm
people
sure
hated
they're
it.
gonna bring it back because they're casted. What's his face is Reed, who's got a beard,
What do you say? Evil Lake Kisses Perch? No, Winnie Pooh.
right? um. So let's see. From earlier, says Skip, Stan Humphries is one of the nicest guys in
Uh,
comics. Definitely an SJW, great friend with Bendis, and one of the worst writers in comics. Worst. Yeah, I
either
haven't read a lot of
yeah,
Stan Humphries stuff. I know the one thing he did that I read was that Dial H for Hero reboot that was like 2018, and that was terrible. I would take him over Mark Russell though. So
I'd rather read Star Wars than read anything by Mark Russell. I hate
yeah.
Star Wars.
Although Skip says Not All Robots by Mark Russell is excellent. One of the funnest books from that
Um,
year. I
I
think
mean,
it won
Carnage.
for comedy.
Then getting back to the whole thing with Ram V, he's writing Carnage. I've been enjoying Carnage. It's more lighthearted. It's not as serious as the detective is, but I don't know. We'll see how Detective pans out.
Ronnie says, "What was
Uh,
that Thor abomination that you did a story time reading for a long while ago,
oh,
Ash?
the God,
Who
Thor
wrote
the
that?
God
That was
Butcher,
painful."
Jason Aaron.
I did do Thor the God Butcher. I think it's the only one I can think of. I didn't
Thor
think that was painful for me at
God.
least. I mean, it might have been for you,
I
but
he was writing a space shark, bro. Come on.
I didn't mind that.
Then he had the
I thought Gore the God Butcher was a not a not great writing, but at least it was an entertaining story. Like I
was
was
it entertaining?
entertained through it.
Were you not, were you entertained when the girls took over with the hammer?
Girls took over the hammer.
The, remember that she was a daughter of Thor?
Oh yeah, that was like a weird little bit. That was kind of annoying, but I didn't think it was a great book. But
now,
like I said,
now,
I thought it was entertaining. And that's
do
the
you
thing.
prefer that
Sometimes
over?
when I read comics, I don't expect my comics to be world class writing all the time. Sometimes I just want to be entertained. And if you can do that and not completely shit the bed, sometimes that's enough. Like when I was watching to bring back full circle, when I was watching the Cobra Kai series, the season 5, I was thinking about that to myself. I was like, this show reminds me a lot of about like comic books. It's highly entertaining in many aspects, but I have to like really shut my brain down in other aspects because stuff just doesn't make sense. Like I was talking about how like kids will show up and like join the studio and within like a couple of weeks they're like champions or like some of the stuff is like come on like but comic books are kind of like that too, right? It's like, oh look, Batman's got a new Robin A couple weeks later, he's like fighting supervillains. You're like, wait, what? How did that work? Sometimes you just have to not engage, like not think too hard about it because comics take certain liberties, and Cobra Kai does that same thing. Jason, and so when I read a book, if as long as you just don't completely write nonsense or completely write like some writers I think write to aggravate the audience. Like they know who's reading it and they're like, "Oh, if I do this, it's going to be, it's going to upset the wrong people." And I know this is true because they've admitted it on social media, like that they do this. And you read their books and go, "I think they're doing this." And then you look at their tweets and go, "Oh yeah, they are. They just said they were." So, but that's neither here nor there. Like, I guess that's obvious. But Jason Aaron, I think, was trying to tell, and I think he can. I've read some of his stuff, and I go, I think you can tell fun stories. You're not an excellent writer, but you can tell a fun story that at least keeps me entertained on a very light level. Thor the God Butcher did it well enough, and it had its stellar art. I mean, who was the guy who did the art of that? Was Assad Ribic, I think. Just beautiful. Um, but that's why Thor: Love and Thunder is actually not as bad as people give it flack for, because it actually, in my opinion, did it better. So there you go. That's my controversial take of the day. Thor: Love and Thunder didn't suck as much as you think.
Only one Thor sucks, and it's not the one you think.
Skits says RDB likes the boys. He obviously likes absurd humor. He would dig SBF.
You know,
Yeah,
I
maybe.
I read I read that at a glance, and like, says RDV likes boys. Like, what the heck you trying to say there, boy? Seriously? Uh, keep so bad. If you want to read the first part, Jan- Daniel Warren Johnson had two of the best cheap montages in one comic book this week, and do a power bomb.
I need to
Then
give that.
Fox did a barrel roll.
Have you read Do a Powerbomb at all?
I flipped through it.
So no.
No,
um,
as I said, I flipped through it. I didn't read it.
I want to give it a try. People seem to be really enjoying it. I'm
I got I got
I like
But
Daniel Warren Johnson's art. I think he's a decent writer. I have PTSD from Beta Ray Bill, and then
I
that's
just don't like Beta Ray Bill, and I don't care what anybody says. You can hate me as much as you want. I thought Beta Ray Bill was a stupid character. There's only one Thor,
oh, yes, Beta Ray Bill's not Thor. He's Beta Ray Bill.
and now he still had a freaking hammer though.
So
I'm just sorry. I'm not into horse people, and neither is Sif.
you don't have to like Beta Ray Bill. Like certain, I'm not gonna be mad that you don't like a character.
No, I'm just saying there are people that were obsessed with Beta Ray Bill.
I
Notably Zach, who's obsessed with horses. Apparently,
I love Beta Ray Bill because Walt Simonson's Thor run is my favorite Thor run. It's to me the most
Out,
iconic Thor run, and it
outside of
started
that,
off with Beta Ray Bill, and it just he made me like that character. I had always thought that character was cool.
now I'll agree with you as far as outside of Simonson's run with Beta Ray Bill is written stupidly.
Are you talking about the Beta Ray Bill comic?
Outside of whatever Simonson didn't write, the ones that I forgot which one it was. I read one that wasn't written by Simonson.
Oh
Forgot
yeah,
which one it was.
I thought Donny Cates did Beta Ray Bill pretty cool in his Guardians of the Galaxy run. I actually thought it was very
Mm,
creative to put Beta Ray Bill in the Guardians of the Galaxy. Um, so I
He's
thought
like
that
the
was
poor
pretty
man's.
cool.
He's like a poor man's Thor.
Well, sure, but the Guardians of the Galaxy is not Thor, so having a character that's a poor man's Thor in your cosmic goofball story, like, there's no problem with that, in my opinion. Like, you got a fucking talking raccoon. It's like in a
That's all.
tree.
That's all
Like,
I need. I don't need to have Bullwinkle.
he's not Bullwinkle. You're just being a troll now. Um. Anyway, so I take it you didn't read the Beta Ray Bill comic by Daniel Warren Johnson.
No,
So, yeah,
I didn't
I don't
know.
mind if you don't like the character. Like, there's people like different characters. It's fine. Like, I'm not. I don't like Harley Quinn. You do. Like, whatever. It's no big deal. Um, but that Beta Ray Bill comic, because I do like Beta Ray Bill, it like triggered me. I hated that first issue so much. And everyone tells me like, "Oh man, that was like the greatest Beta. Oh, so great. You got it." And I'm like, but it wasn't. It was terrible. And I keep saying like, was the first issue just bad and like it got good? Because if it's that, maybe I'll give it a shot. Because but no one's says the first issue was bad, so I'm like, it's not. And so then I hear things like, "Oh, Do a Power Bomb's great," and I'm like, but I don't even really like pro wrestling. And anyways, so it's one of those things. I'm trying to admit that I have my own
Yeah,
hangups.
I
That's all I'm saying.
thought Jen Warren Johnson, didn't he work on Skip? You probably know this. Did he work on the Cowboy Bebop for Titan Comics?
No,
Titan
you're
Forward?
thinking of Dan Waters.
Dan Waters, okay, so it was, yeah.
He wrote
Yeah.
it. Daniel Warren Johnson is the artist. Um, so if you look through how to do a power bomb, Danny Warren Johnson has a very distinctive art style. He's one of those artists like you can just recognize. You don't even need to see the credits. You go, "Yep, that's Daniel Warren Johnson."
Oh, look, there's
Um,
Scalped here by Jason Aaron.
the most famous thing that well, I guess the Beta Ray Bill is pretty popular. He did Murder Falcon, that Image series you may have heard of. He also did the DC Black Label Wonder Woman book, which I thought looked hideous at the time. I didn't really know much about Daniel Warren Johnson when I saw it. But then it's gotten a lot of accolades, so I want to go back and read it because I've heard it's really cool.
Hey, Jason Aaron wrote a couple issues of Wolverine back in the day.
A lot of issues of Wolverine back in the day, from my understanding.
56. Yeah, they went up to like 80 comic books or 80 issues whatever for that mid 2000s, early 2000s. Oh yeah, during the One More Day crap. Ooh, what was the price back then? $4 in 2007 for Wolverine for that issue. What was it? Was it oversized? Double size issue. Normal price was $2.99 back in the day. Anyway,
Here's a Justice Warriors from one of the most woke publishers out there, Ahoy Comics. Doesn't that just make you want to grab it off the shelf? Look at that cover. I mean, what the hell I'm looking at.
it's a shit emoji head on the guy on the left.
Ah. All right, I think this one's about done.
There's only one more. There's only one more book you can avoid. Edge of Spider Verse.
Skip's trying to sell me on Do a Power Bomb. He says he's really sleeping on that book, Ash. You read issue 1 and 2 half price on Comixology. I am probably sleeping on it. Um, and I do know that there are things that I've just had experience in the past, the things that look unappealing to me, and then I read them, and then I go, "Oh, hey, this actually was really cool." I just have to get over my own personal blocks. That's all. Um, yeah, DWJ is known for Murder Falcon, Wonder Woman, Dead Earth. That was the one I was talking about. Um, yes, he does have very kinetic art. And speaking of which, I'm going to promote a little bit because I'm not part of the top 5 and stuff, so I get to be positive here. Um,
Well, if you showed up on time,
well, I can't. I got other obligations. I apologize to you.
we're only going live at 5 p.m. your time. Be fine.
So one of the books that's on my pull list that I'm looking forward to, and I can't endorse it other than the fact that I like the creators, Donny Cates and Ryan Stegman. I think they're a great duo as a writer artist. Donny Cates isn't the greatest writer in comics, but I find him to be a very creative writer. And when he's on his A game, he can do some cool stuff. Looks like he's doing some sort of superhero book here, creator owned. It's called
Is
Vanish,
the
but
darkness?
it also has variant covers that are Daniel Warren Johnson. So I have gone to my comic book store and I have them pulling the Daniel Warren Johnson covers for me. So that's what I'll be getting. So I
I'm
thought
looking.
that
I'm looking at that guy. It looks like the Jackie guy. That the darkness.
looks like the Jackie guy.
There was back in the day. There was Red Sonja Vampirella, then and the Chaos Comics, and they had the. Don't you remember Witchblade? And her boyfriend was like the Jackie, whatever her name is, or was Jack. The the Darkness was his comic book.
I never read those.
Uh,
My apologies.
that's okay. It was an indie book, and I didn't expect you to read it.
Jeez, Donnie, look at how many freaking covers.
Amazing Vanish. Look at that. See, there you go.
I do like the
Battle
homage
Rocket.
covers. Look at that homage cover. You should recognize that one, Venkman.
That's why I left the channel. Yes, yes. Spider-Man. Couldn't tell you which number it is though. Breen probably would. We're nowhere away. There's Punisher, or not Punisher, but Spawn.
Yeah, it's a cool Spawn homage.
I just hope all the creativity is into like the variants, and that's it.
I do like good homage variants, just as long as it's not another freaking Spider-Man 300. Stop doing those. Stop. Still more, no more Spider-Man 300s. Please, for the love of Pete. This is a lot of
And
covers. Holy
yep.
cow. Imagine picking this one out of all of them.
The Legacy of Kane. That was another one too. Is he a vampire? Is he Michael Morbius?
I like these covers that have just like slight variations. Like
Purple. Now we're
here,
black and gray.
here's the one with the blood on his hands. Oh, that's interesting. And here's the one. Oh, where is it? Where the blood is muted darker. You're like, what?
It's black and white.
You're just like, come on. 3D 3D Comics exclusive variant. It's a lot of chains.
It's oh yeah, issue number 50 volume of Spider-Man Noir. I know it's Spider-Man Noir. I just didn't know what number it is. Like freaking brain is like a encyclopedia when it comes to numbers. It's like, oh, I know it's that one.
Yeah, it's amazing how he can pull those.
Maybe I have to drink for like 20 years. Couple years. That's the point where I'm like the Rain Man. Just chanting out numbers.
Skip says best Spidey 300 is still Space Lady. I'll give Space Lady a pass because if anyone can do this 300 cover, it's Space Lady.
Nightwing is the best Brady Bunch. Funny. Uh,
They're gonna wait until the sales dip a bit and then do Spidey 300. Oh, you're talking about for Vanish. They'll do that on the like 10th issue milestone issue. Because that's what happens these days is 10 issues is a milestone.
Berserker will be another filler, or will actually be a new chapter in the story.
Dude, I have been waiting for this book because this book's actually going places. But it kind of left you on a cliffhanger, and then it went on a
Yep.
hiatus for a while, and I was like,
Yep. Yep.
what the-"
Look at the. I love the cover, and just look at the lines in his face, and everything.
Yeah,
Uh,
the bodies.
their bodies. I was like,
Uh,
oh, I saw that. I was like, "Bleh."
yeah. So the problem though is like I've kind of forgotten what's going on in the story because it's
they
been so
unlock
long.
the. They're unlocking a chapter in his memory as far as like when he who created him stuff. He's going as far back as he can. Meanwhile, the guy is trying to clone him,
Yeah,
and
and then they like buried him. Like they're trying to
and
like put him away, and
and
like,
then he,
then he
then
unleashed
he
of this power that we
Hulk,
haven't
like
seen
a
him
Hulk
have.
bomb. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool book.
Oh, then
I'm
the other.
along for the ride.
I think the scientist lady that's helping out. I think she's in a floating chamber tube. You know, he's going to rescue her or something. I can't remember it's been a while. Yeah, two
Skip said
years to do 12.
2 years to do 12 issues. Hey, that's still less time than Doomsday Clock. That's all I gotta say.
Hey, can get it faster than Cyberfrog.
um, he says, still hot on Berserker ass? Yes, I am. And I don't mind delays as much as most people. Number one, like, comics are expensive. So if I don't have to spend money on your book this month, it's cool for me, I
Hey,
guess. Like,
maybe maybe if he's running with Keanu Reeves, maybe he has to like sit down with Keanu and go over it before they finalize it. Who
possibly.
knows?
Sometimes with indie books too, you're committed with a certain artist. The mainstream books, they can throw a fill-in artist. If you're behind schedule,
True.
artist gets sick, it's like, okay, throw this other guy on. But if it's a, collaborative work, like if Ron Garney's your dude, something happens, like, oh, I guess we gotta wait. Um, I'm okay with it. Um,
Let
sometimes
it Neil Adams.
sometimes
Yeah.
delays can get extreme, but I honestly think like a good model in the independent industry would be to go on like 6 weeks on, 1 month off, or like whatever like the story arc is. Um, I would be happy giving breaks on books just
So
to let them get back up to uh to catch up with the art and the publications.
so Flash is apparently moving them bi-monthly. As far as I'm understanding, that's like every other month.
Bi-monthly is every other month. You sure you don't mean bi-weekly?
No, they had Jason Aaron or not Jason. Freaking Jason Aaron. No, no. Jeremy Adams had said Flash is gonna be bi-monthly now, twice a month or every 2 months. That's what the dictionary says, so nobody knows.
In the term of comic books, when you say bi-monthly, that means every other month. Bi-weekly means every other week.
Okay, okay, and twice monthly schedule. All right, so DC sends the Flash a 60-second war and a twice monthly schedule.
Yeah.
All right,
Um,
so 1 minute more. Yeah, do.
that annoys me because they just promised at what was it, in the beginning of 2021 was the end of the bi-weekly books, and so now we're in 2022 and it's like, oh, we're breaking that promise.
Well, to
uh,
say this, at least it's on a good book.
well, it was on good books before, but the problem was it was with bi-weekly books is you overburden your customers, because now they got to spend twice as much per month on your book. And with DC raising their rates, like with Batman books being like $5.99, if you had to buy that twice a month, and then like now you got to buy multiple, also you're buying Detective and Batman, oh, and then possibly the other ones. What happens is it starts to snowball. And I was feeling that in 2018 and 2019, like all these I was buying like 10 to 15 DC books or whatever, but then they were like half of them were bi-weekly, so it felt more like 20 to 25 um books, and it was just nonstop. Like I was like, geez, man, I'm just my comic shop bill's killing me. Um, yeah, unless they're outstanding, which they typically aren't, because if your writer is writing a book every 2 weeks instead of once a month, they're not putting as much effort into the writing.
Well, I
The
look at it this
artist,
way.
very very few artists can illustrate 2 books a month, and the ones that do, they half-ass it, and it shows. And so then what you have to do is you get multiple artists, right? So you get like an artist that does it this issue, then the next issue is a different artist, and then back to the other artist, and it's just like, what? It's just not good for the book.
I
Monthly
don't know.
month,
But I'm saying keeping it positive here.
yes.
There's a lot of shit
Keep it
that could go
positive.
wrong. Jeremy Adams, for all I know, he seems like a guy can knock out a park as far as writing multiple books. He has been writing, I think with Flashpoint, Batman Flashpoint. He's been writing that as well. It's either that or Dark Crisis. I forget what the two. I get those two mixed all the time. But he's also been doing the Flash. Now, here's the thing: if they're just starting now, they're just starting doing 2 books or 2 books, per month. who's to say they don't already have these stories already completed? Like he could have wrote ahead of time and all get
It's
you know to
true.
get caught up. Yeah.
Back in the
Um.
day, X-Men used to do that when because X-Men was the most popular comic at Marvel, and during the summer, just the summer only, they
Yeah.
would go to a bi-weekly schedule. And the whole thing was like, oh, kids are out of school, and you get the books. And so for about 3 months, you got an extra three comics that year, and they would write ahead. But generally, you'd have guest artists, and looking back on it, I don't think it helped the books. I, my opinion is this: like, can Jeremy Adams write another book? Can he write two a month? Great, give him another book. Let him do Flash, and put him on another book too, and do each of them monthly instead of two Flashes a month. Have one Flash and one something else. Now I know Flash fans are going to be like, no, I'd rather just have two Flashes, which I guess. But from a DC's perspective, they have so many books right now that suck. Take your shitty writers off that book and put him on it. Start making
Now,
your other books better.
as far as what's going on with Barry Allen and Wally, he's been well, just like Joshua Williamson. Joshua Williamson was writing the same story. You had stories, adventures with Barry and Wally going on in the same book. He's been doing that with this. So I mean, now as far as I don't know if Barry Allen's gonna have his own little side story going on with somebody else writing it, but that's the thing I would not want. I would not have me like I'm gonna write the story and then somebody else takes over that character and continue the story, and then ruins it. This or just doesn't understand. Like I love when you have like back in the day, you could have um. It's also because we had really talented writers. You had Jerry, but I always go back to the same thing: the post-crisis, Gerard Way, John Byrne, and there was sometimes you had Dan Jurgens or Roger Stern, and all those guys, they'd sit down in a room, plan out the story, what's going to happen. They don't do that shit anymore. As soon as one guy's like, "Oh, it's my turn," okay, cool. It just completely just ignores everything else in the past and just writes his own little branchy story off, and it has nothing to do with anything that was happening before. And I hate that. So I mean, I would love to see Jerams, write a Barry Allen's Flash book and a Wally Flash book. Two separate things. That the two books. Maybe they'll do that. I don't know. But if it's two books about Wally West, I'm happy for that. He'll write part A and part B in 1 month.
Well, he's not
You know?
writing two books. He's just writing the same
No.
book twice as much. You're getting
Yeah.
it
You know, you
bi-weekly.
know, but I mean, as far as the story, because remember how stories don't end in one issue; they transfer over. So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I
The
mean,
the other side effect that you get often with bi-weekly books that I noticed was a big deal when, several years ago, which was pissing me off with DC, is especially in the modern era where writing for the trade is a big deal, and we talk about like decompression. I find that a lot of writers, when they're writing bi-weekly, are essentially just stretching the one story they wrote like thinner. So you're getting two comics, but it's really one comic of story. And it's just I don't know what Jeremy Adams is going to do that. I'm not going to accuse him beforehand. I'm just saying it's a
well,
byproduct that
this
is commonly happens.
this is where he makes it or he breaks it, and he proves how good of a writer he is. Not everybody can do the multiple books or issues like he may end up being just as well as Cates is, or he end up being just as well as Josh Williamson. I mean, I look at
Well,
Josh Williamson being better than Cates when it comes to like multi stories going at the same time
sure,
on
I
doing
would say
issues.
yeah, Josh Williamson. I would agree. I think Josh Williamson overall is a better writer than Cates. Um, I just I think Cates has a really good imagination, and I think Cates really loves Marvel Comics, and I think Cates is really good for Marvel Comics because of that. He's using his ideas in he's impacting Marvel in a very positive way. I'm a little hesitant on his independent stuff because it's not Marvel. We saw a crossover, like almost no one liked crossover. Um,
Yeah.
so we'll see. This Vanish book, I'm only really interested in because it does look like it's a superhero book, which I'm like, okay, cool. Finally, you're not doing some weird nonsense. I want superheroes, and I like Ryan Stegman quite a bit. So,
Yeah.
um, we'll see. I hope the book's good. It could suck. Um, but to your point, we definitely saw Kate's quality decline when he started tackling multiple books.
Yep.
Um, so we'll see. I think I just, to my opinion, if I were DC, I'm like, I would rather have Jeremy Adams writing two different comics than the same comic twice a month.
Sure.
I just think that you just benefit. Because especially look, if every DC comic was like banging and there was just like, oh, these are all on fire, these are great, then sure, do two flash books. But 75% of your line sucks balls. So take one of your shit books and go, Jeremy, do you think maybe you can fire this up and do some good stuff with it? Because it sucks. No, no, we're gonna make a new Robin book with Megan Fitzmartin. See what I'm saying? See how
Yeah.
fire Fagin Miss Fakin Miss Martin. That's her new name. Fakin Miss Martin. Um, fire Megan Fitzmartin and put Jeremy Adams on a Robin book. Or just don't do the stupid Robin book. No one wants it anyway.
I don't know. It's the point where, I mean, if he's doing the same book and he's got it all laid out, what he knows what to do, it might be easier if they just continue that story from the first issue. You know, I mean, if sales improve, getting two of those, and they keep. I mean, right now it's $3.99. That's the price for the Flash books. Now, I don't know if he's doing another book. He could be doing another Flash title, but it could end up being like, about what's Barry's doing in Dark Crisis. It could be a tie-in for that thing. Or it could just be Barry Allen and just, if you the way he writes with Iris, and I mean Iris, but I mean Linda and Wally being together, being a couple, he's got that down, hands down. He's probably one of I haven't seen anything like this since Lois and Clark, in the post crisis being together. I think he's that talented. Being a family man, having kids and all stuff, he knows what is real, what isn't. I mean, he knows how to keep it entertaining. Now, as far as for him writing Barry, if he wrote a story just about Barry, and what he's doing, and then having Barry reconnect with Iris and all that stuff, I mean, I'd be happy. I'd be like, do I want to read Barry this month, or want to read Wally, and then have him connect? I'm fine with that. But when you're writing two different stories that are drastically differently, it's really hard to do that if you're a writer, because you don't want to confuse what you're doing, your story ideas. So, but if you have one goal and you're just writing it from two different perspectives, that's cool.
Well, every writer is going to be different, of course. But I think writing two different stories at a time actually can be very healthy for writers because, and I've heard a lot of writers talk about this, that sometimes focusing too much on one thing, it actually hurts your writing. And sometimes you just need to put, and it's usually the novelists that I hear this from. And it's like they'll be writing a novel, and instead of just finishing the entire novel, sometimes they'll like put it down. They'll get into writer's block or whatever, and they'll put it down and start a different novel, and then write that and then come back and then go and bounce back and forth because their creative juices sometimes just need a jump start into new areas. So I don't know what Jeremy Adams could do or not do. Ronnie makes a comment, says she disagrees strongly with putting Jeremy Adams on two different books. He may be the best writer for the Flash and garbage on another book because his heart's not writing in the other book. Well, we're assuming that his heart is in writing the Flash. I mean, he got put
Well,
on
I
the
mean,
Flash because they needed a writer and he got hired for the job. Now,
well,
obviously, I wouldn't put him, if I'm an editor, I'm not going to be like, hey, want to write a Robin book? And he's like, I hate Robin. I have no ideas. And it's like, well, good. Do something anyway. I wouldn't do that. There's different ways you can approach it. And you can say, hey, Jeremy, would you like another writing gig? He's going to
I'm
answer
gonna
a
tell you,
yes or no. If he says no, then I mean, stop. But if he says yes, say, what ideas do you have? There's certain characters you want to work with. Like you work with your writer to try to find something because you want to put them on something they're going to succeed. A bad editor is going to put a writer on a book that they have no business, Mariko Tamaki on Batman, being on.
Jeannie Howard on Catwoman
Sure.
or in any book. But
Um,
I want to say this though. Jeremy Adams is a huge Flash fan. He left Hollywood. He wrote Hollywood. He left here. He came to write. He got offered the job. He took over from Williamson,
mhm,
and he said he just puts what's his whole real life. I usually hate about self inserts, but he does put a lot of like his own personal experiences as far as dealing with kids. He's got two young daughters.
mhm.
His wife, and stuff, and just goes to church stuff. He's basically puts his energy as far as the way his kids act, the twins, as far as Iris Jr. or Iris Jr. whatever, Ira, and then Jai, the way they act. He said like, it's literally like these are what my kids do. How they lie and do this stuff.
Mhm.
He knows how the kids react and how they try to get away with stuff, and he puts it in there by involving the kids in the Flash book, no, the twins. I think it really helps, flesh out the book, really bring it pop, because you don't really see pro nuclear family. That's what I mean. That's one of the reasons I'm digging it right now. This is pro nuclear family,
Sure,
husband,
that's
husband
great.
and wife. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to pull him off the Flash.
No, no, no. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If he's right, if they put him on another book that's not Flash, I mean, because obviously they're not going to because there's two Flash books they're writing. So, but if they were put him on another book, I would hope they would put him on a book that he actually wants to write. I mean, hell, I would have him on Superman. But the problem is that I would have him like they've done so much damage to John. I mean, if he's gonna write a Superman book, I want him writing a DH John back to normal age. I want it like Tomasi. I mean, that's what I something like that. I think MJ Abrams would be great on that. You know,
Maybe, maybe not. I mean, here's the thing. If he's a professional writer, if he's really a good writer, then he should be able to write something that's not Flash. If someone were to try to tell me like maybe Flash is the only thing he can write well, I have to say bollocks to that. Like obviously he comes from Hollywood. He wasn't writing Flash in Hollywood. There's other things he can write. Now, does he
he's
like the
passionate
Flash?
about
Does
it,
he
though.
love the Flash? He's passionate about it. Certainly, that may absolutely be the case. I'm not disputing that at all. Does that mean that if he writes another book, it might not be as good as the Flash? That is certainly a possibility. I harken back to the days of like the late '80s, and they introduced uh, the New Mutants into Marvel. So Chris Claremont wrote we talk X-Men forever, and then they gave him a second book, and it was New Mutants, and it was tied into the X-Men, but it was totally different book. I never got into New Mutants ever. It was not my bag. Chris Claremont was writing my favorite comic book. X-Men was my thing. That's to me like the the golden egg of
All
comics.
right, so
But my point is it still was good that he was writing New Mutants because other people did like it. It still was a solid book. Was it as good as his prime title? No. So Jeremy Adams writes The Flash, and let's say he writes they make a new Red Hood comic, right? And oh, we're gonna relaunch Red Hood, and here you get it.
all
Okay,
right.
is it as good? No, but is it better than the Mark Russell crap you're getting, the Megan Fitzmartin stuff, the Teeny Howard shit? Yes, that's my point. Is you're at least you're writing competent books. That's what you need to be doing, and you need to be doing that.
So
Give them. We need an Aquaman book. Why don't we not have
hold
an Aquaman book? We don't have a Green Lantern book. We don't. DC does not even have their prime characters all with a book right now. They're floundering.
So I want to point out this is a Jerry IMDb. He's wrote a couple episodes of for Green Lantern animated series. It was back in 2013. Wrote some Scooby Doo stuff. Justice League Action wrote 4 episodes for that. 2016. Lego DC Flash. Yeah, superheroes. The Flash wrote that. Uh, Superhero Girls for Villain High. He's Aquaman Rage of Atlantis was the Lego movie. They did that. Teen Titans Go versus Teen Titans. He wrote that movie. I did an episode of Young Justice. He's done Mortal Kombat Legends, Scorpion's Revenge. Lego Shazam, Magic and Monsters. He also wrote some episodes of least 15 episodes of Supernatural TV series. Batman Still the Dragon, that was Jeremy Adams wrote the script for that. I mean, Justice Society World War II, that was Jeremy Adams. DC Showcase Blue Beetle, the one that just came out the '60s one. He wrote that one. Mortal Kombat Legends Battle of the Realms, which is another DC or animated movie. So he's also writing. He also for the movie that came out, Batman and Superman Battle of the Super Sons. He wrote that. So, I mean, based off what he's written stuff. Now, I haven't watched half the stuff he's done, but I'll say this: if he can actually, it sounds like he's got an idea of sort of what the graphs what the characters are. So, I mean, based off the Super Sons, if he does that well, I mean, man, I'm hopefully that's a good movie. It looks good. Like I said, I have a good feeling that maybe DC will reward him and give him more something that's just a flash. I mean, if they're smart, but like I said, we'll find out. I want to go on forever on this. It's 3:30 in the morning for me,
Yeah, we
but
can wrap it up.
yeah,
Slate.
but
Everyone that's here, thank you very much for tuning in and hanging out with us tonight, and appreciate the comments. Um, it's just fun talking about comics,
it
good
is,
or
it is.
good or bad.
And I don't look at the clock, so I have no idea what's going on. I'm in a room it's just dark the whole entire night, so I have no idea.
You really are a troll.
I'm not a troll. I don't live under a bridge. I'm sophisticated. I work on top of the bridge.
Sophisticated troll. So
Yes, they exist. With my pick extended, I troll you.
pick extended. All right. Well, folks, join us next week for the next chapter of The Boys. I believe it's issues 35 through 38, if I remember correctly. And then Vankman will have to pick a book, and I'll have to pick a book for each of us to read. I'm not sure what I don't have anything on top of my head yet. Maybe it'll be Shirtless Bear Fighter. We'll see.
Let's see here. Um, hmm, trying to think. I'm trying to look at some of the older stuff that I might give you. You know,
Maybe it'll be a Daniel Warren Johnson book.
let's see here. Do, 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 do. I could give you a book to read. Hey, have you ever read Chariot? Can maybe some Frank Cho Jungle Girl. Ooh,
That is definitely out of my wheelhouse.
yeah, old
Yeah.
school Frank Cho from 2007. Before there was Sheena, there was Jungle Girl.
Hey, I read the Vampirilla book and I didn't hate it.
Yep.
I didn't, I haven't hated anything that
Have you
you've
read Stargirl?
recommended. I have not read Stargirl.
Ooh, that could be something you read. Jeff Johns, Stargirl. Issue 1. He might be too old for it though. I don't know, it's kind of a kiddie thing.
Well, I
What
am
else?
old.
You're ancient, bro.
I'm about to be 49 this month. Ugh.
Ugh. You're pretty much the same. You're a couple months older than my sister. She's 11 years older than me. So
Ugh. She wants one of us to read Pet Avengers. It's a lot better and a fun book concept than most people give it credit for being.
pronunciation pet. Okay, because I heard ped.
Pet Avengers. So that's the modern Marvel one.
Joe Biden is now head of the Avengers.
The politically correct term is to call them the Map Avengers.
Ooh, what? I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the freaking map. Dora.
Terrible. Uh, this is the stream that never ends. Um, by the way, before I end, because Skip is listening, I think Skip's still listening. Um, give me an acknowledgement if you hear this, Skip. I
He's.
watched a movie last night that I thought about you.
Oh,
Um, not in any weird way. Don't make it weird.
I
Um,
didn't say it was weird. I'm just saying. I said, oh. You base
No,
your
I
list on
watched a movie last night and it was just random. I was like the Netflix recommendations, and I was just like, I knew nothing about it and just something caught my eye about. It. I was like, I'm gonna give this a try. I was bored, and it was a really cool movie. Very beautiful film. In like a human context. Uh, just a film about humanity and what makes us human. And it's a
300.
type of film that I think, and I could be wrong, but I think it will appeal to Skip especially. And anyone else, this recommendation, if you want to check it out, by all means do. It really touched my heart. It's a foreign film. It's called I Used to Be Famous. It's on Netflix. Um, I used to be famous, and one of the reasons I'm recommending specifically to Skip is because I know his special interest of music, and he talks about how he likes fiction that involves music in it, and the story is about a musician. It's actually about two musicians. Um, the primary character is, and it's a British film. It's a foreign film, but it's British, so it's all in English. Um, and the primary character is a former boy band star, and it takes place 20 years after his prime. So he's like
Really?
he's middle aged. You just be thinking about your book you're going to recommend me. I'm talking
No,
to Skip.
I think I've heard of this before.
Um, and this he's the character is like kind of living. He's like poor. He's he used to be famous, but now he's just like almost living on the streets. He's got no other life skills, but he's trying to like make some music, but he's not really like a big talent or whatever. He's never been formally like trained. Typical like boy band. But anyways, he comes across a an autistic kid who is like a prodigy drummer, and their paths cross, and it just sparks it, almost like this kid becomes a muse for him, and he becomes kind of a friend of this kid who's got serious like autistic issues. Anyways, it's a really good like I said, it's a beautiful film. It's just very much about being human and life, and
It's
it's
yeah,
not a
it's great.
clean film. It's just, it's about, the guy's like destitute. It's just there's some scenes where it's just you really feel for these people because they're just living hard lives, but how they touch each other and make a difference in each other's lives. It was just really, I felt it was really powerful. And it's just a little indie film, British film. So check it out if any of that sounds interesting. I really really liked it. No, it's feel good too. I mean, there's some sad parts, but overall the theme of the film is uplifting. So if you're looking for something to raise your spirits, um, check it out. I I
What?
once I used to be famous is what I used to be famous.
It's
Netflix.
got Eon Mackin, who is an international actor, who was actually part of the Resident Evil back in the day. The final chapter, The Forest. So it's got some cool actors in here, and then Ed Skrein. Which I know I've seen him before.
Yeah, that's the main guy. He's that guy that I've seen like a million times. I'm like, "Oh, I recognize his face," but he's not like a big Hollywood star. He's just one of those character actors that you just like you've seen. But um, yeah, he does a great job. Just that it's just a heartwarming film. Very beautiful, like I said.
Deadpool. He was Ajax.
This
That's where I know him
evil
from.
evil black cat says, "Does it have TNA?" Asking for a friend.
Thank you for asking.
That's a funny
Uh,
comment. That's the
he
funniest comment of the night.
he was in the Little Battle Angel too.
That's right. That dude. He's got one of those faces that you're like, man, I've seen this face, but I couldn't place it.
He was
That's right.
also
He
in
plays the
Midway.
assassin. He plays the assassin in Battle Angel.
He was in Midway. He was a pilot. Black Swan. Uh, yeah, oh, that's right. He was the new transporter. That's what he was. Took over. Remember, he took over after
Oh, he was the
Jason
new
Statham.
trans. I never watched any of the non-Jason
It
Statham
was
ones.
okay, but I remember it being Ajax, just being overall this douchebag in the film. Like that was. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen him anything really.
Hmm. Yeah, this was just
Uh,
it's just a small little indie style film. It's really character driven, but
he's also in
but
Game
it
of
really
Thrones.
also just explores, like I said, like what it means to be human and the troubles that we go through and how we overcome them and just being there for each other. I felt it very uplifting. Anyways, so that's enough for that. We should wrap this up. We're never gonna get to bed.
Got 86% liking on Rotten Tomatoes. All right, just like Ash said, this channel used to be famous, but that means spread this channel out. Tell people, even bad publicity will get people to watch it, to tune in, and see how bad the show is. Anyway, if you like the boys, continue, you want to continue learning about it, come back next week. We'll see you next Monday. Until then,
Read The
stay classy.
Boys. Don't just listen to us spoil it for you. Like, read it. No, I mean, if you don't want to, I guess. But if you don't want to, then why are you here? And
All I gotta say is stay classy, my friends. Stay classy.
yeah, come by the Discord and see what our picks are for the books. Like, Venkman's got to hopefully pick a book before Friday
I will.
and post it before Friday.
I'll give you multiple choice.
No, you,
Jason
no,
Aaron,
you.
Jason Aaron, Jason Aaron.
Oh, you bastard! I knew at some point this is going to turn into like a battle where we're trying to find the worst. I'll have to respond with Bendis.
You know what? The problem is, I'd probably enjoy the Bendis.
Oh, not the ones I'd pick. I pick some.
I mean,
I'll pick the worst Bendis Supermans.
the worst Bendis Supermans. I
Hmm.
don't know. I mean, I read Greg Rucka's Lois Lane 2012 issue miniseries. Do your worst.
Man, that's some serious callous that I don't have. I, I couldn't get past that first issue. Uh, anyways, thank you guys for being here, for listening. And like what Marani says, read good comic books.